the shape I'd been in. "No, you're not," she replied as she gently placed her hand against my forehead again. The tenderness of her touch was a bit of a surprise to me. For the past few weeks, Avery had been very standoffish toward me. At that moment, it was as if her walls were coming down. I leaned into her touch as her warmth seeped into me. "You should not be this close to me. I don't want you to get sick. Plus, you should get to work, and Nathan..." She locked her eyes with mine, and her lips turned up slightly. "Let me take care of you." I didn't know how much I wanted and needed to hear those words that morning. I wasn't used to people taking care of me. I was normally the one dishing out the care. A part of me wanted to argue with her offer, but a bigger part of me wanted to curl into a ball and have her hold me and tell me I would be all right. Easton must have been onto something. "Let's get you back to your bed," she said. She wrapped an arm around my body and lifted me as if I were as light as a feather. Clearly, Avery had taken advantage of the weightlifting facility at the high school. She led me to my bed and pulled back my comforter. I sat on the edge of the bed, still shivering from chills, as she lifted my legs up into the bed. She covered me up, tucking me in, and then told me she'd be right back. When she returned, she had a tray filled with goodies, electrolytes, crackers, and an array of medicine. She set the tray on my nightstand and began collecting pills for me to take. "Now, I know you're probably not hungry at all, but you need to eat a few crackers in order to take the medicine," she ordered. I grumbled and slightly pushed her approaching hand away. She arched an eyebrow. "Nathaniel Grayson Pierce, open your mouth right now." I shook my head. She arched her other brow. "Now," she ordered. I parted my lips slightly. She shook her head. "No, more. Like this." She unlocked her jaw and opened wide. "Ah." If I were feeling more alive, I would have probably made an inappropriate joke about stuffing her mouth with something tasty. Instead, I groaned like a sad puppy as I opened my jaw. She placed the pills in my mouth and then fed me a sip of water. "Good job," she whispered, wiping her finger right below my lip where a drip of water was falling. "Now eat one cracker." "I can't, Coach," I muttered, shutting my eyes once more. "Now," she ordered once more. Something about her orders made me obey right away. I didn't know if it was her tone or the act of control that she had over me, but I opened my mouth once more and allowed her to feed me a few crackers. "Good boy. I'm proud of you," she said as she gently rubbed her hand over my head. It turned out I didn't only have a shame kink, but a praise one too. "Now rest," she told me. "I'll be back in a few to check on you." "Don't you have to get to work?" I asked. "I called in earlier when I heard you were sick. I notified the guys we wouldn't have practice tonight either." "What?" "No, they need..." "Nathan, everything's under control. You just rest." I wanted to argue, but the heaviness of my eyelids told me not to do so. I shut my eyes and fell asleep, feeling a bit of comfort, knowing that Avery was there to take care of me. I slept for over 9 hours, only waking when Avery would come to give me vitamins and medicine, along with a few bites of bread. When I was fully awake, she came back and smiled my way. She held sheets in her hands. "I think it's about time I switched out your sheets, seeing how you probably soaked your way through them," she said. "If you can sit in your chair in the corner, that is." With a few grumbles, I pulled myself up from the bed and moved over to the chair. I plopped down and sighed, feeling beyond exhausted from the few steps that I'd taken. Avery went to work to change out all my sheets. She removed the dirty ones along with my comforter and replaced them with new ones. She even changed out the pillowcases. I didn't even know that I had extra pillowcases. "Okay, you can come back, unless you feel as if you can shower," she said. I shook my head. There was no way I could stand up in a shower. She walked over to me and offered her hand to help me. I took it for 2 reasons. 1, I needed her help. 2, I always wanted to hold her hand. "Thanks," I muttered as she led me back to the bed, only to tuck me in again. She left the room for a second, getting rid of the sheets, and when she came back, she had a big bowl of soup in her hands. I sat up on my bed with my back against the headboard. I could only breathe through my mouth, seeing how my nose was stuffed up. I closed my eyes as my breaths weaved in and out of my mouth. "Why are you being so helpful?" I muttered, feeling the need to fall back to sleep. "Because you deserve it. Open," she ordered. I parted my lips more. She put a spoonful of soup into my mouth and I swallowed it. The warmth felt good as it glided down my throat. "I owe you an apology, Nathan." That was enough to make me open my eyes again. "What do you mean?" "Ever since you've come to coach, I've been a bit of a jerk to you. I'm sorry for that. You've been an amazing addition to the team, and I'm lucky to have you as a coach." "I must look pretty bad, huh?" I let out a slight chuckle. "If I'm on my deathbed, just tell me now, Avery." A gentle snicker fell from her lips, and even though I felt like shit, I loved the sound of that. Avery did not laugh a lot, so whenever one fell from her, I always tried to hold on to the sound as long as possible. "You're not on your deathbed," she swore. "I just realized how much of a dick I've been toward you, and I'm sorry. You didn't deserve it." She fed me more soup. "I'm sure parts of me deserved it." "No," she disagreed. "None of you did. We aren't who we were when we were younger, and it was unfair of me to treat you as if you were the same boy who left all those years before. Just so you know, Avery, I hated that I left." In her subtle reaction, I felt the weight of her pain. Or maybe it was my pain I was feeling. Maybe our hurts from the past we shared mirrored one another and sat packed with a quiet torment that we both carried. It just seemed that she hid hers better than I had. She looked away for a moment and said so softly, "I hated it too." Her voice was so low that I wasn't certain she'd actually said the words or if my fever-stricken mind imagined it. "We don't have to talk about us," she said as she turned back to feed me more soup. The heaviness still stayed laced in her words. "You just need to get better." I wanted to keep the conversation going, but the exhaustion set in again as I struggled with my heavy breaths. She smiled gently as she placed the bowl of soup down on the nightstand before she made me take a few more sips of water. When she finished, she stood to leave. "Avery." "Yeah?" "Thank you." She smiled again, and within seconds, my eyes faded shut and I went back to sleep. It took me a week to recover, but Avery took care of me every step of the way. I did not know if she knew it, but she was making it next to impossible for me not to find myself falling for her with every second that passed by. After my first day back coaching the third week of April, I approached Avery under the fading sunlight. She was busy organizing the equipment on the field, completely wrapped up in her task. I leaned against the fence in front of her, taking her in for a moment. "Hey," I said, breaking the silence. "Yeah?" "I've been meaning to ask. How did you manage not to get sick after taking care of me for a week straight? What kind of superhero immune system do you have?" She went to grab the bag of baseballs, but I hurried over and lifted it for her, tossing it over my shoulder. A mischievous smirk lit her face up. "Well, I figured one of us needed to suck it up. We couldn't both be little punks," she said, her voice dripping with a teasing tone. "Unlike some people, I can't afford to be a baby about it. I had a team to coach and couldn't afford to be sick." I couldn't help but laugh. "A little punk, huh? Is that how you see me? You cried for 5 days straight, tossing and turning, telling me to take you out?" I feigned a wounded expression, rubbing at my chest as if her words physically hit me. For the record, I don't think I had a normal flu. I think I had a newfound plague of some sort. Sure, she cooed, stepping a tad closer. As the distance between us shrank, my heart beat a little faster. "But you're lucky you had a solid nurse like me to look after you. You might have actually died if it wasn't for me." "You don't have to prove that point to me, Coach. I already know I would have been fucked without you." "Well, as long as you're aware of how good you had it." "I am. Which is why I want to make you dinner tonight as a thank you for taking care of my punk ass." The warmth that bloomed across her lips made me echo her smile. "You cook?" "For you, yes." She narrowed her eyes. "What are you going to make?" "Baked ziti and garlic bread." Mmm, she moaned. The sound was enough to make me want to start humping her leg like the needy dog I turned into whenever she was near. She could have put a collar on me, and I would have allowed her to dog-walk me all around town with a smile on my face. That sounds like a perfect Thursday night dinner, but, she pointed a stern finger at me, if I hear one sneeze from you, I'm calling you a punk for the rest of your life. I laughed. Deal. And don't read too much into this, Nathan. I still don't like you, she expressed as she started to walk off with that playful grin still on her face. So don't you think for a second we're becoming friends. I shook my head in complete awe of her stubbornness and inability to express that she and I were slowly but surely getting on better terms with one another. Whatever you say, Avery. Whatever you say. I liked her stubbornness. I craved her stubbornness. Avery's attitude was one of the things I found most attractive. I didn't know if that meant I was mentally unwell, but that was where my state of affairs had been. The flu couldn't take me out, but my damn crush on Avery Kingsley might have been the thing to do me in.
23. Avery. One Sunday morning, I suddenly awakened from my slumber due to the sound of a rooster crowing. I groaned as I pushed myself up to a sitting position and rubbed the exhaustion from my eyes. The sun was hardly up as I yawned and stretched my arms. To my surprise, it wasn't a rooster shouting good morning to me. It was Nathan, standing in my doorframe with a big, goofy grin on his face, making the loudest rooster sounds I'd ever heard in my life. "What in the living heck are you doing?" I grumbled. He had a stack of clothes in his hand as he walked over to me. "Morning, sunshine. It's the third Sunday of the month." I blankly stared at him, probably with morning gunk in the corners of my eyes still. "What's your point?" "It's Sunday fun day on the farm," he exclaimed, placing the clothes in my hand. "I guessed on your sizes. I let you sleep in a little longer, but everyone else is already out there warming up on the field. I wanted you to be on my team, Team Blue, but everyone said it would be an unfair advantage to have you play on the same team as me, so you're on the yellow team." "Nathan, what the heck are you talking about?" "Every third Sunday morning, starting in the spring, at the crack of dawn, my family gets up and plays a baseball game. The losers have to go through the garden and prepare brunch for the winning team. It's a tradition. Sunday fun day." "Oh my goodness," I groaned, covering my face with a pillow. "Don't tell me you're one of those families who runs marathons on Thanksgiving morning." "Actually, we do." He pulled the pillow from my face and smiled. "Since you're here, you gotta play. Get changed. There are 30 people out there waiting." 30 people? I gasped. My eyes bulged out of my head. "What do you mean 30 people?" "My cousins, aunts, and uncles come over for it too. A lot just stay in the bleachers and watch, but they have to pick a team too. Then they have to help out with the meal if their team loses." "I hate everything about this," I muttered as I dragged myself out of bed. His smile stayed in place as he patted me on the back. "You'll learn to love it." I hated that he was right, too, because the minute I got on the field, I was reminded of one of my favorite things about the Pierces. They took family to a new level. Sure, I was close with my sisters and my father, but we weren't really that close with our extended family. We saw them around the holidays, but that was about it. Nathan's family, more than 30 of them, got together once a month to play baseball, and they loved it. The mood of the whole morning was light and fluffy. Young kids were running around, taking bets on who they thought would win. My team, the yellow team, was led by Easton and River. That was until they handed the coaching position over to me. They were awful coaches, but at least they knew how to hit home runs. Each time we scored, I loved seeing the irritation sitting on Nathan's face. The more the sun rose, the more excitement I began to feel. When it came down to the 5th inning, the final inning, because there was no way we would play a full 9 innings, everyone was standing in the bleachers cheering on Team Yellow. The score was Blue Team 5 and Yellow Team 4. Everyone was hungry for the win. We already had 2 outs. I was sitting on second base, and Easton was up to bat. He had 2 strikes, but I knew he could do it. Nathan was pitching, and he had the smuggest look on his face, feeling as if he was about to take his brother out. I saw the sweat brewing on Easton's forehead. The opposing team's chants and mocking weren't going to take him out. "Come on, Easton! You got this!" I cheered on. I tapped my hand against my chest and over my heart. "Think here, not here," I said, tapping my head next. Think with your heart, not your mind. A motto I'd learned from my father when he first taught me how to hold my first baseball. Heart over head. Daddy always said the game was over before it started if a person took their head into it more than their heart. It was something that stuck with me for a long time. Easton nodded, gripped his baseball bat in his hand, and got into the right position. He had his game face on, with black pats smeared beneath his eyes. He was locked in. Unfortunately, so was Nathan. As Nathan threw the ball toward Easton, I held my breath the whole time, ready to sprint faster than ever before, if need be. It all happened so quickly. The ball released from Nathan's hand, a perfect pitch, which wasn't shocking. Nathan might have played left field in the major leagues, but his pitching skills were always remarkable to me. And Easton swung. He swung like never before, making hard contact with the ball. It went soaring, too, farther than ever, making it nearly impossible for the other team to get. I took off running, as if my heart would explode from my chest. Right behind me was Easton, who was probably one of the fastest people I'd ever seen in my life. His track days came in handy that morning. The crowd erupted in shouts and cheers as I slid into home plate. Easton slid over the plate right after me, scoring us 2 points, making us the winners of the game. I burst out in celebration with my teammates, wrapping Easton in the biggest hug. Before I knew it, he and River were tossing me up in the air to celebrate the win, calling me the MVP of the game. I couldn't stop laughing as I begged them to let me down. That was what it was all about. The teamwork, the excitement, the game. Gosh, that felt good. It felt like a high I hadn't felt in so long. It was one thing to coach the sport, yet it was another to lace up your shoes and get out on the diamond. I missed it so much more than I realized. They returned me to the ground, and Easton patted his chest. "Here, Avery." He tapped his head. "Not here." I smirked. "Damn straight, buddy." I hugged him again, and he ruffled my hair with his hand in a victory cry. "All right, Team Blue, you know the deal. Get to work," Laurelyn said, clapping her hands together from the stands. "Everyone else can head over to the barn house. I have a few snacks I tossed in there before brunch is ready." My cheeks hurt from smiling so hard as Nathan walked over to me. He held a hand out my way. "Good game, Coach." I shook his hand. "Great game. Too bad we smoked you." His dimples deepened as he shook his head. "You always were a sore winner." What can I say? I get cocky with this game. "Cockiness looks good on you. You can beat me every week at this game if it keeps making you smile like that." An odd swirl of butterflies fell into my stomach from that comment. I dropped my hold on his hand and rubbed my hands over my ponytail, trying to shake off the flurry of electricity that just raced through my system. I shoved him lightly, trying not to show him that he had some odd effect on me simply from his touch and his words. "I like my eggs scrambled, Nathaniel." He smirked bigger. "It would be an honor to scramble your eggs, Avery." He slightly bowed and winked before he headed off to get the meal going. Oh, crap. I think I just orgasmed on the field. Screw Nathan Pierce and those damn winks of his. I didn't think they still had that much power over me, yet there I was, feeling slightly weak in the knees. "Can I sit with you?" Laurelyn asked, as I sat on one of the long tables in the barn, waiting to be served by the other team. "Of course, please." She sat across from me and quickly made herself comfortable. She grabbed a slice of the sourdough bread in front of us and started spreading butter onto it. What a fun game it was today, huh? Gosh, yeah. I forgot how much fun it was to play an actual game as opposed to just coaching it. I get the feeling Nathan felt the same way out there, she said, gesturing to her smiling son, who was bringing in a tray of hash browns to put on the bar with the food warmers. I know he's been back in town for over a year, but this is the first time he actually took part in the Sunday Funday baseball game. My eyes arched in disbelief. What? He'd never played before? Nope. He always said he was too busy doing stuff around the property. That was until today. He made it seem like he looked forward to these games when he told me. I wonder why that is or what changed. Laurelyn smiled. Yeah, I wonder. Her eyes moved back to her son, and her smile slowly faded. I do worry about him, though. Why's that? Because he's like you, resiliently strong. That worries me as a mother. I don't want him to have to feel as if he needs to be strong all the time. I don't want him to feel as if he needs to be so serious and driven every second of every day. My father says the same thing about me. The curse of being the eldest child. She semi-choked. I was the middle child in my family. I never realized how much my sister Stacy dealt with until I grew up. She took on a lot more responsibility than she should have had to. Nathan did the same thing, especially after his father passed away. After that happened, I know Nathan felt a responsibility to the family. He struggled a lot to have a life outside of looking after us in the game. When he lost the game with his injury, after losing his good friend too, he focused so much on the farm life. Nathan put so much weight on his shoulders to help everyone out. I don't know the last time I've seen him have so much fun as he did today. It's good to see him like this, Laurelyn explained. Like what? Happy and free. She smiled at me. Why do I feel as if you might have had something to do with that, Miss Kingsley? I shook my head. No, I honestly think it's just that he got back into coaching. I think helping the team is helping him. I felt it on the field today, too. I had nothing to do with his happiness. He just rediscovered something he loved again. Yes, she agreed in an all-knowing way. He did. She smiled, a smile that matched her son's, and patted my hand. Well, I should get to helping around here, but if there is anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Laurelyn. Thank you, Avery, she said before she walked away. I didn't know exactly what she was thanking me for, but the words stayed dancing in my head for a while. Not long after, Laurelyn was standing in front of everyone, and she said a prayer over the brunch. When that was all done, the losing team began to go around and collect the winners' orders. When Nathan came over with my full plate of food, my stomach instantly growled. Here you go, your royalty, he sarcastically remarked as he set the plate in front of me. Thank you, my servant. I gestured toward the beverage table. If only I had a nice, refreshing mimosa to drink with this meal. Fetch me one, will you? He snickered, shaking his head. You're going to milk this, aren't you? I started to gesture me milking invisible udders. 100%. I patted my throat. Make it 2 mimosas. I'm parched. With a slight bow, Nathan hurried off to grab my drinks, and when he came back, he took a seat across from me. He set down the mimosas in mason jars and smirked my way as I was stuffing my mouth with a sausage link. I paused my bite as I stared at him, confused as to why he was smiling so dang hard. I arched an eyebrow. What? Nothing. It's just what? He leaned closer, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. You like that, huh? I glanced at the piece of sausage on my fork. Clearly, seeing as I'm eating it. I took another bite. His chest swelled with pride as his face glowed with a triumphant gleam. I knew you'd like my sausage. I almost choked on the piece of meat in my mouth as those words escaped his mouth. I started coughing, trying my best to clear my throat and swallow the meat all at once. Nathan picked up my mimosa and held it out to me. Don't worry. It's not uncommon for me to cause women a choke from time to time. What a freaking idiot. An idiot that somehow made me laugh. Why are you such a moron? I was born this way. He shrugged, then leaned in closer. So tell me, how well did I scramble your eggs? Are you just going to sit here and watch me eat while asking inappropriate questions? Yes, actually, that was the plan. Don't you want food of your own? I ate in the kitchen. What about drinks? He lifted one of my mimosas and took a sip. Thanks, Coach. I was parched, he said, mocking me. I rolled my eyes and took a sip of my own drink. So, what's the deal with you? This morning you woke me up like this baseball game thing was a huge deal. It is a big deal. Rumor has it that you haven't played a game since you moved back into town. It's a big deal for everyone else. I narrowed my eyes. Then why did you make it seem like it was such a big deal this morning and as if you wanted to play? Because I did want to play. He set his mason jar down and wrapped both his hands around it. I just wanted to play with you. Don't do that, Nathan. Do what? Make my heart skip a million beats? I shook my head. Nothing. Never mind. His lips curved up at the corners. I know I can be a dumbass sometimes, but I'm serious, Avery. Lately, watching you with the guys at practices, you helped me remember why I love this sport. Today was good for me. Today was good for me, too. I looked down at my plate for a moment because sometimes it felt hard to stare into Nathan's eyes. It felt like staring into my future and past all at once. Your mom worries about you, I mentioned, needing to shift the conversation slightly so I wouldn't continue to be sitting in a pool of flurries. Did you know that? Now it was Nathan's turn to uncomfortably shift. I think that's what parents do best. Worry. Should she be worried, though? With a quizzical lift of his brow, he slanted his head slightly. His piercing look caused a tightness in my chest that was hard to breathe around. Now it's your turn not to do that, he whispered, his voice a blend of warning and pleading. Do what? Make me tell you the truth, he said, his stare unwavering. The air between us felt heavy with the weight of his impending confession. My mind spun with what his truth may have been. Before I could reply, Easton walked over and slammed his hands onto Nathan's shoulders, breaking the tension between us. Sarah's here, Easton stated. Nathan turned to face his brother. No shit, Sarah's here. Yup, she walked in like she still had a right to walk on in, he explained, sitting beside his brother. Easton looked at me and grinned. Sorry to interrupt, Avery. It's just that Sarah's here. Oh, no. I understand, I said. I blinked a few times. Who's Sarah? The woman who broke River's heart, Nathan explained. She cheated on him with his best friend. That's not much of a best friend, I muttered. You're telling me, Easton said, snatching a piece of bacon from my plate. Can you believe that she had the nerve to walk in here with his whole family around? Knowing Sarah, I'm not that shocked. Tact wasn't her middle name, Nathan said, as he pushed himself up from sitting. They are right outside. Yeah, he's trying to get Sarah to leave, but she's having a full-blown freak-out, Easton explained. Evan said he'd get rid of her, but you know Evan. Yeah, I know. It would make a bigger scene if he handled it. Don't worry, I got it. Nathan glanced my way and gave me a small grin. I'll see you later, Coach. I stood from the table and shook my head. Wait, Let me handle Sarah." The guys looked at one another, then at me. Easton grimaced. "You don't know Sarah, Avery." "Exactly. And she doesn't know that River and I are so in love," I stated, placing my hands on my hips, batting my eyelashes toward the guys. Easton's grin stretched as he realized my plan. Nathan frowned. "No way." "Yes." They both said it at the same time, but I went with Easton's yes instead of Nathan's no way. "All right, Avery." Easton patted me on the back before he rubbed his hands together in bliss. "Batter up."
24. Nathan. I hated this plan, but damn it, it was a good plan. A great plan, even. Sarah was the definition of a bad ex-girlfriend. Ever since River found out about her hooking up with his best friend, she'd been trying to get back with him on an unnatural level. Even with him blocking her number, he'd get calls from random phone numbers, only to find out it was Sarah trying to weasel her way back into his life. I followed Easton to the front of the barn and peered out of the window as we spied on Avery, walking out to where River and Sarah stood. Sarah, of course, was in a fit of emotions, tears streaming down her face, and poor River stood there looking as if he'd kicked a puppy. I knew whatever crap Sarah was feeding him was making him feel guilty, and that infuriated me. The poor guy had a heart of gold, and it made me angry that Sarah was manipulating his emotions post-breakup the same way she had done during said relationship. Before Avery walked over to the two, she pulled her high ponytail out and raked her hands through her long hair, allowing it to fall past her shoulders. She then pushed out her chest and headed straight to River. "Hey, babe, the food is getting cold and—" Avery's eyes moved to Sarah. "Oh, hi there." Without a moment of hesitation, Avery wrapped her arm around River's waist and slipped beneath his arm, forcing River to place his arm around her shoulders. "Who's this?" she asked with the sweetest voice I'd ever heard. I wish she used that voice on me more often. For a moment, River hesitated. The swirl of confusion sitting in his bent brow almost made me burst out in laughter. Then realization settled in, and he pulled Avery closer to him. My chest tightened from their proximity to one another. I knew they were acting, but still. A sting of jealousy slapped me hard. "Oh, this is just someone I used to know, babe," River said, rubbing Avery's shoulder in a circular motion. Sarah's eyes danced up and down Avery with a look of disgust. She wiped away her crocodile tears and huffed. "Who's this?" she demanded. "This is Avery, my girlfriend," River said proudly as he puffed out his chest. "Since when do you have a girlfriend?" Sarah barked with a disgusted tone, letting her true colors show. "We're new," Avery mentioned as she stared at River with lovey-dovey eyes. "But I'm pretty sure we're going the distance." Avery stood on her tiptoes and kissed River's cheek. I wanted to slug my brother in the jawline for getting that kiss on the cheek. It's fake, it's fucking fake, Nathan. Chill out." "You moved on?" Sarah questioned, those fake tears falling from her eyes. Or maybe they were real tears from the realization that River was not wrapped around her finger anymore. "Yeah," he said with a confidence that made me proud of the fucker. "I suggest you do the same." With that, he pulled Avery in closer to him, turned around with her, and headed back inside to the barn. Sarah stood there with a look of shock for a second before walking back to her car and driving away. And that, my friends, was what one called a mic drop. The second Sarah was gone, Easton and Grant began jumping up and down all over River and Avery, celebrating the epic scene that just unfolded before us. Even Evan had a small smirk on his face as he stood there with his arms crossed. "Not bad, Kingsley," Evan stated, giving Avery a slight nod. That was the biggest compliment in the world from Mr. Grump. "You fucking rock star," River said, playfully shoving Avery. "First you get us a baseball win, then you gift me another win." "I had a good feeling you'd bring some good vibes to the property," Grant said, complimenting Avery. She laughed and bowed. "What can I say? I'm a useful woman." "Damn straight you are," Rivers said, placing his hands against her shoulders in celebration. Drop the scowl. You're starting to look a little too much like me, Evan whispered as he nudged me in the arm. I shook my head. I'm not scowling, I said with indeed a scowl. He chuckled slightly and shrugged. Whatever you say, Nate. Whatever you say. After the guys were done celebrating with Avery, she walked over to me with the kind of smile that made my own grumpiness dissipate. I gave her a slow clap. Not bad, Coach. I bet you didn't know I was such a good actress. Some might have said you weren't acting at all, I sarcastically remarked. It seemed a little too realistic. Raising an eyebrow, she shifted her stance, hands on her hips. What's that, Nathan? A tinge of jealousy? Dismissing her accusation, I heavily sighed and shook my head. Jealous? Me? Not in the slightest. She stepped closer to me. Maybe a little slightest? Her proximity felt foreign to me, like a dream I'd been dreaming of for a long-ass time coming true. Was that playfulness in her stare, too? Was Avery being playful with me again? This day was taking a turn I didn't expect it to take. Maybe a little, I confessed, stepping in closer, too. I'd move in closer and closer as long as she allowed it. A tiny bit. Don't worry, Nathaniel. Her smile grew, and she placed a comforting hand against my forearm. River's not my type. And what is your type, Coach? With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she gave me a once-over, a playful look on her face, before she coyly started off toward her table. I need more mimosas. This woman was going to be the end of me. I followed her footsteps like a puppy dog in need of its owner's attention. I'm just saying, Wesley didn't seem like your type to me. She glanced back at me and arched an eyebrow. Is that so? That's so. And what about Wesley didn't seem like my type? He seemed weak. You think I don't have a thing for weak men? I know you don't have a thing for weak men. Okay, wise guy. You seem to know me well, so you tell me, she said as she picked up her mason jar and took a swig. What do you think my type is? I swiped her mason jar from her grip and took a sip too. Someone with a dash of cockiness and a sprinkle of charm. True. And maybe handsome too. And funny. I'm hilarious, I said with a wide grin. Knock, knock. Who's there? Your future husband. She rolled her eyes. I loved when she rolled her eyes at me. She did it so dramatically that I couldn't help but feel turned on. You're not my type, Nathaniel, she said. Why is that? She snatched her drink back. Because you annoy me too much. That sounds like a compliment. That's only because your peanut brain doesn't know how to decipher insults from compliments. I smirked. Thanks, Coach. Another eye roll. Truthfully, I don't have a type. I don't like men, so that makes it next to impossible for me to have a type. Most of you just piss me off. You seem to like my brothers well enough. That's because they aren't major pains in my ass. I don't have to be a pain in your ass. I narrowed my brows. Unless you request me to be a pain in your ass, if you're just into butt stuff. She laughed. I like that even more than the eye rolls. This conversation is over, she ordered as she took a seat back at the table. I sat across from her. Okay. What do you want to talk about now? I was somewhat interested in our conversation before Easton interrupted it. A knot formed in my gut as she said those words. The last thing I wanted to talk about was me and my mother's concern about me. I'd rather talk about anything else in the world but that. That was a pretty boring conversation. I'd rather go back to talking about putting a pain in your ass. Her eyes narrowed as she studied me, a seriousness finding her stare. What does the rest of your day look like today? Nothing too much. Why? She leaned in toward me. Do you want to hang out with me today on the field here and hit some balls? I leaned in toward her. Yes. Around 7 this evening? It's a date. It's not a date. It's hanging out between two friends. We are not friends. It's a batting round between two roommates. Okay, that works. She shoved her plate toward me. Now go get me some more of your sausage. I'm still hungry. Did it seem like a setup that Avery asked me to hang out with her on the field? 100%. Was I willing to overlook it since all I wanted to do with my time lately was hang out with her? 1,000,000%. I showed up to find her already standing at home plate with a bag of baseballs beside her. She wore black leggings, an oversized sweatshirt, and a baseball cap, and she held a bat in her hands. The second she saw me, she said, "You're late." By 2 minutes. Late is late. I like to make an entrance, I joked, walking toward her. So what's the catch here? I asked. The catch? Don't play dumb, Avery. That's my role. I know you didn't just invite me out to hit some balls for a casual conversation. So out with it. She placed the head of her bat against the ground and held it around the neck. You didn't want to talk about your mom worrying about you at brunch? True. I figured it would be easier to talk about it on the field. This is my favorite place to talk about hard things, or at least think about hard things. I'm not big on conversation when it comes to my feelings. I guess we have something in common. Who would have thought? She quipped. She held the bat out toward me. So you want to talk while we hit balls around? Since when do you care about my feelings? Since I decided that I don't hate you as much anymore. I arched an eyebrow. No full-core hatred? Trust me, I'm as shocked as you are, she stated. Don't get me wrong, there's still hate. But the more time I've spent around you, the more I realize something major. And what's that? We aren't that different, you and I. I moved in toward her. Is that so? Yeah. We both suffer from the same disorder. And what disorder is that? Oldest sibling syndrome. I snickered. Is that the official medical term? Sure is. Look it up on WebMD. It's called OSS for short, though. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my cell phone to search it. Avery held her hand out toward me and stopped me. Later. Look it up later. I slid the phone back into my pocket and crossed my arms over my chest. All right, I'll play. What are some of the symptoms of OSS? Oh, there are plenty, especially when a parental figure is missing from the equation. Enlighten me. She swirled the bat back and forth between the palms of her hands. Well, for starters, you are extremely reliable and find yourself responsible for your siblings, almost as if they are your own kids, seeing how you help raise them. I narrowed my brows. Go on. You are overly protective over your family and go out of your way to make sure everyone's okay. You're a workaholic. You put your own wants and needs on the back burner in order to make sure everyone else is good. You let your dreams sit on the sidelines if it makes sure others are happier. My mouth twitched a little. She was hitting a little too close to home. I took the bat from her and grabbed a ball from the bag. I tossed it up and swung, hitting the ball into the distance. Go on, I said. She took the bat from me and stepped onto the plate. You suffer from a hyper-independence, which seems like a good thing, but it's not. She tossed the ball up and knocked it out. It's actually a trauma response because you feel like you can't rely on others, seeing how it was always your job to be the reliable source. Too loud, coach. She handed the bat back to me. We switched positions. You also worry about messing up and letting people down, which is why you are so achievement-oriented, she explained. I hit the next ball. She whistled low. Nice hit. Thanks. I flicked my thumb against the bridge of my nose. So with this OSS, what's the treatment plan? She shrugged. Don't know. Still trying to figure that out myself. Because as someone suffering with OSS, I know that we hate all eyes on us, and we hate the thought of people worrying about us because it shows that we aren't as strong as we should be, and we should always be strong. She took the bat from me and performed another hit. But I think it helps to struggle in numbers. Makes it a little easier to breathe. Are you suggesting we start an OSS club? A secret society where we share our struggles with each other, since only us eldest children can truly understand. I put a hand against my chest. Did we just become best friends? I asked, quoting the movie Step Brothers. She laughed. No, absolutely not. We aren't even friends. We are just two people who come to the field once a week to vent, to talk, and to feel better with one another. That's it. That's all. Okay. I can get behind this secret society of two. Is this our first official meeting? She held out the bat toward me. It is. Okay. I took the bat and swung. So how does the conversation start? Should your mother be worried about you? I glanced back at her and saw the seriousness in her stare. I considered lying, but that wasn't exactly the point of the OSS club. Sometimes, yes. The corner of her mouth twitched as she frowned. Should she be worried about you right now? I shook my head. No. Right now, I'm good. Happy? She asked. Right now, yes, but I don't strive for happiness. That's a temporary, fleeting thing. What do you strive for? Contentment, I replied. It's a longer-term state of satisfaction. Happiness is fleeting. Contentment is stable and solid throughout life. I thought I was content in my last relationship. Oh, I shook my head. That's different. One should never be content in love. Why is that? I don't know. I just feel as if love deserves a word, a feeling bigger than that. And what word is that? Don't know yet, but once I figure it out, I'll be the first to inform you. She smiled a little, but then fell once again into a worried frown. But you're okay, right? For someone who isn't my friend, you sure show a lot of friendship tendencies. What can I say? I'm a good person. Yes, I agreed. You are. She grew bashful and snatched the bat from me to shake off her nervous energy. Anyway, you didn't answer my follow-up question. Before we move on to if I'm okay, don't I get to ask you the same question about whether your father should be worried about you? Should I be worried about you? Oh no, today's OSS meeting isn't about me. It's just about you. That seems unfair. What can I say? I don't make the rules. That's funny because it feels as if you do, indeed, make the rules. She bit her bottom lip. For a second, I thought about biting it too. Then those moist, full lips parted, and she said, Why are you single? What? Pretty straightforward question, Coach, she replied. That was the first time she called me Coach, and it did things to my lower region, a twitch in my crotch area from a 5-letter word. She wasn't lying. She didn't hate me as much anymore. That was refreshing. I just haven't found the right person, I said. Are you looking for the right person? No, I'm not. She nodded with her lips puckered out as she pointed the bat at me. You know what this is? What's that? Hyper-independence and a fear of intimacy. A classic case of older sibling syndrome. You think that no one will be able to love you on a deep level because you haven't even managed to love yourself on said deep level. And you have a fear of letting go of the reins in your life because you don't trust others to guide you. Well, damn. Okay, Dr. Phil. I cocked a brow. How did you get past it? Oh, I didn't. Bull, you had a whole fiancé. You were minutes away from being married. You had to let go of some of that independence to get there. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't. Wesley and I had a very scholarly relationship. When he asked me out, he used a pie chart and told me the statistics of a woman like me being paired with a man like him. When he proposed, he asked me with 3 different rings because he knew I liked to be in control of the outcome. At least that's what I told myself. Looking back, I think it's just because he didn't know me well enough to know what I'd want. How long were you two together? 3 years? She almost smiled, but it fell short. Turns out you can sleep in the same bed as someone for years and still not know who was lying beside you. Ask me 3 things that he and I had in common. What are those 3 things? She shook her head and shrugged. I've been trying to figure them out over the past few days. I also have been trying to figure out why I don't miss him more. I feel like I should, you know? I should miss him. Maybe you're still processing the whole situation. Maybe, she agreed. She bit her bottom lip. But can I tell you a secret? I'm the best with secrets. When I called off the wedding, I was upset, devastated even. But after a little time, there was a moment when I felt relief. You loved him, though. Yes, but that's the problem. I think I loved him up to my self-enforced limit of love, which isn't saying much at all. Well, look at us. 2 broken peas in a pod. I hate peas. I smiled. I know. We stayed on the field for a while longer. Then we headed back into my house to call it a night. I watched television for a while before deciding it was time for sleep. While heading to my bedroom, and I knocked on Avery's door. She'd just hopped out of the shower. She had a towel wrapped around her body and one wrapped around her hair as she opened the door. It took everything in my power not to allow my eyes to move up and down her figure. What's up? She asked, gripping the towel to her body. You never answered my question. Which one? Should I be worried about you today? She smiled. It was so tiny and short-lived, but it sat against her lips for a moment. No, she said, shaking her head. Not today. 25. Nathan. I think you should take the lead today, Avery told me one afternoon before practice. Let the guys get a feel of Coach P in his prime. I didn't hate the idea. Truthfully, I was a bit shocked that she offered us such a position. Though lately, it seemed as if Avery and I were not only in the same book with one another, we were finding our way to the same page. Sure, sometimes she wrote in cursive, and I didn't know what the hell was going on with her, but for the most part, we were becoming more and more of a team, especially when it came to baseball. I loved that, I said. I gave her a slight head nod. Thanks, Coach. She nodded back. I'm going to stay back and do some paperwork before our game this weekend. Have fun out there. I'll meet you all soon. Not only was she letting me take the lead today, but she was also giving me no reins. That felt fucking fantastic. Over the past few weeks, I'd been getting to know the guys more and more. It was clear to me how different they all had been and how they each needed different coaching techniques from me. Some needed a gentler hand, while others needed to be shoved to reach their highest potential. The one I connected to the most was Cameron, though. Something about him reminded me of myself as a kid. Not only that, but I could also relate to him having a drunk dad who showed up to games and embarrassed the hell out of him. Cameron was a good kid and a fantastic ball player. He could easily go to the pros with the right opportunities presented to him. He was a beast during practices and a natural-born leader. It was clear the rest of the guys looked up to him, and he made sure to help his teammates in any way possible. It was just when he got on the field during actual games that he froze up, which was something I was looking to break him out of. Cameron Fisher suffered from stage fright. Call it nerves, call it pressure, call it whatever you want to call it. All I knew was that he lived too much in his head and not enough in his heart. I used to have the same issue as him, which made me the perfect individual to help him break out of that mindset. Then when the scouts came to the games, and they would, due to a few calls I'd made, they could see how talented Cameron and the rest of our players had been. If I did anything for the team, it would be opening them up to the best opportunities for their lives. During practice, I got the guys warmed up in the facility before shooting them out to the field to run a few drills. As all the guys started heading out to the field, I called out to Cameron. Cam, can you hang back for a second? I asked. He glanced toward me and raked his hand through his messy blonde hair. Yeah, Coach P? He asked, jogging over to me. I clapped my hands together. Foot loose. Cameron arched an eyebrow. What? Foot loose, I repeated as I started hopping up and down. You need to embrace foot loose. I have no clue what that means. I know. There was a point when I didn't either. When I was younger, I used to be just like you. I used to overthink every play when it came to game days, and I'd get in my own head about it. Cameron huffed as his face turned slightly red and his hands formed fists. I know I've been messing up, Coach P, but I don't want you to bench me and... Cam, That's not why I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to you because you have a big game in a few days and I know you can crush it. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help. His embarrassment settled away slightly as he shook his head. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just get in my head a bit and I can't seem to focus out there. I know. Footloose. Why do you keep saying footloose? Because that's what got me through my tough period when I was struggling. I was about your age when I had scouts coming out to watch me play. I always froze up on those days and would have some of my worst games. It wasn't until I met a coach who gave me this technique that changed everything for me. The footloose technique? Yeah. It's where you take a moment and dance. He laughed. Yeah, right. I'm not shitting you, Cameron. And if you go back to watch some of my old tapes, you'll see me doing it on the sidelines before I went up to bat. Even in the major leagues, it's shaking off the pressure that is building inside you. It's finding out that no matter what, life isn't that serious. It's a game, yeah, but it's not the end of your life if you don't win or lose. Tell that to my dad, he murmured. That's the thing about Footloose, I explained. You don't have to explain it to anyone else but yourself. Just try it, will you? If it doesn't work, fine. But if you do it, realizing that no one's opinion of you matters out there except for your own, then maybe you can get more out of your head and more into your heart. That's where baseball exists, Cam. I patted his chest over his heart. We play from here first. Otherwise, what's the point? Footloose, he mumbled to himself. And you just dance? Hell yeah, I said as I started dancing around like a complete fool. You let loose. He laughed, shaking his head. That sounds silly. That's the whole point. It's light. It doesn't weigh you down. And the coach taught you this technique? The best coach in all of baseball. I promise you. If you allow yourself to be a complete fool, you also allow yourself to achieve greatness. I patted him on the shoulder. Now get out there with the guys. They need their leader to push them today before the game. He nodded and started jogging out to join the rest of the team. I hurried behind him, hoping that he might take my advice. As the practice continued, Avery stood next to me with her whistle hanging around her neck and the clipboard close to her chest. As the guys performed a play to perfection, I noticed a small grin that fell on Avery's face. You're pretty good at this, Nathan. The guys listen to you, she told me. They like you more. Well, no shit, I'm amazing. I snickered. I think we can win the next series against Hamilton High. I think we're going to take it home. I sure hope so. The guys are working harder than they ever have. I would love to have a win under our belt. Then we can even make it to the postseason playoffs. Could you imagine that? With you as their coach, absolutely. She rolled her eyes. Stop with the flattery. It's annoying. I crossed my arms over my chest. This does feel good, though, being back around the game, coaching. For a while, I thought about coaching at a big college level. I got a few offers, but I wanted to help get the farm back on its feet. I felt as if my time was better used here. The farm seems to be doing really well. It is, I agreed. But now I have the best of both worlds, baseball and family. A big college-level team would be a lot more exciting than this little high school, she said. Yeah, but would that big college-level team have a coach who called me a dumbass on the regular? Don't be silly, Nathan. There are plenty of coaches around the world who would love to call you a dumbass. She choked. She blew her whistle and started for the field. Kevin, run that play again, but step more into the pitch. You almost got it. Let me show you. I smirked at her as she walked away to help the players. Sure, maybe there would be coaches who called me a dumbass, but none would do it as insultingly as she did. There was something so sweet about hearing Avery Kingsley call me a dumbass. It held a certain level of prestige to it. After practice, Avery and I headed home to find a note on the front door from my mother. Made you and Avery a pan of enchiladas that you can bake for dinner. Left it in your garage fridge. Mom. Avery smiled at the note. You boys are so spoiled. The perks of living on a family farm. If you don't want to cook, someone else probably has dinner on the stove. I bet my mom would have been the same way, she mentioned. That caused me to pause for a second as I was about to unlock the door. Avery hardly ever talked about her mother. Even when we were kids, the topic didn't come up much. I figured it was because some things were too hard to talk about. You miss her a lot, huh? I asked as I unlocked and opened the door. She nodded. Every single day. She walked into the foyer of the house and began to take off her shoes. Do you miss your dad? No, I said without hesitation. But I do miss the idea of a father. She smiled a comforting type of smile that felt far from judgmental. I know how tough it was for you when he passed. We didn't talk much about it, seeing how things between us ended abruptly, but I know how harsh he was toward you. You not missing him is completely understandable. But it comes with a level of guilt. Losing a parent always comes with a level of guilt, even when you're young. She placed her duffel bag in the front of the closet before taking mine from me and doing the same. We were moving into a routine with one another after practice, and it felt so good. Do you want kids someday? She asked. Yeah, I do. I just hope that I do better than him when it comes to raising all my kids. I'd want to love each kid equally, unlike my father. He wasn't as harsh with your brothers? I shook my head as I walked into the kitchen to get water. Nope, mostly me. Maybe because I was the oldest. Maybe because I wouldn't allow him to snap at my brothers. It's hard to say. I read an article once about how no child has the same parent. Each one experiences their parents in a different light based on personalities, the time period, and the situations at hand. It's like how my dad has a completely different relationship with Yara, Willow, and me. Yeah. I just hope I don't have any of my father and me to pass on to my kids. Avery shook her head. You don't, Nathan. You're a mother's child, not your father's. And for what it's worth, you'd make a great dad. How can you know that? I see you with our team. You treat everyone as individuals and care for them as if they were the center of your universe. That's what a good parent would do. Treat each child as a unique individual. Those kids mean a lot to me. You mean a lot to them too? I poured 2 glasses of water and slid one across the island toward Avery. We make a good team, don't we, Coach? She shyly grinned and nodded. We do all right. She took a sip of water. I'm going to go get the enchiladas from the garage fridge. I'm starving. Sounds good.
26. Avery. The first game in the series against Hamilton High was off to an amazing start. The guys were on fire, and I couldn't help but feel hopeful that we could win this thing. I felt the pressure of the game riding on Cameron. I sat in the dugout, nearly chewing my nails off, as Nathan stood near the field, clapping his hands. The other players stayed ready on their bases. We had all bases covered, and all Cameron needed to do was hit one good pitch to get Caleb and Tommy home from second and third base. Then we'd win the game. Unfortunately, Cameron was 2 strikes down. I saw it happening. The anxiety of the pressure building up in Cameron. Our practices had been amazing, and I felt as if he was getting stronger and stronger each week, but I knew the nerves were still eating at him the same way I was eating at my nails. He was all in his head and not in his heart. This wasn't going to be good. I stood from the dugout and began clapping along with the rest of the crew. "You got this, Cam!" I shouted out. His body language said the complete opposite as his father, Adam, shouted at him from the stands not to screw up. That made my blood boil, but I couldn't focus on the asshat in the audience. I needed to keep my focus on my player. The more Adam ridiculed him, the more I cheered him on. Out of nowhere, Nathan called for a timeout. I shot him a look as he gave me a small smile before he jogged over to Cameron. Nathan placed his hands against Cameron's shoulders and whispered something into his ear. Then, Nathan began to jump up and down and broke out into a silly dance, shaking his hips all over the place and waving his arms in the air like a madman. Cameron laughed slightly, and I watched as the heavy pressure on Cameron's shoulders began to dissipate. Nathan kept dancing like a tree in a windstorm, and he slightly shoved Cameron's shoulder. Cameron sighed for a moment before he began to dance like Nathan too. What in the world was happening? Nathan clapped his hands together, pulled Cameron into him, and whispered one more thing before patting the top of Cameron's baseball helmet and swatting him back out to the batting diamond. Nathan jogged back over to me and crossed his arms, focusing back on the field. "What was that?" I asked, keeping my eyes on Cameron. "Footloose," he replied. "Always helped me get out of my head and more into my heart." My heartbeat quickened as those words left his mouth, knowing I was the one who taught him the footloose technique all those years before. It was something I learned from my mom when I was a little girl, and anxiety would swallow me whole. When life was too much, we would take a break to shake off the pressure that was building up. I hadn't used that technique in such a long time, but to see Nathan use it on Cameron did something to my soul that I couldn't quite describe. I tried to push the feeling away and went back to my focus on Cameron. I held my breath the whole time I watched him get into position. The pitcher was in his zone. The players were ready on base. The ball was released. Cameron swung, and he hit. Not only did he hit it, but he freaking smashed the heck out of the ball. It soared, too, going over the stadium, which meant Cameron Fisher just hit a grand slam. A grand freaking slam! And he made it look easy. I started shouting and jumping up and down, with Nathan doing the same beside me as each player rounded the bases, hitting their home runs. The moment Cameron made it around, the whole team rushed over and started jumping all over him, cheering like wild. We won. We won! Without thought, I wrapped my arms around Nathan as we continued to leap up and down in pure shock from Cameron knocking it out of the field. I didn't know I could feel so damn happy from one hit. My happiness was more than winning the game, though. It was about Cameron finding his confidence, finding his strength in the midnight hour, and showing up not only for the team, but for himself, too. That was why I did what I did. That was why I loved this sport so much. The crew all shook hands with the opposing team, and their coaches shook hands with us. "That was damn impressive, Coach K," Coach Riley said from the opposing team. "It seems you and Coach P have a good thing going on over here. The other teams you have coming up should be prepared for challenging runs with your team. Great game." I thanked him, still feeling as if my heart was going to explode from my chest. The amount of pride I had swirling in me was almost all-consuming. After the game, I had all the guys meet in the stands so I could tell them how proud I was of them. The energy burst shooting through everyone was something worthy of the movies. I knew it seemed like a basic win to the outside world, but for us, it stood as a shift. Things were changing for us, and I knew if we kept moving forward, we could go far this year. It had been a long time since I'd felt so hopeful. After the team headed home, I went to my office, still high as a kite. Not long after, Nathan came in, clapping his hands together in celebration. "Can you believe that?" he exclaimed, his energy still on 11 out of 10. I couldn't blame him because I was still bursting at the seams too. I walked over to him and shoved his shoulder. "What the heck?" I laughed in complete awe, shaking my head. "That was fucking phenomenal." He playfully shoved me back. "I can't believe it. Those guys were on fire." I shoved him back, and he playfully fell backward, landing against the edge of my desk. It was like they were high. Jackson, Caleb, Tommy, Cameron? Freaking Cameron? I can't believe it. What in the world did you say to him? I saw his energy lift before the dancing happened. What did you say? I told him what I wished I would have heard during some games when the pressure felt so high and all on me, he explained, placing his hands against the edge of my desk. I told him that he was good enough, no matter what happened, and that the world wasn't resting on his shoulders. My breathing slowed as I stared at him in complete awe. Nathan. Yeah. You're a fucking remarkable coach. His smile reflected our shared triumph that afternoon, and for what felt like the first time, we were coasting on the same wave, feeling the same feelings as one another, completely in sync.
"Avery,"
he said.
"Yes?" "You're a fucking remarkable coach."
And just like that, everything began to shift. In the afterglow of the electrifying baseball victory, the air in my office felt supercharged with excitement and relief as I studied Nathan. His biceps were on full display as he held the edge of my desk with a wicked smile of bliss plastered against his mouth. My eyes danced around and peered at the walls that were adorned with strategies and team rosters, signs that spoke of the countless hours of dedication that Nathan and I had put in over the past few weeks. This wasn't just my win. This was ours. It was clear as day to me that I couldn't have gotten the team to where they were without Nathan's guidance, because he added such an important part to the game that I'd somehow forgotten over time. Heart. He was the heartbeat of our team, and somehow he'd managed to get my own heart beating once again after so much time of it being shut off. I shook my head as I paced the room, replaying the game's final moments as the air between Nathan and me sat thick with an unspoken bond forging between us through the victory.
"Can we talk about Caleb too?"
I expressed, as I recounted the pivotal play that got the team to a solid spot in the 8th inning. As I turned to him, my stomach fluttered with butterflies that surprised me. Nathan's gaze met mine with unspoken words lingering in the air. Did he feel it too? The tension that I had no clue how to decipher. My pacing came to a halt as my eyes stayed locked with his. At that moment, the world beyond the office walls faded, leaving only the two of us suspended in the aftermath of our victory. Without a full understanding of the impulse, I found myself closing the distance between us. Nathan, as if drawn by the same invisible force, straightened up, his attention fixed solely on me. The air shifted, charged with a new, unexplored tension. My heart raced, pounding against my chest with a fervor that matched the adrenaline of our win. My mind, which was normally so focused and clear, was a whirlwind of emotions and a newfound desire. What was happening to me? What was this feeling taking over? Words were lost to me as I stood there with his approach. Instead of running or pushing him away, I stepped out of character. I acted on a compulsion fueled by the high of our victory and the sudden, overwhelming realization of feelings for the man who stood before me. At that moment, I felt like 18-year-old Avery again, lost completely in Nathan Pierce's soul, uncertain if I wanted a roadmap out. With a boldness that surprised me, I reached up to him, my hands finding the sides of his face, and I pulled him into a kiss that crackled with the intensity of the moment. I fell into uncharted territory, and while I should have felt fearful of the dive I'd taken, I felt nothing but pure bliss. He didn't hesitate to kiss me back as he instantly responded to my kiss. Within seconds, he took the leap, wrapping his arms around me, pulling my body closer to his. The world around us, the office, the echoes of the game, the weight of our responsibilities, it all fell away, leaving only the truth of the moment we were creating. He kissed me as if he'd been waiting decades to find his way back to my mouth, and I kissed him back, famished for his taste as his fingers dug into my back. At that moment, all common sense disappeared, and I was left with nothing more than the need for more. More. I didn't know how long we kissed, but it didn't seem long enough. His hands wrapped around my body as he deepened the kiss. When we finally parted, breathless and with a new energy flickering between us, my mind caught up with what had happened. But I wanted more. I needed more. Yes, my gosh, yes. I didn't know kisses could taste like this, powerful and sensual all at once. I moved in to kiss him again, to get lost once more against his mouth, yet this time he stopped me. I took a step back as the somber look fell over him, making my stomach turn. What was that expression? Regret? Disappointment? His mouth parted, and he whispered, "Avery." "What is it?" I asked. Nathan grimaced and cleared his throat. His stare moved past me over toward the door. What was he staring at? Did a student catch our act? Was there a player taking in the passionate kiss he and I'd shared? I turned to see what caused Nathan to look so distressed, and within seconds I understood his expression. My heart, it dropped. "Wesley?" I murmured. There, in the doorframe of my office, stood my ex-fiancé. Wesley held a bouquet of roses in his hands, while his eyes were packed with pain. Without a word, he turned and hurried away. 27. Avery. "Wesley, wait!" I called out, chasing him into the parking lot of the school building. My heart was wildly pounding, and I was completely uncertain of how to slow down the intense thoughts shooting through my mind. Wesley reached his car and started to open the door. As I reached him, I placed a hand against his shoulder. "Wesley, wait," I urged. He turned around to face me, flowers still in his grip. His eyes flooded with emotions as he sat on the edge of tears falling down his face. "What, Avery?" he snapped as he pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "What do you want?" Guilt filled me as I swallowed hard. "What are you doing here?" His shoulders dropped, and he waved the flowers around. "I thought I was coming to win you back, but clearly that wasn't a possibility." "Win me back?" I asked, confused. "I thought you were supposed to be off getting prepared for your new life." He cleared his throat and sniffled. "It turns out the position wasn't locked in as much as I thought. Drew miscalculated the situation. The position went to another." "Oh, gosh." I almost told him I was sorry, but I didn't like to lie to jerks who left me on my wedding day. "As if you care," he huffed, his coldness stinging my system. "Why do you have an attitude with me? You're the one who left me on our wedding day, not the other way around," I expressed. A part of me was still stunned that he was standing in front of me. A part of me thought I might have got hit in the head with a ball at the game, and I was suffering from a terrible concussion. Over the past few weeks, I assumed Wesley didn't want anything to do with me. I figured he rode off into the sunset of his happily ever after. I made peace with that. Not all stories receive decent endings. Some ended abruptly in the middle of a chapter. Wesley's shoulders dropped. I know. Sorry, it's just..." He took a deep inhalation and released it. "You already moved on with that freaking guy that you swore you hated." "I didn't imagine I'd find you sucking face with him as I came to talk things out." He paused. "Is it true you moved in with him?" he asked with a tinge of disgust in his voice. I shook my head slightly, thrown off by the question. "That's nothing that we need to talk about right now." He huffed. "It's just funny. You gave me such a hard time about Drew, but then you end up playing house with your ex." "Stop it, Wesley," I whispered, feeling chills race up and down my body. "That's not fair." "At least it makes it clear why you were so okay with calling off the wedding. Who knows how long the two of you had been hooking up behind my back? I knew I got a weird feeling from him when I went into the butcher shop. I bet you told him to take the coaching gig too, so you'd have more time together." "That's not true." "It is true," he argued. "It's clear as day how true it's been." What in the gaslighting was going on right now?
I did nothing with Nathan up until about 5 minutes ago, and if Wesley could have seen how I'd reacted to Nathan getting the coaching gig, he would realize how ridiculous his comment had been. "Why couldn't you live with your sisters?" he asked. "Or your father? You all are glued to each other's hips. I don't understand how Nathan Pierce was your first option." "He wasn't," I told him. "But I don't have to explain all this. It doesn't matter." "Have you been sleeping with him?" A wave of annoyance hit me. How dare he ask me that? He was the one who left me, not the other way around. "It's actually none of your business." "That sounds like a yes to me." "Then maybe you should fix your hearing." "So him snapping at me at the butcher shop weeks ago, threatening to slam my head into the glass display, was just out of the good nature of his heart. You can't convince me that you two weren't screwing around." Nathan snapped at Wesley? That was news to me. "Wesley, I never once cheated on you." "You're telling me that the two of you haven't even kissed until just now, huh? You want me to believe that?" My chest tightened, thinking about what happened between Nathan and me not that long ago in my office. It was such a flurry of events that I hadn't even processed yet. "When I was with you, Wesley, I was with you. I never stepped out on our relationship." "Right," he huffed. "You just didn't waste any time getting into your ex's pants. Noted. After all the years we spent together, I was wrong about you. If I knew you were a cheater, I would have never wasted my time on you." "I didn't cheat on you," I barked, feeling my rage building from the idea that he was painting me as a cheater when he was the one who left me. Still, somehow, his words were affecting me. Somehow, I'd felt guilt filling my chest, and I wasn't the one who chose a career over a relationship. "But still, you weren't emotionally available for him, Avery. Maybe if you weren't so damaged, he would have been able to love you right." There they were again. Those intrusive thoughts that loved to poison my brain. Luckily, enough sanity was floating through my mind as I thought about our past relationship. "What's my favorite color?" I questioned. He huffed. "What?" "What's my favorite color?" "Is that some kind of test of the strength of our relationship? Colors don't matter, Avery. Those are kiddish facts." "Okay. What position did I play in softball?" No reply. I shifted. "What vegetable do I hate?" "Carrots." "I love carrots." I crossed my arms. "What's my middle name?" He rolled his eyes. "We aren't doing this, Avery." He didn't know. I felt a wave of disappointment wash over me as the realization settled in that I'd been spending the past few years of my life with a stranger. "What's something we have in common?" I questioned. "Anything, Wesley, that connects us." He tilted his head before his brows lowered in thought. "We both enjoy tacos." My heart sank at his reply. Everyone likes tacos, Wesley. That's not a reason to fall in love, let alone get married. "We made sense on paper," he argued. "We made sense." "No," I disagreed. "We didn't. Be honest with me and with yourself. If that job didn't fall through, would you be here right now with flowers?" He hesitated a moment, which was more than enough to tell me his answer. "Goodbye, Wesley," I said. He sighed and pitched the bridge of his nose. "Gosh, why are you like this all the time? How can you be so cold-hearted?" "Someone once told me that I'm hard to love," I sarcastically remarked. "So it probably has something to do with that." He didn't say another word, simply because there was nothing left to say. The two of us were done. Truth of the matter was, we were finished long before we made it to our wedding day. As he climbed into his car and drove off into the night,
I stood alone in the parking lot, under the glow of the streetlights, trying to remind myself how to breathe. After a while, I headed back to Nathan's house. As I walked inside, I found him loading the dishwasher in the kitchen. "Hey," I said, drawing attention to myself. The moment he heard me approaching, he looked up at me. "Hey, is everything okay?" He leaned his back against the kitchen island and crossed his arms over his broad chest. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." I snickered a little as I shook my head and walked over beside him. I leaned against the island and crossed my arms just as he had. That was, unexpected, to say the least. But, well, I guess in the end, he and I got closure, so that's cool. "I'm sorry, Avery." "Don't be. It's for the best." Do you know he didn't know basic things about me? Not my least favorite vegetable, not my middle name, not my favorite color. I know those are silly, stupid things that don't hold meaning, but how did that man know so little about me? The only thing he said we had in common was that we liked tacos. "Everyone likes tacos." "That's what I said." I huffed. I mean, I can't put it all on him. I think I stayed with him because he didn't go deep with me, which meant I didn't have to open up completely. He couldn't shatter my whole heart if I only gave him a few pieces. He grimaced and slid his hands into his pockets. "You want to go out back and hit a few balls around on the baseball field?" "Yeah," I sighed. "I do." "Here," he said, grabbing a sweatshirt off one of the bar stools. "It's cold out there." We walked to the diamond together, and Nathan threw me a few pitches. Some I missed, others I knocked across the field. The chilled air brushed against my cheeks as his sweatshirt draped over my body. The more balls he threw my way, the more my body relaxed from the interaction with Wesley. After we finished, I walked over to the pitcher's mound where he was and took a seat. He sat beside me, bending his knees as he rested his crossed arms on them. I was slightly out of breath as I stared up at the star-laced sky. That was always one of my favorite things about honey farms. The amount of light pollution was much less than in town. "I liked kissing you, Ave," he said, pulling me back to the moment in my office. He didn't look at me when he said the words. His stare stayed on the sky. Mine stayed on him. "I liked kissing you so damn much. But if it was too much for you, if you're dealing with all your stuff, I don't want you to think it had to mean anything. It meant something to me, but doesn't have to mean anything to you. No pressure. Plus, I sort of like what we're becoming." "And what's that?" "Friends. We kind of skipped over the friendship thing when we were younger and went straight to the love. Don't get me wrong, I liked that a lot. I'm just saying, it also feels damn good to be your friend, too." I smiled and leaned toward him, resting my head on his shoulder. "I think I like being your friend, too, Nathan." I looked back up at the sky. These were some of my favorite moments with you. Sitting out here on this mound after a long day of working on the farm. "You'd always smell like the pigeons," he joked, "and you'd always try to kiss me." "What can I say? I liked my woman filthy." I laughed. "You were my first ever kiss, you know?" "Yeah, I know." He snickered, shaking his head. "A part of me still wants to be your last one, too." I lifted my head. "Nathan." He tossed his hands up in surrender. "Sorry. Friends, nothing more, nothing less." It's not that I haven't thought about you in that way, because I have, but I'm still trying to find my footing. And like you said, we're so good right now. I'm scared if we move too quickly or move at all like we did when we were younger, you might explode again. His lazy smile spread, and he nodded. "I agree. Besides, what's better than a bit of a slow burn?
but I should get a shower in after working all day. Turns out you're the filthy one tonight. You have no clue how filthy I can get. The sudden tingling between my thighs sure did wonder exactly how filthy that man could become. It turned out my brain and my body had very different reactions to Nathan Pierce. He pushed himself up to a standing position and then held a hand toward me. I took his hand and he helped me stand. "Thanks, friend," I told him. "Welcome, friend." Just to be clear, even though we're friends, I still hate you. He chuckled. "I'd actually be worried if you didn't hate me anymore. It's kind of a thing. You love to hate me, and I just kind of love to be within your orbit as you do so." We walked over to his house, and he held the back door open for me to move through. As I progressed down the hallway toward my room, his voice made me pause. "Peas," he said. "My least favorite vegetable." "Harper," he whispered. My middle name. His smile stretched, and his dimples deepened as his hand rubbed the back of his neck. "In midnight blue."
28. Nathan. It had been a week since Avery and I kissed in her office, and I hadn't stopped thinking about it. For a long time, I never thought I'd get the opportunity to kiss her again. Yet on that fateful day, I somehow found my way back to first base with her. Kissing her felt like the only thing my mouth was made for. I could have kissed her throughout the night, but I wouldn't have complained if we rounded a few more bases with one another. She tasted so good, too. I couldn't help but think about what other parts of her tasted like and how I'd like to glide my mouth over every single inch of her brown skin. I wanted to explore every piece of her, and like Skittles, I wanted to taste her rainbow, especially the one resting between her thick thighs. The number of times I'd close my door at night and stroke myself thinking about it being Avery's hand around my shaft was almost embarrassing. Just the thought of her was enough to get me hard, and my hand sliding into my boxers. I'd shut my eyes and envision her full, plump lips sliding up and down my length. I'd groan in pleasure as I stroked my cock, muttering to myself, "Yeah, right there, baby. I love that, Avery." I lost myself in the moment, falling deeper into the idea of Avery's mouth on my shaft, taking me all in as my hands fell to the back of her head, gliding her up and down. I groaned as I grew closer and closer to getting off. "Please, Avery, right there." "Yes," I said aloud, allowing myself to continue to daydream about the woman across the hall as I masturbated. Fuck, Avery." "Yeah?" I heard my bedroom door creak. My eyes flew open to find Avery standing in the doorway. Her eyes widened as she stared at my cock sitting fully loaded in my hand. "Fuck!" I shouted as my hand continued stroking. "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry," she hurriedly said, turning away and rushing out of the room in a state of panic. Fuck! I groaned as my body took over my mind and I came in my hand, my whole body shaking from the orgasm that overtook my system. Just locking eyes with her for that split second was enough to push me over the edge, and there was nothing I could do to stop the act from taking place. I was already over the cliff, and I had no other choice than to finish the dive. My whole body was soaked in sweat as I lay there heavily breathing, with a dirty hand to match my dirty mind. Like an embarrassed teenage boy who got caught jacking off, I dragged myself off to my bathroom and cleaned myself up. I slid on a pair of boxers, then tossed on my black sweatpants and walked out of my bedroom. I knocked gently on Avery's bedroom door. "Avery?" "Sorry," she blurted out, not opening the door. I snickered, imagining how flushed she'd probably felt from walking in on me. "No, I'm sorry. I just was thinking about you and I got hard and then came hard too." I cleared my throat. "I was clearing my mind." "It looked completely clear too," she mentioned, still not opening the door. "I just thought I heard you saying my name and came in. Sorry. I should have knocked." "It's no big deal." "Oh, it was a big, big deal," she said, putting extra emphasis on the word big. That did a good amount for an ego boost. I was almost certain I'd get off on that statement the next time my hand slid down my pants. Can I come in? I asked. I would rather you didn't. Why not? We're both adults. We've both seen the opposite sex parts before. She swung the door open and shook her head. Yes, we've seen them before, but I've never seen yours before, and you're my roommate, which makes it weird. I don't want it to be weird between us. But now I can't stop thinking about what I saw, and, well, I saw a lot, she said. Her face flushed. A lot. I bit my bottom lip and smirked. Hell yeah, you did. She rolled her eyes and shoved me. Don't get cocky, Nathan. I can't help it. As you saw, cocky is my default. I don't want to speak to you about this anymore, she said as her cheeks rose and bashfulness hit her straight in the face. So good night, Nathan. Night, Coach. I headed back to my bedroom after she slammed her door in my face. A few minutes later, my phone dinged. Avery, I have a question. Nathan, are you texting me from the next room? Avery, yes, I am. Nathan, want me to come back over to talk? Avery, no. I can't say what I need to say to you with a straight face. Nathan, it's all right. I like your crooked smile. Avery, I don't have a crooked smile. I laughed because she had a crooked smile. I love that damn crooked smile. Nathan, what's up, Avery? Avery, were you envisioning me as you were, Nathan, there's a high possibility that I was, yes? Avery, oh. A few seconds passed before another text came through. Avery, how was I? In your mind, I mean? Nathan, fucking fantastic. Better each time. Avery, this has happened more than once? Nathan, if I told you how many times it has happened, you'd probably think I need rehab. Avery, that's too much info, Nathan. Nathan, you asked, Coach. I'm just being honest. Avery, too honest. Nathan, do you think of me too when you touch yourself? Avery, we aren't talking about me. I smirked and sat up in bed. Oh shit. She thought of me when she got herself off. This was a new development to the story of us. Nathan, can I come to your room? Avery, absolutely not. Nathan, are you blushing right now? Avery, absolutely not. Nathan, is your hand between your thighs? Avery, absolutely not. Nathan, can you slowly slide your hand between your thighs for me? Avery, Nathaniel, stop it. I knew well enough to know that Nathaniel wasn't said from a place of hatred anymore. It was said in the same way she used to say it when we were younger, playfully. Man, I missed her saying my full name in a playful way. I missed being playful with her. I missed her. It blew my mind how someone could be so close, and still you could miss them so damn much. Avery. I keep thinking about it, though. Nathan. About you touching yourself? Avery. No, about kissing you. It turned out I wasn't alone in my wicked thoughts as of late. Avery. So I've been thinking. Nathan. Go on. Avery. Maybe we can be friends with benefits. Nathan. You're making a lot of sense right now. Avery. Only kissing benefits. Nathan. If you're in love with me, Avery Kingsley, just say it. Don't be shy. Avery. Shut up before I change my mind. Nathan. Can I kiss both sets of lips? I heard her snicker from the other room. My favorite fucking sound. Avery. Only the ones on my face. Nathan. You're killing me here, but I agree to these terms. I stood from my bed and walked back into the hallway. Then I knocked on her door. There was a moment of hesitation before I heard her footsteps growing closer to the door. Still, she didn't open it. "What are you doing? We're supposed to be texting," she whispered, as if she were nervous for all the ghosts of the house to hear us. "Open the door, Avery." "What? No, I'm not going to." "Why not?" "Because there's no reason for me to open it up right now." "Yes, there is," I argued. "And what reason is that?" she asked. "I have to kiss you goodnight." There was a moment of pause from her. The door slowly creaked open and she appeared. She combed her hair behind her ears as she stood there in her pajamas, looking as perfect as she always did. "Hi there," she whispered. "Hi there," I replied. I stepped closer to her. She stood still. My hands fell to her lower back and I pulled her against my body. I moved closer, our faces almost touching. "Hi there," I murmured. She came a little closer. Her lips brushed against mine. "Hi there," she replied as her eyes fluttered shut. I placed her bottom lip between mine and bit it gently before I kissed her, taking her all in. Her back arched against my touch as her hands fell to my chest. She kissed me back, deepening our connection. I felt her smile against mine, feeling dizzy from how high I grew from her simple kisses. I never knew a simple kiss could feel so important. She pulled back slightly and pecked my lips softly before pulling away from me completely. Her hand fell softly against my cheek as she held eye contact. "Good night, Nathaniel," she said with a bit of flirtation in her tone. I rubbed the back of my neck, wanting nothing more than to kiss her more, but not wanting to push it too much. We had all the time in the world for our mouths to find their way back to one another. Maybe our hearts could do the same. I wasn't in a rush at all. "Good night, Coach," I replied. I headed back to my room, already looking forward to when I'd kiss her good morning. I wasn't sure if it was exactly friends with benefits. I'd call it friends with kisses, but I'd take it. I'd take whatever I could get from that woman. Friends with kisses was good enough for me, because it held two of my new favorite facts. Avery and I were friends, and we'd sometimes kiss. I'd call that a win. 29. Nathan. With each game we played, the crowds grew more and more. It turned out the Honey Creek Hornets were finding a spark of light in the media realm. The boys were eating it up, too. I'd played the game long enough to know that the team always played better when they had a strong crowd behind them. Something about the energy of being cheered on from the bleachers pushed players harder. There was something so rewarding about it, too. Not only for the players, but also for Avery. She'd finally been given the chance to lead the team, and she had more than proved herself in that position. It wasn't every day you ran across a female coach in the league, so it was refreshing to see her do better than most of the men in our conference. Still, it wasn't uncommon for someone to slip in some rude comments along the way. After we beat the Parkway Giants, we shook hands with the coaches. Their head coach, Frank, shook my hand and gave Avery a dirty look, then said, "I think it's nice that you're pretending to be the assistant coach, Pierce. Everyone knows this team was shit without you. Way to carry this team on your back. It's good to see this sport run by a man." The dig was said loudly enough for Avery to hear it. I flinched, knowing that wouldn't sit well with Avery. "I beg your pardon?" Avery snipped with a puffed-out chest. If there was one thing she wouldn't allow, it was disrespect of any kind. Frank smirked and held his hands up in the air. "Don't get your tampon in a twist, Kingsley. You make a stellar assistant coach, but don't get confused. This ain't your sport, sweet pea." "I'll show you a fucking sweet pea," Avery yipped, marching toward Frank with invisible smoke blasting from her nostrils. "Whoa there, slugger," I said, wrapping my arm around her waist and pulling her back behind me. Avery's brow shot up as she stood there, stunned. She tilted her head and pointed a stern finger my way. "Don't fucking do that again, Pierce," she scolded, her warranted anger spewing toward me. I took a deep breath and stepped toward her. I said softly, "He's a dick trying to get under your skin because we just smoked his team. Walk it off, coach." "You walk it off," she hissed. a fire brewing in those brown irises. That's some sexist bullshit. Yeah, I agreed, but walk it off. Otherwise, everyone around us will label you the angry, unstable coach. Avery glanced around to see all the eyes on her. She grimaced, seeing people staring at her, waiting for her to snap. It wasn't fair. She'd always be judged harder than any other coach in the industry because there wasn't a dick between her legs. Even though Avery was better than most, she'd always have a target on her back if anything went wrong in the slightest. People like Frank were waiting for her to lose her cool and snap so they could label her in such a way. It was bullshit, but it was the way of the world. Women in the industry had to prove themselves 50 times more than men. A male coach could have a meltdown for a whole season and be labeled as passionate, while a female coach could throw off their baseball hat after a bad play and be called overly emotional. Was it right? No. Yet it was the world we lived in. And now, with more attention on our team, we had more attention on our Avery. She glanced up at the bleachers where her father was sitting. Matthew Kingsley showed up to every single home game no matter what. I hadn't officially met him, but he was clearly his daughter's biggest fan. Matthew smiled a sad grin toward her. Then he mouthed, "Walk it off, baby." Avery grumbled before she stomped her feet off toward the building. "Is it that time of the month for her?" Frank snickered, along with his assistant coaches who joined in the laughing. "Fuck off, Frank," I blurted out before walking off the field. "Walk it off, coach?" she spat out, clearly still enraged with what went down. "Are you kidding me, Nathan? That was me having your back. Really? Because it felt like you were stabbing me in it." I slid my hands into my pockets and leaned back against the railing of my porch. "You're pissed at me. Thank you, Captain Obvious. It's nothing like having a man tell a woman that when she's pissed off. I almost didn't notice without you informing me what I was feeling." Her sarcasm was at a new level. I watched as she took a ball from the bag beside her, tossed it into the air, and knocked it out of the park. I swore her swings became incredible Hulk strength whenever she was mad. "I'm sorry," I said. "Screw you," she replied before hitting another ball. She then turned toward me. "Frank Stagg is a dick. The biggest dick, yeah." She pointed the bat toward me. "But he's not the only one who thinks that way. Do you know I spent all the years prior being told that kind of stuff? I worked under a misogynistic head coach for years, Erickson, who would have laughed it off with Frank. I'd been told countless times not to get my panties in a frenzy whenever some crap happened. I was told countless times by Coach Erickson to," she made quotations with her fingers, "take a walk whenever I was being disrespected. Do you know how belittling that is? I was the only woman on the field and the only black coach being told to take a walk because I was too much." I began to walk in her direction the moment I heard her voice crack. And then I went ahead and said the same bull as those assholes. She nodded slowly. "And I had the stupid idea that we were partners." "We are, Coach. I'm in your corner through and through. I will never understand what it is that you go through, but I need you to understand that anything I do is to better our team and protect you. Nothing good was going to come out of that interaction with Frank Stagg. He's a fucking clown who was trying to get under your skin because we whooped his team's asses. I just didn't want him to spoil our win with his ignorant commentary." She frowned and grumbled a little before biting her bottom lip. She looked back up toward me, the rage that was in her eyes before somewhat simmering down. "Can you say anything other than walk it off next time?" I moved in closer, took the bat from her hand, and placed it down. "What would you like me to say?" "I don't know. Anything but that." I took her hands into mine and brought her left palm to my mouth. I kissed it lightly. "How about leaving on the field, Coach?" "Oh, gosh, no." She shook her head as she inched a little closer. "Try again." I kissed her other palm. "Lap it out, Coach." "Nothing about walking or leaving the field," she argued. "Something that wouldn't feel so belittling but makes it clear that I'm being baited by the other coaches. Something that others wouldn't understand. Something that's just ours." I brought both of her palms to my mouth and kissed them. "Butterflies." "Butterflies?" she questioned, moving even closer, so close that I could easily step in and kiss her again. Yeah, I nodded, leaning in and brushing my mouth against her soft lips. Butterflies. Her eyes fluttered shut. Why butterflies? Because I'd have to be close to you whenever I said the word. And whenever I'm close to you, I get fucking butterflies. She reopened her eyes and shoved me away with a loud chuckle. Okay, cornball. I gasped and tossed my hands to my chest. Here I am speaking from my heart, and you call me a cornball? I'm sorry. If you didn't say corny things, I couldn't call you a cornball. You know what? Take a walk, coach, I joked. She snickered and flipped me off before she reached toward me, grabbed my shirt and pulled me closer to her. Kiss me, corny coach, she whispered. Is that an order or a request? An order. God. I shook my head slowly, moving closer to her mouth. I love it when you boss me around. I kissed her and she leaned into it, kissing me back. My hands fell to the sides of her face as she tilted her head toward me. I loved this part of us, the part where we kissed and made up, the part where I was able to taste her lips against mine, the part where I could daydream about more when our mouths touched. Oh, how I wanted fucking more. I'm having a case of deja vu, someone said behind me, breaking up the connection between Avery and me. She stepped back and gently brushed her hand against her mouth. Don't brush away my kisses, Avery Kingsley. I turned around to see Evan standing there with his arms crossed over his broad chest. Sorry to interrupt, he said, with an almost smirk on his face. I didn't know you two were... you two again. We aren't, Avery and I said in sync. I smiled at her and she smiled at me, growing shy. Evan narrowed his brows. Then what was that? Oh, that was just two friends who sometimes kiss, Avery said, her cheeks rising high. She looked down and shook her head bashfully. We were going over plays, I said. What's up? What do you need? I asked, shifting the awkwardness. Evan still looked confused, but he went with the shift. Priya is baking and needed some almond milk. You got any? We do, Avery exclaimed. I'll go get it. She darted off as if she were running from the police. I could tell how embarrassed she'd been as she hurried into my place. Evan glanced toward my back door. So you and Avery, huh? It's nothing serious, we're just friends. Friends who kiss? Yeah, I shrugged. I guess it's a thing. His brows lowered, and he shook his head. I remember how heartbroken you were when you ended things with her, Nate. It will always be serious with that woman for you. I didn't reply, knowing he was right. Just do me a favor, will you? He asked. What's that? Priya and Avery have been hanging out together around the farm. Avery's been a good role model for Priya. She doesn't have many female role models outside of Mom. Avery's a good addition around these parts. So don't fuck this up. I smirked and nodded. I'll do my best, brother. Do better than that. Avery came hurrying out with the carton of almond milk. Here you go, Evan. Evan took the carton from Avery and thanked her. He gave me a nod and a slight smile, then wandered back toward his house. Oh gosh, how embarrassing. We have to be more careful about that, Avery mentioned, moving closer. I'm not too worried about it. It's probably for the best that he interrupted. I was starting to think you liked me. She leaned in and whispered, If you'd like, I could call you a shithead to balance it out. I inched closer, my eyes falling to her full lips. That would probably help. Her hand fell against my forearm, and her mouth slightly brushed against mine. You're such a shithead, Nathan Pierce. I smiled and kissed her gently. Thanks, Avery Kingsley. Anytime. She pulled back and took her warmth with her. What I wouldn't give to kiss that woman forever. Yet sometimes the small kisses, the intimate, playful ones between banter, were my favorites. It made it seem as if what we were doing was simply becoming our new norm. Did I love kissing her all over during the wild make-out sessions? Of course. But kissing her in the quiet moments, during the fleeting seconds, those kisses fed my soul.
30. Avery. Nathan Pierce drove me wild, in good, bad, and ugly ways. The good, kissing him. Oh, that was so good. The bad, my mind wanted to do a lot more than kiss that man. The ugly, my heart wanted to let him in more than I already had. As we moved closer to our final series, the series that would make us head to the playoffs, I was a ball of nerves. Yet the team was at their best, and Nathan was a soldier at keeping my panics at ease. I felt as if I had a lot to prove, not only for my team, but also for myself. There had been more and more whispering around about how I should have allowed Nathan to step up as head coach, that his experience would have been a better fit for the guys. A few coaches even went as far as to call me a stuck-up woman with a resting bitch face. The low blows at times were enough to make me want to rage, but whenever the word butterflies left Nathan's mouth, I'd take a few deep breaths and remove myself from any situation that raised my blood pressure. Plus, getting covered in his kisses when he got home each night didn't hurt too much. Waking up to good morning kisses wasn't a bad touch either. My mind tried to keep me steady with my interactions with Nathan, but I'd be lying if I said my heart didn't seem to be leading the plays more and more each day. When we got to our final game in our last series before the playoffs and won, I knew my heart would fully take over for the remainder of the season. Nathan Pierce helped get us to the playoffs. He'd helped scouts see more and more of our players. He made a difference to Honey Creek Hornets, and he'd made a difference to me. My hardened heart somewhat began to soften around him. That both thrilled me and terrified me all at once. Yet there was still a sliver of doubt within my system as I thought about what others were saying. Maybe our winning season had nothing to do with me at all. Maybe it was Nathan who improved the game, not me. That did a number on my ego. But my heart? My heart just wanted to keep beating for him and his kisses.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I can't believe we made the playoffs!
I shouted, my heart pounding wildly as Nathan headed to his kitchen to grab a bottle of champagne. My body still buzzed with excitement as I paced his living room, clapping my hands together. I'd never felt prouder in my life than I did that evening, seeing my boys celebrate the victory.
It was the most intense game I've ever been a part of,
Nathan said as he walked into the living room with 2 glasses of champagne. He held one out toward me. I downed it instantly. He laughed and handed me another glass. I downed that too.
I should have just opened 2 bottles and we should have drunk straight from those,
he jested. I cocked an eyebrow at him. Well, within minutes, we sat on his living room floor, each of us chugging champagne straight from the bottles, laughing about how wild it was that the game went in our favor. I've never seen the boys put their all into something the way they did that. I almost threw up watching it happen. And for Cam to get the winning hit, a grand freaking slam at that, gosh, that kid deserved it. He's one of the best players out there, I expressed. I know you helped get him to that spot too. I can't thank you enough for building his confidence, Nathan. He narrowed his eyes.
Was that a compliment?
Don't get used to them, I said, playfully shoving his shoulder. I still hate you. He shoved me back.
With hate like this, who needs love?
I shoved him back. Hate is better than love anyway. But still, maybe Ray was right. Maybe you should have been head coach. He shoved me back.
Bullshit. The team listens to you. Your tough love drives them. You were made for that position. I'm just happy to help.
I shoved him again. Yeah, I appreciate the assistance, even though I hate you. As I began to pull my arm back, he gently wrapped his arm around my wrist. His eyes were gentle and packed with care as he looked at me. His stare fell to my lips before he rose back to my eyes.
How much do you hate me, Coach?
My heart began beating faster as I placed the champagne bottle in my other hand down on the floor. Every butterfly that fluttered within my stomach from his touch began to intensify as he held his intense stare with mine. Butterflies, butterflies, butterflies. A lot, I lied. He pulled me closer to him. A lot, or a lot. I bit my bottom lip. Sometimes a lot, sometimes a lot. He pulled me closer, so close that I was nearly sitting on his lap. So close that if I inched forward just a little, I'd be close enough to rest my hands against his chest, to feel his heartbeat against my fingertips. Nathan, I read an article about how bonding exercises were important for coaches who were heading into playoff games. A nervous laugh escaped my lips. Is that so? He lifted me onto his lap and combed a piece of my hair behind my ear. I closed my eyes as heat raced through my whole system. He rested his forehead against mine, and I could feel his hot breaths against my lips as he whispered, "Yes, that's so." What kind of bonding exercises did they mention? They didn't really give details, he explained, brushing his lips against mine ever so slightly. So, I figured we can make them up as we go. My hands pressed against his chest as my heartbeat intensified. That sounds dangerous. I like danger. That's funny. I tend to run from it. Don't run from this, coach. Gosh, I hated how when he called me coach, it sent a wave of electricity throughout my whole system. He made me weak in the knees every single time, and he didn't even know it. We shouldn't be this close, I breathlessly scolded. Maybe we aren't. Maybe this is all make-believe. A dream? A fucking great dream. A make-believe realm. I tangled my fingers against the fabric of his shirt. What kinds of things can happen in a make-believe world? Well, this, he said, slightly brushing his mouth against mine. And this. He parted my lips with his tongue before gently biting my bottom lip. My knees spread to the outside of his legs, which allowed my core to brush against the hardness resting in his sweatpants. My breaths were erratic and uneven as I allowed myself to fall into the fictional world where heartbreak didn't exist and passion was abundant. What else? I whispered, moving my mouth to the edge of his ear and sucking it gently. What else happens in the land of make-believe? I taste you, he said, allowing his mouth to move to the nape of my neck. His tongue slowly swept across it, making my toes curl and my inner thighs pulse as if they had their own heartbeat. His hand wrapped around my neck, making me tilt my head up to meet his stare. His lips pressed to mine as he said, I taste all of you. I got lost in the depths of his gaze. His eyes were so dark, so dilated, so packed with want and need. As he kissed me, my eyes fluttered shut as my hands landed against his chest. The moment our lips met, a surge of electricity rippled throughout my whole system, igniting every single nerve within me. He kissed me deeper, and I felt it. Every second of every minute that led us to this moment. The kiss was the culmination of every glance, every whispered word, every moment of the push and pull we'd experienced over the last few weeks. The kiss began as a question, and as it deepened, it gave me the answer to the inquiry my heart had been quietly asking over the past few days. Does he feel it, too? Does he feel our connection? His first kiss said yes. His second one was a hell yes. As the kisses grew, they evolved from something soft and tender to wilder and more untamed. Nathan's hands fell to my lower back, which arched against his touch the second his tongue slid into my mouth. A pool of heat fell to my stomach as our kisses deepened with a growing passion, as if we were discovering a hidden world between our lips, and the only way to unlock our universe of make-believe was to become fully addicted to the taste of each other's mouths. I felt myself melting into him as his hands began to massage my lower back, a ravish want dripping down every inch of me. I wrapped my hands around the bottom of his t-shirt and pulled it over his head, tossing it to the side of the room. My hands fell to his hardened chest, my fingers rolling over his abs, taking in every piece of his beautiful, tight skin, knowing that there was no going back from here. I wanted all of him. I wanted every piece of Nathan Pierce in our make-believe realm. He pulled back slightly and locked his eyes with mine. There was a moment of uncertainty in his stare as he looked my way. I wasn't certain why until I realized he was waiting for me to give him permission to us. I bit my bottom lip and nodded. "Please," I whispered. A sound coated with so much want that it felt intoxicating escaping my lips. It was all he needed. He placed his large hand on the back of my head and pulled me back to him, kissing me harder than before, fucking my mouth with all he had as he somehow figured out a way to stand us up from the floor with a one-arm lift, with me still wrapped around his body. He carried me to his bedroom, tossing my shirt off along the way. When we reached his bedroom, he tossed me onto his bed. I scrambled to undo my pants as he unbuckled his belt and jeans. He slid out of them, revealing his black briefs that were holding the beast that rested within them. Nathan fucking Pierce. XX fucking L. I tossed my pants to the side of the room and lay there in my yellow silk panties and yellow bra. He stood over me for a moment and shook his head as he bit his bottom lip. Fuck, he murmured, walking over to me. "You are so damn beautiful, Avery Kingsley." My heartbeat intensified as I sat up slightly on my elbows and combed my wild hair to one side. My cleavage was bursting from my bra as his eyes danced all over my figure. I'd never felt so safe with a man in my life. I'd never felt so wanted either. Nathan stared at me as if I were the only thing that ever existed, and I stared at him the same way. He grew closer and wrapped his hands around my waist. With one tug, he pulled me to the edge of the bed, making my legs hover over the edge. He raked his hands through my hair and then kissed me once, slow this time, controlled and sweetly. "Fucking beautiful," he mumbled once more before his mouth moved down my body, inch by inch. His left hand moved to my bra, and he unhooked it with one flick. As the straps fell down my arms, Nathan removed the fabric from my skin, catching my breasts in his hands. He began to worship them both as if they were his goddesses, and his only job in life was to make love to each one. He sucked on my nipples, making me moan as my want for him built more and more with every passing second. His hand pushed me back, so I was lying down on his bed as he continued to mouthfuck my breasts, sucking and nibbling on them as he growled against my skin. His kisses then continued to trail down as his hands remained on my breasts, massaging them. As his mouth made it to the top edge of my panties, his hands moved down to my waist. His fingers wrapped around the fabric, and as he pulled it down inch by inch, his mouth kissed every single inch revealed to him. As the panties dropped to the floor, Nathan spread my legs apart, placing his hands against my inner thighs. The tingling sensation intensified as I felt his hot breaths sweeping against my core. His tongue swept against my clit, and he sucked it gently before he slid a finger inside me, feeling how wet he made me from his kisses alone. He slid another finger inside and began to pump them in and out at a speed that made my body arch in his direction. His mouth kept licking up every drip from me as his fingers worked in sync with his tongue. More. I cried out in bliss as his mouth devoured my core, making me feel things I didn't know I could feel from oral sex. The more I moaned and whimpered, the more he worked me, eating me out as if he were on a mission to swallow each drop. The intensity of the orgasm kept building more and more with each fleeing moment, my body growing to the point of no return as I wrapped my legs around his shoulders, placed my hands against his head, and glided his mouth against my core. There, oh my gosh, there, I screamed as I reached the peak of my orgasm as he kept working his mouth against me. I lay breathless on his bed, every inch of me dripping in sweat as Nathan's hand stayed pressed against my thighs as I wiggled to get loose to recover from the best round of oral I'd ever experienced in my life. My whole body trembled against him as he gently licked up any remaining evidence of what he did to me between my legs. I felt like nothing and everything all at once. A galaxy of stars floating in a black hole. I didn't know mouths could do what he'd done to me. I didn't know I could scream out in need and want or in pleasure the way I moaned his name out into the air. I didn't know tongues could fuck the way his fucked me. Okay. I gently giggled, pulling his head from between my legs. If he could, he'd probably keep eating me until the sun came up in the morning. He smirked as he climbed over me. He pushed his hands to my sides, flexing every single muscle on his arms as he brushed his mouth against mine, allowing me to taste myself against his tongue. Sorry, I have a big appetite, and I love the way you feed me, he said. I love the way you drip for me. I want to feel you, I begged within a whisper. Please. That all depends. On what? A wicked smile found both his eyes and his lips as his shaft brushed against my clit. My whole body trembled from the shot of desire racing through my system. He moved in closer, a hand sitting at the nape of my neck. A deep growl escaped him as he said, You still hate me, Coach? No, I cried out. Not even a little, not even a bit. I couldn't form any more words as my hips arched up, wanting nothing less than his all. I want you to take all of me in. Do you understand, Avery? He asked as he removed his boxers and slid a condom over his hardness. His words felt like an order, and it was at that very moment I realized I was fine with being bossed around by Nathan Pierce. Yes, my voice fluttered, unstable and raw. Good girl. He purred over my lips as he began to inch into me. A gasp fell from my mouth as he kept feeding his inches deeper inside me. His mouth stayed pressed against mine as I tried to contain myself from his thickness. He growled as his whispers fell onto my tongue. You're taking it so well. Keep your eyes on me, he ordered, placing a hand beneath my chin. He tilted my head up to make sure our eyes stayed locked. Yeah, that's right. Just like that. I whimpered as he thrust into me, filling me completely. My hips rocked as his hardness slid in and out. My breaths were uneven as they tried to keep up with our make-believe. For something not real, it sure felt that way. It felt so very real. I wrapped my arms around his neck, begging for him to keep going, to keep fucking me as if his life depended on it. If I didn't know any better, I would have assumed his life did depend on how he fucked me because he didn't leave any space for error. Without hesitation, he placed one of my legs over his shoulder, one hand against the headboard, and held his eye contact. The way he looked my way both excited and terrified me. I had never had a person look like that toward me except for him. He looked at me as if he planned to spend the rest of forever making sure I got off from his touches. Each thrust felt personal, like he were trying to break into my soul and leave his imprint. Our bodies moved as one. As my lungs gasped for air, his exhalations filled me back up. My hips rocked against him as he pumped himself deeper inside me, the sound of his pounding thrusts making me wetter and wetter with each passing second. I was dripping for him, wanting nothing more than to release the orgasm building up inside me with every passing millisecond. I didn't even know I could come as many times as I could until that very night. Nathan must have known I was close because the wicked smirk that fell against his lips was enough to show he was proud of his work. If I were in my sober, non-sexed-up mind, I would have called him a dick for having full control of me. But as I parted my mouth to speak, only mumbles came out. Jumbled up wannabe words that had no meaning as my eyes rolled to the back of my head due to the intensity of the pleasure taking place. I dropped my hands from around his neck and dug my fingernails into his back, gliding him in more and more, faster and faster, deeper and deeper, as the explosion of pleasure built with every passing second. I breathed out, still unable to form any words. Avery. He breathed out as his mouth rediscovered mine. Use your words to coach me through this. Or better yet, he bit my bottom lip and whispered, go ahead and fall apart against my cock. That was enough to take me over the edge. I wrapped my legs around his body as I fell into the hardest, most intense orgasm of my life. I could have sworn my soul left my body for a moment's time and went on a smoke break to recover from the overwhelming sensation of pleasure I'd found myself taking part in. That's it, Eve. That's it. Give me all of it. Give me all of you. I love feeling you come for me. That's my sweet girl. Oh, my goodness. That man could talk dirty to me for the rest of my life, and it still wouldn't be enough. After I fell apart, I made it my mission to get him to do the same. I flipped him over to his back and placed myself on top of him. It was now my turn to be the head coach. I began riding him as my breasts bounced in his face. I gripped the headboard and held eye contact with Nathan the whole time. Now, it's time for you to be my good boy and let go from me, I cooed, rolling my hips slowly against his hardness. His eyes fluttered shut for a moment, and he muttered under his breath, Shit, Eve, wait, when you... Oh, fuck, He stuttered. There it was, my control over him. It felt good to know it went both ways. I smirked when I felt him throbbing inside me. I leaned down toward him and brushed my lips against his as a whisper escaped me. Hey, Coach. I bit his bottom lip. Fill me up. Within seconds, his eyes shot open and he thrust into me, his body shaking as he reached his climax. There was something so good about watching what I'd done to him, something so rewarding about seeing how he completely surrendered himself to me. He lost himself for a moment's time as he found me. I rolled my hips against him a few more times, loving how he shivered beneath me, before climbing off and falling beside him. Our breaths were uneven as we lay there, dripping in sweat from head to toe. Something changed between us, yet I wasn't ready to unpack exactly what it meant. At that moment, I simply wanted to be there fully, unafraid of what the future could bring. Nathan sighed as he pulled me into the curvature of his body.
After that, I feel like I should smoke a cigarette and head to the kitchen to make you a sandwich,
he joked. I snickered and rested my head against his chest, against his heartbeat. Extra mayo, please. 31. Avery.
Get up, Avery.
No. It wasn't supposed to go like that. Not after the night I shared with Nathan. I was supposed to wake up and be okay. I was supposed to wake up and crawl out of my bed and be on cloud 9 from not only winning the game the day prior, but also for having the best sex of my life. I wasn't supposed to feel so defeated. But what if I made a mistake sleeping with Nathan? What if what we'd done changed everything? We were doing so good. There was no reason I should have let it get as far as it did the night before, but I wanted it so badly. I wanted him so badly. Still, now my mind was trying to convince me of everything that could have gone wrong.
If you don't work out, the team could suffer, Avery. Why would you let him back into your life after he left you before? What happens now? You fall in love? Get real. You don't do love. People don't love you. People leave you.
My mind was getting louder and louder as I turned in the bed. I looked to my right, and Nathan was still lying beside me, his eyes closed. A small smile sat against his lips as he muttered,
"You up?"
I held my hands to my chest. "I am," I whispered. "Have you been up for a while?"
"Yes, but I wanted to wake up with you."
He opened his eyes and moved the falling pieces of my hair from my face.
"Good morning."
I tried to push out a smile, but it slightly faltered. "Morning." He pushed himself up on his elbows and looked down at me.
"What's wrong?"
Nothing. Everything's fine." He frowned. He fell back down to the bed and moved in closer, brushing his nose against mine.
"Avery, what's wrong? Was it last night?"
Guilt flashed across his eyes.
"Did you not want to?"
"No." I shook my head. "Last night was perfect. It's not you, it's me."
"That's the last thing anyone wants to hear after a night of sex."
"No, I mean it. It's me, Nathan. I'm a little messed up sometimes."
"How so?"
"I don't know. I struggle to..." I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. "Sometimes it's hard."
"What's hard?"
I blinked my eyes open and a few tears trailed down my cheeks. "Everything." The guilt that once laced his stare shifted to care and concern and understanding. Maybe that was what soothed my troubled soul the most, the understanding of his stare.
"Are you sad, Avery?"
"Yes."
"Do you know why?"
"No."
"But sometimes, is it hard for you to get out of bed?"
I nodded. "Yes."
"Okay."
He moved in closer and wrapped his arms around me.
"Then we'll stay in bed today."
Hours passed of him holding me. He didn't complain for a second, even when I kept offering him my apologies.
"Don't worry,"
he told me as he pushed himself up to a sitting position. His back leaned against the headboard as he looked down at me.
There was a long period of my life when I couldn't get out of bed either.
I sat up and leaned against the headboard. You too?
Me too.
He brushed his thumb against his nose.
After Mickey passed away, I couldn't get out of bed no matter how hard I tried. Then even when I felt as if I should have been able to get up, I still couldn't. It was as if my mind was cementing my body into the bed. No matter how many good things happened, it was just hard to exist.
Yes, I agreed. Just like that. How did you get through it?
I found my beams.
Your beams? What does that mean?
My therapist told me that when I was going through my darkest moments, she told me to look for my sunbeams. She said that oftentimes people who are sad try to dive headfirst into feeling better. They go to extremes and try so hard to climb out of the darkness to feel the sun's full burst of joy once again. They try so hard to get back to a feeling from their past when they felt the happiness.
Yeah, I do try to chase the high of past happy moments.
Many people do. Then they crash and burn because it was too much, too soon, too hard. That leaves a feeling of even more depression because you get hard on yourself and you feel as if you failed when really you just went too hard too soon. And it's not about chasing the past. It's about allowing a new future through finding your sunbeams.
Break it down.
The sunbeams are the small bursts of light that break through one's window of depression. It's little flickers of light that remind you of how life can feel. Those sunbeams can be anything, people, places, activities. Mine was my family. Coming back home and working on the farm, holding a baseball bat in my hands, laughing with my brothers. To the outside world, these aren't big things, but to me, they got me to the next day. Then over time, I started finding more beams of light, things that filled me with joy. Over time, the light grew. It's not a constant thing. Some days the beams are more abundant than others, but still, the light always comes in. So I think that's what you need to do. Find your beams of light.
I like that thought, I whispered. But what if I don't even have enough energy to get out of bed to shower, like today?
Then your sunbeam is your ability to open your eyes and lay still.
I shut my eyes and slightly shook my head. But I need to shower. I need to shower. This is so embarrassing to even admit.
In the deepest parts of my depression, I went weeks without a shower and stayed hidden in a motel, Avery.
His hand fell against mine.
Never be embarrassed with me.
As I opened my eyes, tears rolled down my cheeks. Thank you, Nathan.
Of course. If you'd like, I can carry you.
Carry me?
To the bath. I can bathe with you and hold you through it.
I tried to let out a chuckle, but it fell short. No, Nathan, you don't have to do that. You've already done too much, and I can't ask you to do that. He moved a piece of my hair from in front of my face, and a lazy smile fell to his lips.
Like I told you weeks ago, Ave, I'll take care of you.
A small sob broke through my lips as I let his words envelop me. I felt weak, tired, ashamed, and still he smiled at me and said he'd take care of me. His thumb brushed away a few of the tears.
Just say the word, and I'll draw a bath.
I closed my eyes and nodded. Please, I requested. His lips fell to my forehead, and he kissed me gently.
Always.
He climbed out of bed and headed out of my room. I listened to the sound of running water as I stayed exactly where he left me. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the room and lifted me from the bed in his arms.
I laid my head against his shoulder as he walked me to his bathroom. The room was dark, and I appreciated that. Only a few candles glowed as he placed me down on my feet. He began to undress me slowly, pulling my t-shirt over my head before he took off my sweatpants. He removed my bra and panties without taking his stare away from my eyes. There was nothing sexual about the interaction, but there was a heavy level of intimacy that filled me up. He then removed his own clothing. For a few seconds, we stood completely naked. I should have felt exposed, but instead, I felt safe, protected, free to be broken within his realm. Nathan took my hands into his and led me to the tub. He helped me step in first, then he stepped into the tub behind me. His body wrapped around mine, and I fell into him as if he was the safety net I needed. He reached for the bath soap and washcloth as I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing. He began to clean my body all over, the warmth of the water feeling like a balm to my soul. He didn't speak, and I was thankful for the silence as he washed us both from head to toe. After a while, he let the water drain from the tub and turned on the overhead shower. He then washed my hair as we remained sitting in the tub. Water crystals rolled down my cheeks as I kept my eyes shut the whole time. Nathan's hands massaged my scalp, getting the conditioner deep into the roots. As he washed it out, I wonder if he noticed my falling tears intermixing with the shower water flowing down my face. Even if he did, he didn't say a word. Instead, he just made sure I was clean from head to toe. When he finished, he shut off the water and climbed out of the tub. He wrapped a towel around his waist and retrieved 2 more towels from his towel warmer. He helped me stand and wrapped a towel around my body, then took another and wrapped it around my hair. "Thank you," I whispered. He smiled in reply before he lifted me into his arms and carried me back to my bedroom. He set me down on the edge of my bed, went into my drawers, and pulled out clean panties for me to slip into. He held them beneath my feet and slid them up my body. He then went to my bathroom and grabbed my lotions from the counter. Without thought, he knelt in front of me and began to lotion me up from the tip of my toes all the way up to my neck. Every inch of me was moisturized. As his hands rolled over my breasts, I let out a small breath. The care he took was almost overwhelming. He then left the room for a few moments. When he came back, he was wearing sweatpants and no shirt. He held a blow dryer and an oversized t-shirt of his. He slipped the t-shirt over my shoulders and then plugged in the blow dryer. I removed the towel from my hair, and he tried it for me as he sat behind me, placing me between his thighs. My back brushed against his rock-hard abs as he did so, holding me in place. Once he finished, he unplugged the blow dryer. I figured he was done, but he headed back to my bathroom and grabbed my toothbrush along with a glass cup. "Open," he said. I parted my lips, and he began to brush my teeth for me. After he finished, he held the glass up to my mouth and said, "Spit." I spat out the paste in my mouth. He then headed back to the bathroom, rinsed out the glass, and came back. He gave me that same lazy grin and asked, "Can I hold you again?" "Please do." He climbed into bed with me and wrapped me in his arms. He didn't ask me to talk. He didn't ask me to be okay. He didn't ask me for anything. All he did was hold me. And there it was, my beam of light. He stayed with me the whole day, feeding me meals, lying with me on the couch, and watching movies that I didn't pay attention to because I was too invested in looking at him. Whenever I looked at him, he was looking at me. He asked me if I needed anything every second our eyes locked, and I'd shake my head and whisper "no." He'd then give me his lazy smile, and I'd feel that smile vibrate against my heartbeat. When nightfall came, he carried me to my bedroom. I lay in his arms as he kissed my forehead again before closing his eyes. "Nathan?" "Yeah," he whispered, eyes still closed, halfway asleep. "Thank you." "For what?" "Being my sunbeam today." His tired eyes flickered open and locked with mine. His lips turned up in an exhausted grin, and he brushed them gently against mine, giving me the tiniest kiss that felt so big before he fell asleep. I fell asleep too, in his arms. When I woke up, he was still there, holding me in his arms.
32. Avery. The following morning, I showered on my own and came out of my bedroom to find Nathan cooking breakfast for me. I could get used to the current living arrangement. When he turned to see me, he smiled.
"Morning, sunshine."
"Morning." I moved over and gave him a small kiss. "Food smells good." He buried his face against my neck, covering me in kisses.
"You smell good."
We moved to the living room and did one of our favorite things, watched ESPN with our plates in our hands. After we finished, Nathan turned to me. His eyes were slightly somber, and I could tell something was up. "What's wrong?" I asked.
"I want to give you something, but I'm not sure if you'll think I'm an asshole."
I narrowed my eyes. That lead-in makes me nervous. He slipped a hand into his back pocket and pulled out a business card.
"It's the name of the wellness clinic I went to in Chicago when I was going through a hard time after losing Mickey and my injury. My therapist was amazing and helped me get back on my feet, yet they have a lot of different extremely talented individuals, some of the best in the industry. I still go bi-weekly. Just wanted to offer that up to you if you ever want to speak to someone other than me."
I smiled shyly as I took the card from him. "Thank you, but I don't think I can afford the same level of treatment that an MLB All-Star receives."
"Don't worry about the cost. I'll cover it."
I shook my head. "No, Nathan, I can't let you—"
"I'll cover it,"
he assured.
"You don't worry about that. I just want you to feel the best you can. That's all that matters to me."
"Oh, no," I murmured, moving closer to him. "You must really like me a lot if you want me to be mentally stable, huh?" I joked. The seriousness in his eyes remained.
"I like you so damn much that it scares me, Avery Kingsley. I'm around you all day, and then I still dream about you too."
Butterflies. Butterflies and Nathan Pierce. "Thank you," I breathed out, glancing down at the card in my hand because looking into his eyes was becoming too intense. "I don't know if I'm ready yet, but I'll keep this in mind. Is that okay?"
"More than."
He agreed.
"When you're ready, just say the word and I'll get everything in order,"
he said, kissing my forehead. I didn't know if it was possible for forehead kisses to feel like the ultimate kind of affection until that very moment in time. Each day that passed, I found myself falling more and more for Nathan. On my dark days, he made me smile. On my bright days, he made me laugh. It was becoming harder and harder to ignore the feelings developing in my chest for that man. I sat in my bed, flipping through social media late one Saturday night. I knew Nathan was out with his brothers in Chicago to celebrate Evan's and Easton's birthdays, but I still wished he was home. Never in my life did I think I'd get to the point of missing having him around on the regular. The house seemed lonelier without his voice bouncing off the walls. It was around 2 a.m. when I heard him stumble inside. He must have run into the coffee table or something because I heard him holler, "Fuck!" after a big thump sound. I snickered at the idea of him being wasted out of his mind. That was what he got for hanging out with his younger brothers. He couldn't keep up with those guys. "Ouch!" he muttered once more as he crashed into something else. A few moments later, a text message popped up on my screen.
"Nathan, your light's on. You up?"
"Avery, I am." There was a knock on my door. "Come in," I said. He turned the knob and opened the door. He stood there, shirtless, with his belt undone and his jeans unzipped, revealing his black boxers. He placed his hands on the top of the door frame, revealing every muscle resting against his body.
"Hey, Coach,"
he whispered. I smiled. "Hey, you. You're drunk?"
"Wasted. Took a taxi home. Rest of the guys stayed at my penthouse in the city."
"Why did you come back?" He bit his bottom lip.
"I missed you."
"Don't say that."
"Too real?"
I nodded. "Too real."
"I missed you,"
he repeated. Heart skips and butterflies. I sighed. I just said, "Don't say that to me."
"I wasn't talking to you."
He swore as he drew closer. He pulled my blanket off and placed a hand between my thighs, separating my legs. His thumb brushed against the fabric of my silk panties.
"I was talking to her."
A slight moan slipped from me as he edged the fabric of my panties to the side so his finger could start massaging my clit. My eyes faded shut as I shook my head. "You're trouble."
"You like it?"
I loved it. Before I could reply, he lowered himself to the floor, getting on his knees. He wrapped his arm around me and pulled me over to the edge of the bed. "Nathan," I laughed. "What are you doing?"
"You,"
he replied with that wicked grin on his face.
"I'm doing you. I was out all night thinking about coming home to you."
"It sounds like you're an addict." He began to pull my panties down my thighs, trailing kisses along my inner thighs as he did so.
"I never want to sober up from this,"
he swore before he slid a finger inside me. Within seconds, my body reacted, my back arching in his direction. He placed a hand against my shoulder and gently laid me back down.
"Lay down. Get comfortable,"
he said.
"I'll take care of you from here."
He spent the next few minutes getting me off, and when he finished, he licked his fingers clean. I tried to offer him a happily ever after ending to his night too, but he said he just wanted to please me before falling asleep with me in his arms. He stood and took off his clothes, turned off the light, and crawled into bed with me. As he wrapped himself around me, he said,
"I missed you."
"Talking to her again?" I joked. He shook his head.
"No, not this time. Night, Coach."
"Good night," I muttered, as my heart did a few cartwheels before I fell to sleep that night.
33. Nathan. Everything about Avery drove me wild in the best of ways. That woman did things to my mind and body that would leave me reminiscing for days after. Outside of that, she was just a remarkable person. She was a brilliant sister and daughter, a loyal friend, an outstanding coach. I didn't think she knew how impressive she had been either. Whenever someone complimented Avery, she shrugged it off quickly, never wanting the attention on her for too long. Now that our team was doing so well, people were showing up to our games, wanting to get interviews with her to see what her secret had been. She hardly ever did interviews unless the guys were being interviewed. She liked to be there with them to make sure none of their words were taken out of context. She was a very protective mama bear when it came to our guys, and she wasn't afraid to bite if someone crossed the lines. I loved that about her. I loved a lot of things about her. It wasn't hard to find a list of qualities that made that woman lovable. I saw it at the farm, too. When she wasn't working at the high school, she was helping my mom, River, and Grant around the farmland. My favorite moments were when I had come home from checking in with our local restaurants to find Avery wearing some barn boots, milking cows, collecting eggs, and hanging out with the horses. The farm life looked good on her. Sometimes I'd get a little bit jealous if I'd find her laughing a little too hard at Rivers or Grant's jokes. Those fuckers weren't that funny. It was like they went out of their way to make her laugh. It made my skin crawl. Any man who looked at her a little too long made my whole system heat with rage. It wasn't shocking, though. Avery was the most beautiful woman in the world. It was no secret to anyone with eyes. and now that she wasn't with Wesley, it was a known thing to the men of Honey Creek that she was a free agent, at least to their knowledge. Yet she wasn't free. She was mine, at least in a way. We never talked about it, but the more I saw men drool over her, the more I knew that conversation was needed. Besides, I didn't want to just be her friends with benefits anymore. I wanted to be her everything, just as I wanted her to be mine. I didn't know how she felt about the whole thing, especially since she had been about to be someone's wife not even that long ago. But I knew if I fucked up another chance to be with her, to have her by my side, I'd never forgive myself for missing that opportunity. Avery Kingsley was all I'd ever wanted, and for some reason the universe gave me another chance at her heart. The last thing I wanted to do was strike out on that chance. If she allowed me to be hers, I'd be hers forever. Even if she didn't, I'd be hers forever. I had my mind made up. It was either Avery for me or no one. Now all I had to do was build up the courage to come to her about it and ask her to be mine. If I didn't, I knew I'd hate myself for the rest of my life. One Saturday night after she was done working at O'Reilly's, I waited in the living room for her to come home. When the front door opened, I stood. Avery's smile stretched. I loved that lately. She smiled when she saw me instead of grimacing. "Isn't it past your bedtime, old man?" she asked. I nodded and slid my hands into my sweatpants pockets. "It is." "Let me guess." She started as she tossed her keys and purse on the foyer table. "You're still sad at how badly our team lost the game earlier today?" "No, that's not it." She kept smiling as she took off her shoes before walking over toward me. "You ate spicy food and got heartburn?" I shook my head. "Nope, not it." She arched an eyebrow and placed her hands on her waist. "You had nightmares and needed a cuddle buddy?" "Nah, not that." She narrowed her eyes. Her playful look grew somber as she stepped closer. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" I brushed my thumb against the bridge of my nose. "I'm falling for you, Avery." Her lips slightly parted, but no words came out, so I continued. "It's not shocking because you're you, but I don't think it's fair for me to bring this up without also bringing up our past. And I know I promised you early on that we wouldn't talk about our past. But the more I fall for you, the more I understand that our past was a defining moment for us that still needs to be ironed out." "Nathan, that is unless you don't feel yourself falling for me. If you don't feel it, say it now, and I'll bury these feelings and deal with them on my own. If you don't feel the same way, I'll swallow my pride and never bring this up again. But if there is even a slight chance that you feel the same way for me, just tell me to go on." Her eyes flashed with complex confusion for a moment before she moved to the couch. She sat down, crossed her legs, and placed her hands in her lap. "Go on," she whispered. A slight breath of relief slipped through my lips as I moved over to her. I sat down on the coffee table in front of her and clasped my hands together. "I loved you back then, Ave. I know you probably doubted that because of how things went down, but I did. We only connected for a short period of time on the diamond and off, but during that season of my life, you were the best thing that happened to me. Losing you was the hardest thing that I ever had to deal with." "Then why?" she asked. "Why did you let me go?" "I was a mess. My family's farm wasn't doing well. No one knew that except for my father. He got into a bit of gambling issues and owed some guys a lot of money. As you know, he and I had a rocky relationship. He, was my greatest hero and my biggest villain. I never understood how that could be the same person, how the person in charge of my biggest highs could also be the cause of my lowest lows, how he could be my cheerleader and my opponent. But that's who he was to me. The only reason I took up baseball was to be closer to my father, and then I realized that no matter how good I became, I wouldn't get him to love me the way I wanted to be loved. His love came with conditions, and his goalpost kept moving. He was proud of me for seconds until he saw someone doing better than me. Then he'd expect more from me. You were the part of my life where I could be myself fully, the good and the bad. About a week after I realized how deep and real my feelings were for you, he and I got into the biggest fight. I told him I didn't want to play for the pros. I didn't want to pack up my life and sign a contract for something that would take me away from you. He had a heart attack that night. That was the night he passed away? I nodded. Yeah. Needless to say, I blamed myself for it, and I took it as my responsibility to take care of my family. I pushed you away because I thought I had no choice. I thought if I didn't do what my father wanted, if I didn't fully focus on my career, then I'd let my whole family down. It was his dying wish for me, and I handled it awfully. Her eyes were soft with compassion as she placed a hand against my forearm. Nathan, I would have understood all this. I just wish you would have communicated that with me instead of cutting me off so abruptly. You left and never looked back. You wrote me out of your life without giving me any reason as to why. It was unexpected and harsh. I know. I was grieving and young and scared. I didn't think it through, and by the time I did, I figured I missed my opportunity. I didn't think it was right for me to try again with you after I blew it so massively. But I do owe you the biggest apology for how things ended, Avery. You deserved more, and I'm sorry for how I handled it. She smiled gently. Thank you for that. I've waited a long time to hear you say those words. It took too long for me to say them. I cleared my throat and rubbed the back of my neck. My mom believes that each person has 3 big regrets in life, 3 things that are defining moments in a person's life. If they had the chance, they would have gone back and changed the choices they made. My 3 include that final conversation I had with my father, the night I went out to drink instead of staying with Mickey, and the night I ended things with you. Losing you, Avery, is one of my top 3 biggest regrets. She stayed quiet for a moment, studying me. I was trying my best to read her mind, to tap into the thoughts that were flying through her brain. Yet all I could do was wait for her to say something. Anything. I wouldn't blame her if she didn't want to give me another chance. I wouldn't be shocked if she thought this was too much. Yet I needed to hear her say it. I needed her to push me away so I could officially let her go. Though a part of me figured that a woman like Avery wasn't something a person just let go of. I figured that no matter what, she'd always linger within my heart. There was no other woman for me. It was Avery Kingsley or no one. She reached for me, holding her hands in my direction. I gave her my hands, and she took them into hers. She slowly raised them up to her lips and kissed my palms gently before pulling me over to her to join her on the couch. She slightly bit her bottom lip, nervously breaking her stare away from mine, then looked up at me. Those brown eyes that I loved so much smiled more than her lips. If I let you in this time, Nathan, you have to promise you'll stay. I pulled her closer to me. I swear. I'm scared, she confessed, her voice slightly cracking as those 2 words fell from her tongue. I know. I took her palms and kissed them gently. Me too. But I want to try. She nodded slowly. I want to try to be us again with you. But the grown-up version of us that communicates our feelings, no matter how big or little they may be, because this feels good, she swore, placing my hands against her chest, where her heartbeat fell against my touch. This feels right. I promise I'll do whatever it takes to keep you, Ave. I promise you all that I have. I was an idiot back then, and I'm pretty sure I still have idiot moments now, but I will spend the rest of my life making up for my past mistakes and proving to you that I'm fully here for this. For us. Well, then what are you waiting for? She asked. Kiss me, you idiot. And so I did. 34. Nathan. For the next few days, thunderstorms rolled through Honey Creek. After a Saturday practice, I ran out to my car to avoid getting drenched in the rain. I hopped into my vehicle quickly and put the car into drive. The rain was coming down hard, making me take the roads a little slower than normal. As I was driving, I noticed a boy walking on the side of the road with a duffel bag over his head. The closer I grew, the faster I realized it was one of my guys. I pulled the car over to the curb, rolled down the window, and shouted, "Cameron, what are you doing?" He turned toward me, soaked head to toe, and shook some of the water away from his blonde hair. "Hey, Coach P, my dad forgot to pick me up. I was just walking home." I put my car in park, leaned over to the passenger door, and swung it open. "Get in!" He hurried over and hopped inside, dropping his duffel bag into his lap as he slammed the door shut. I rolled the window up for him as he buckled his seatbelt. "Thanks, Coach P." "No problem. Normally when he forgets to get me, it's not raining that bad, so the walk doesn't suck so much." "Does he forget you a lot?" Cameron went quiet for a second before shrugging. "He's had a lot on his plate since my mom passed away last year." "Oh, I had no clue, Cameron. I'm sorry." He nodded. "Yeah, it sucks." He cleared his throat and raked a hand through his wet hair. "I'm good, though. Not a big deal. I live about 10 minutes from here. I'm on the outside of town." He gave me his address and I plugged it into my GPS. "I've seen your dad at the games," I mentioned. "He shows up to all of them." Cameron huffed. "If you consider that showing up." I tried to push out a smile, but reality wouldn't allow it. Cameron's father was a drunk. He was always the loudest one in the stands, shouting out rude commentary toward his son whenever he was up to bat. He had a lot of damn nerve acting the way he had in public. It wasn't shocking that Cameron had stage fright when it came to the game, when the person who was supposed to be his biggest cheerleader was his biggest villain in the stands. My dad used to drink heavily too, you know. He'd show up to my baseball games and embarrass the living shit out of me. "Yeah? How did you deal with it?" Tried my best to ignore it. Focused on the game in front of me and not on my wasted, unstable parent. "Did he ever get himself together?" he asked. I shook my head. Unfortunately, he passed away from alcoholism. The drinks finally caught up to him. He didn't even get to see me play in my first big league game, even though he was the reason I got into baseball. "Yeah? My dad is why I play too. When I was younger, it was the one thing we connected to each other with." Same with my dad. I was his oldest and he tried to make me into his puppet. I had no problem with it, though, because I thought my father was the coolest person in the world, when he was sober at least. When our family farm started to go to shit, he put a lot more pressure on me to perform better, to get the big contract to help take care of my family. I get that kind of pressure, too. Yeah, I figured. I glanced over at him before looking back at the road. "Can I give you some advice I wish someone would have given me when I was your age?" "Sure." "It's not your responsibility to parent your parents. It's your job to be a kid as long as possible." "Easier said than done." "Yeah," I agreed. "Unfortunately, I know that too." As we approached his house, I noticed Cameron's dad standing at the door of his car, fumbling with his car keys. The amount of embarrassment that crept over Cameron's face took me back to my own childhood. I knew that feeling. The humiliation of others seeing your father drunk and stumbling. I pulled into the driveway and put my car in park. "He wasn't always like this, you know," Cameron stated softly. "Not before my mom died." I placed a hand against his shoulder. "Then maybe he'll figure it out and turn the ship around. There's always hope if we're still breathing." He gave me a lazy smile and nodded. "Yeah, he'll get there, I know it. Thanks, Coach P," Cameron said before he hurriedly got out of my car and tossed his duffel bag over his shoulder. He headed over to his dad, patted him on the back, and the realization that Cameron had made it home was shown all over his father's face. His father dropped the keys again. Cameron picked up the keys and then placed a hand on his father's back. Adam reacted harshly and shoved Cameron as he tried to get his keys. Cameron went stumbling backward, hitting the ground hard. I flew out of my car and shouted, "Hey, take it easy!" "What the fuck do you want?" Adam slurred, his words dripping with confusion. He looked so drunk that he didn't even realize we were there. "Get back in my car, Cam," I ordered. "I'm sorry, Coach P," Cameron started as he pushed himself up to a standing position. "It's fine. You'll stay with me tonight. Keep his keys," I told him. "He shouldn't be driving anywhere tonight. I'll get him back inside." Cameron looked at his father, then at me. He nodded slowly. "Yeah, okay." I dragged Adam back inside the house. He didn't make it easy, but I was much stronger than him. I plopped him down on the couch and he muttered slightly before he lay down and passed out. I headed back to my car and hopped into the driver's seat. "Thanks, Coach. I'm sorry again about that," Cameron stated. "Don't be sorry. It's fine." I'd been Cameron before. I used to apologize to my teammates for my dad's outbursts at games. I used to be ashamed when he'd get locked up for DUIs, and everyone in town would talk about it. I used to give the same waves of heartbreak to my own coaches. No kid should have had to deal with that kind of situation at home. It was clear from the small interaction who was parenting who. I just hoped Cameron's father could figure it out in time before leaving his son with too many dark memories.
35. Avery. I sat confused as Nathan approached the house with Cameron beside him. I arched an eyebrow as the two walked into the living room where I'd been watching a movie. I stood and crossed my arms over my chest. "What's going on?" I asked. Cameron had a duffel bag over his shoulder and a look of defeat in his eyes. "Hey, Coach K, you and Coach P live together?" he questioned. "Are y'all dating?" "What? No. I shook my head. I needed a place to crash after the whole wedding situation. Coach P was just helping me out. I narrowed my eyes. "What's going on here?" Nathan patted Cameron on the back. "Cameron, too, needed a place to crash for a short period of time. Cam, you can take my room for the night." "Oh, no, Coach P. I'm fine sleeping on the couch or something. I don't want to put you out." "2 doors down, on your right," Nathan said, gently guiding Cameron down the hallway. Cameron gave me a broken grin before walking off, leaving me there perplexed. "What's going on?" I whispered to Nathan, taking a few steps closer to him. "Is he okay?" "I doubt it, but he'll be fine. I found him walking home in the rain, picked him up, and his dad had a full-blown meltdown. He was screaming at Cameron, even took a few swings at him. I was going to call the cops, but Cam begged me not to. He said he didn't want his dad to get into trouble." "That man has been a loose cannon for a while now." "Yeah. Makes me worry that he might abuse Cameron when no one's around, but I could tell that he really didn't want me to call the cops on his father. He said he couldn't lose his dad, too." That tugged at my heart. I knew Cameron's mother, Erica. She was a stand-up woman and went above and beyond with supporting her son. When I heard she had passed away, my heart broke for Cameron. He was a mama's boy through and through. I knew what that was like. Losing my mom was a defining moment for me. Even though I was young, it still shaped the person I'd become. I figured loving someone so much and then losing them was why I didn't allow myself to fall so deeply with others. Why I didn't connect with many people. The fear of loss was very strong within me. "I feel like I should leave," I said, glancing in the direction that Cameron headed. "You're his coach, that's one thing. I'm his coach and his teacher. I don't want any rumors to start swirling about the whole situation." "It's fine. He's exhausted and he's just going to sleep tonight. I'm going to sleep on the couch. No one will know come morning when I take him to school. It's all good." He must have noticed my unease about it all because he placed a hand against my shoulder and squeezed softly. "I promise it's going to be okay, Avery." I nodded, somehow trusting that he was telling the truth. I didn't know when I began to trust his words so much, but lately they felt like a warm blanket of comfort resting over me whenever my mind wanted to begin to overthink. "I should check in on him. Get him some dinner, maybe?" I said. "I'll handle the food. You go check on him." I did as I was told and walked down to Nathan's bedroom where Cameron was staying. I knocked twice on the open door. Cameron was sitting on the edge of the bed, fiddling with his hands. He looked up and pushed out a tired smile. "Hey, Coach K." "Hey, can I come in?" I nodded. I walked over and grabbed the chair from Nathan's desk. I pulled it over to Cameron and took a seat in front of him. "Coach P was telling me some of the stuff that's been going on with your dad." He blew out a breath and waved me off. "Oh yeah, it's no big deal. Dad just had a bad night tonight. Nothing major.
I actually don't even know why Coach P thought I should come over here tonight. It's all good.
It's okay if it's a big deal, Cam. You don't have to downplay it. He laughed and shrugged. He didn't look at me, though. His head stayed low as he tapped his feet repeatedly against the carpet floor.
Nah, everything's fine. Dad just needs to sleep it off tonight. He'll be better in the morning.
I reached out a hand and placed it on his forearm. Cam.
He shoved off my hand and stood. No. You know what? I should probably get back home to him. I bet he's worried about me. He didn't mean what he did, Coach K. That's not my dad. My dad would never...
His voice cracked as he began pacing the bedroom. His hands sat on top of his head.
My dad would never say that kind of shit to me, you know? My dad would never hurt me. My dad would never piss himself and pass out for being a hot fucking mess. My dad would never hit me. No, not my dad.
His voice began to rise as the reality of his situation built more and more with each word that stumbled from his tongue.
My dad would never call me a dumbass for fucking up on a math test. My dad would help me. My dad would coach me through it. My dad wouldn't lose his job. My dad wouldn't miss our mortgage payments. He wouldn't snap at me for forgetting to pay the late bill for him. He wouldn't push me. He wouldn't fucking push me, Coach K. He wouldn't hit me because I'm stupid.
He smacked the side of his head. I cringed and shot to my feet.
He wouldn't hit me because I struck out.
He smacked himself again.
He wouldn't,
he said, smacking himself repeatedly as the tears began to stream down his face. I didn't know what to do other than rush over to him and grab his arms to stop him from hitting himself. I pulled his arms to his sides as he tried his best to go back to beating on himself. My heart broke into a million pieces as he began to break down completely.
That's not my dad, Coach K. I don't know who that is, but he's not my dad because my dad wouldn't. He wouldn't.
His breaths weaved in and out as the reality of his world began to sweep in. How his father was currently far from the man Cameron once knew. I wrapped him in my arms as he began to crumble. Each sob that ripped through his system made my own eyes water. I held him so tight, not only so he wasn't able to hit himself, but so he could also feel me. So he could realize he wasn't alone, even as he cracked. After a while, his body relaxed against mine, his knees buckling, sending him to the floor as he cried. I fell with him, still holding on, still knowing that he needed the reminder that if he went down, I'd go with him.
Why did she do that, Coach K?
He sobbed, grabbing the fabric of my hoodie and resting his head against my shoulder.
Why did she have to die? She ruined everything. She ruined fucking everything, and I'm so sick of missing her. I'm fucking pissed that I have to miss her for the rest of my fucking life.
He cried. I held him tighter because I knew that feeling. I knew it too well. I knew it too deeply. The feeling of resentment for a loved one dying, the feeling of abandonment, the feeling of emptiness. No child should have lost a parent at such a young age. It was unfair and cruel of life to allow such things to happen. I noticed Nathan appear in the doorway. His beautiful brown eyes were packed with worry and concern. He started to walk toward us, but I shook my head and mouthed, "He'll be okay." I meant it too. If I knew anything about healing, it was the fact that sometimes one had to fall apart completely before they found the ability to fall back together again. I held Cameron that night for as long as he allowed me. It could have been 45 minutes. It could have been an hour. I didn't know. I wasn't counting. I was just holding him, letting him know that he wasn't alone.
36. Nathan. When Avery came out of my bedroom, she shut the door behind her. When she turned to face the hallway, She found me sitting against the wall across from my room. Her eyes were teary, but she smiled a little. Not the happy kind of smile, though. The kind of smile that broke hearts. I stood. "You okay?" I asked. She parted her lips to speak, but instead of words, a small whimper fell from her. She shut her eyes and shook her head as she whimpered. "That poor boy." Her hand covered her mouth as she began to cry, and I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her into me. "It's not fair," she quietly cried against my shoulder blade. "It's not fair." We went into our bedroom to talk, closing the door behind us. I sat on her bed beside her as she fiddled with her fingers. "I feel like a shitty person for not paying close enough attention to him after he lost his mom. I think maybe I avoided it because I feared it would unlock some hard emotions within me, and I wasn't ready to face those feelings. It was selfish of me," Avery whispered. "You're human. You also didn't know everything that he was going through." "Yeah, but I should have noticed. I should have pieced it all together." "You can't beat yourself up for not knowing, Ave. That's not fair to anyone. And when he needed you the most tonight, you were there. Those are the moments that matter." She sighed and allowed her head to fall against my shoulder. I wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her in closer. "I was 10 when my mom passed away. You never told me what happened with her." "That's because it's still one of the hardest things for me to speak about." She bit her bottom lip. "She passed away from complications during labor with Willow. I'd never forget when Daddy told us the news. Our grandmother was staying with us while he was at the hospital with Mama. Yara and I were so excited about having a new sister any time now. Yet I didn't fully understand what it meant when Daddy came home with Willow and without Mama. The look of his eyes will forever be burned into my memory. I remember him sitting down the car seat with sweet Willow resting inside it. I remember Grandma's whimpers as she covered her mouth in disbelief. I remember Yara moving over to Willow with a big smile and a bracelet she'd made for our little sister. I remember her asking where Mama was. I remember Daddy crashing down to the floor just as Cameron did. I remember him calling Yara and me over to him. I remember him telling us he loved us. He kept saying that. He kept saying that he loved us. And then I asked him when Mama was coming home. I asked if she had to stay at the hospital to get better. He just cried more and told me that he loved us so much. "I'm sorry, Avery." The words fell from my tongue, but they felt empty. Condolences didn't do much at the end of the day. They didn't bring back the ones who were lost. They didn't heal the cracks within one's spirit. She wiped her tears. "It was traumatic. On top of that, we had a newborn baby in the house that needed all of Daddy's attention. He didn't even get to grieve properly because he knew he still had to raise 3 daughters. I still think your father is one of the strongest men I've ever come across." "Oh gosh," she blew out a big breath. "Everything I know about love I've learned from my father. He's not even my biological father, but you could never tell me any different. I am his, and he is mine. He's Superman. He's the definition of what a real man is. But still, he's only human." Sometimes I'd wake up from hearing Willow crying, and I'd sneak into the nursery to find him sitting in the rocking chair, crying tears against her face as he sang her mama's favorite lullabies. He'd be whispering. She placed a hand against her heartbeat, shaking her head slowly. He'd be whispering to her that she was loved too, so deeply loved, and how he was so thankful that she existed. I listened to every word Avery said to me that night, every syllable of her story that she hadn't shared with me before. I took her in, all of her, all her soul, wanting nothing more than to know every piece that made her into the woman she'd become. "I avoided Willow for a long time," she confessed. "I hated her for a while because I thought she was the reason I no longer had a mother. I blamed her for stealing that from me. I blamed her for not having a mom to hug each night, for not having a mama to come say prayers over me each night before I went to sleep. That was until Daddy came to me one night and asked if I wanted to hold Willow. I told him no. He asked me why, and I told him the truth. I told him that I hated her and wanted nothing to do with her. I saw how that broke his heart." "What did he tell you?" He said Willow was a gift from Mama, that in her eyes I could see my mother forever, that Willow's laughs were Mama's giggles, that her cries were Mama's tears. He then told me how blessed I was to have known Mama the longest out of all of us. Before Mama was theirs, she was mine alone. Then he told me how special that made me, because Mama's imprint was on Willow, yes, but I was covered in Mama's memories. And he told me how special it would be if I shared that with Willow, if the Mama in me could kiss the Mama within her. So that very night when Willow woke up crying, I went to her nursery and held her close to me. I fed her as Daddy stood back and watched me. I kissed her forehead and said the prayers that Mama used to pray over me, over her. From that moment on, Willow was the living image of my mother's love. I couldn't believe I avoided her for as long as I did, because she was and still is something so special. I couldn't imagine life without her. A world without Willow is like a world without air. I grinned, feeling grateful that she shared so much of her story that evening, even though it was probably hard for her to do. "Sorry," she blurted out, wiping her tears. "I don't know why I just told you all that. It kind of poured out. I never pour out my heart like that. I'm sorry." "I'm not complaining. Thank you for sharing. I know that's not the easiest for you." "You made it easy tonight," she smiled gently. "Thank you for listening. I should get some sleep, though. I'm exhausted. I would offer to let you sleep in here, but I don't want Cameron getting the wrong idea." "Understandable." I kissed her forehead. "I'll see you in the morning." I got off the bed and started for the door. "Nathan," she called. "Yeah?" "Do you think Cameron will be okay? Do you think he can get through this?" "I do. He's strong. And on the days he can't be, we'll make sure to be there in his corner. We're better together." Her smile wasn't heartbreaking anymore. There was a flash of hope resting against her lips this time. "Okay, good. And Avery?" "Yes?" "If you ever need to pour out your heart again, please pour it onto me."
37. Avery. I learned a few things about my third Sunday morning when it came to staying at Honey Farms. The first being, get up early or be awakened by a loud-ass rooster screaming outside your window. "What the heck is going on?" Cameron asked as he emerged from Nathan's bedroom, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. I stood in the kitchen pouring myself a cup of coffee. "Morning, slugger." I held the cup out toward him. "You drink coffee?"
"I do today,"
he mumbled, taking the mug from me. He picked up the creamer on the countertop and poured some into his coffee.
"What's with the rooster?"
"It's Sunday fun day on the farm," I explained. "Trust me, it's not as annoying as it sounds. The Pierce family all heads out early as heck to get around to baseball in on their diamond before going to the garden to pick out vegetables and such for a big brunch. The winner gets to relax as the loser gets to cooking." Cameron blankly stared at me before taking a sip of his coffee.
"They do this every Sunday?"
"Every third."
"And the rooster only crows on Sunday mornings at the ass crack of the morning?"
he asked. "Oh, that's not a rooster," I started. The back door opened and in came Nathan, wearing his old baseball uniform. He tossed a ball up and down in his hand. "That's Coach P."
"Cock-a-doodle-doo,"
Nathan shouted, walking over to Cameron. He patted him on the back with a triple shot of espresso-type energy.
"Are you ready for some baseball?"
You can actually take me home," Cameron started, but Nathan cut that off quickly.
"Nope, you slept over, which means you take part in Sunday festivities. We needed an extra player anyway, so you get to pick. Are you on Team K or Team P?"
Nathan asked, gesturing between me and him.
"Fair warning, I will be butthurt if you choose Coach K over me."
Cameron snickered a little.
"Sorry, Coach P. I gotta go with my original coach this go-around, seeing how she wasn't cock-a-doodling in my ear at a crazy hour this morning."
I beamed with pride over the fact that I was chosen over Nathan. "Suck on that one, Nathan," I said, smug as ever.
Don't get too cocky about it. You're both going to lose, which means you'll be cooking a huge brunch for 30 people. 30 people?
Cameron gasped.
You have that many people coming over for a baseball game? Not just any game. It's Sunday fun day on the farm. All my aunts, uncles, and cousins will be here for the game. You might want to go warm up for a while. Avery pulled a muscle during her first game because she didn't know how seriously we took this sport.
Don't let him get in your head, Cam. We got this one in the bag. Uncle Nate, my dad is asking if you have his lucky glove. He said he left it in your... Priya came barging into the house and paused the moment she saw Cameron standing there. Her eyes widened as she froze in place. You're Cameron Fisher. He gave her the kind of smile that would have made any teenage girl go wild.
Yeah. Do I know you?
Oh, no, gosh, no. Of course not. You're Cameron Fisher, after all. I'm just me. I'm Priya. I am me. I am Priya Pierce. I'm a sophomore. You're a junior, so it's not shocking that you don't know me, but, well, I know you. And, well, Priya's cheeks flushed over with a red shade. Well, I know I don't know you, but I know you. Everyone knows who you are. You're like a big deal. Cameron raked his hand through his messy hair and gave her another of his golden boy smiles, one that was almost strong enough to get poor, shy Priya pregnant. He held a hand toward her.
It's nice to meet you, Priya.
Nathan's eyes narrowed as he darted his stare back and forth between the two teenagers. The energy in the space was strong and vibrant, which sent Uncle Nathan into a straight panic. As Priya reached out to shake Cameron's hand, Nathan stepped between the two of them, stopping the connection from taking place.
All right, that's enough. Priya, here's my keys. Go get your dad's glove from my car. Cameron, go take a damn shower with your greasy-ass hair.
Nathan ordered.
I like your hair,
Priya chimed in. Cameron smiled bigger. That kid deserved to smile. It also tickled me that Nathan was nearing a strong panic attack from the idea of his niece flirting with Cameron. Nathan shoved Priya and Cameron away from each other, leaving me standing there sipping my coffee with a goofy grin. Nathan walked over to me and grumbled as he poured himself a mug of coffee.
Can you believe that? What was that all about? All that googly eyes and stuff.
He grimaced as he sipped the black coffee.
That was highly inappropriate.
How so? I laughed. They're around the same age. I thought it was cute.
Cute?
He barked, rolling his eyes.
It's not cute how Cameron tried to put his hands all over my poor sweet baby niece. The girl's hardly out of diapers, and here he is trying to hold her hand.
I hate to break it to you, but those aren't diapers in Priya's bathroom. They're tampons. He pointed a stern finger my way.
Watch your words, Avery Kingsley. My niece is still a little girl.
Not so little. I think it's sweet that she and Cameron had a moment there. I recall having the same kind of moments with a handsome boy when I was around her age, too. He narrowed his brows.
Are you talking about me?
He grumbled. I lightly shoved his shoulder. I'm talking about you. A bashful grin fell against his mouth.
Oh, well, I guess that wasn't too bad of a thing.
It could have been worse. He set his mug down and stepped in front of me, boxing me in as my back pressed against the kitchen counter. His hands went on both sides of me and he leaned in slowly.
I really want to kiss you right now,
he whispered.
I can tell you a million reasons you shouldn't,
I whispered back, especially with Cam here.
That's fine, but I just need one reason I should, and that reason needs to be that you want to kiss me too. So, do you want to kiss me too?
I bit my bottom lip. You know I want to kiss you.
Can I?
Maybe.
Fast.
Fast. He pecked my lips quickly. I sighed. I wanted more.
Again?
He asked. I sighed, hearing the water turn on from Cameron's shower, a sign that perhaps we were in the clear.
Again. He kissed me again, this time a little longer. He didn't pull his lips away from mine this go-round. Again, he murmured as he pressed his body against mine more. My hips arched toward him, feeling his good morning greeting sweeping against my leg. Yes, I sighed. Again. This time, he parted my mouth with his tongue and kissed me deep and hard. His hands fell to my lower back, and he pressed his body against mine. I placed my coffee cup down, then wrapped my arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. He lifted one of my legs and wrapped it around his waist before he smacked my behind, making me giggle against his mouth. Coach? Within seconds, Nathan dropped his hold on me. I shoved him away, and I turned my back toward Cameron, who was standing there in the kitchen archway, staring at us. I wiped my hand over my mouth as humiliation settled in. Nathan cleared his throat. Hey, yeah, what's up? I thought you were showering. I was about to hop in, but you're out of body wash. I figured I'd ask. Cameron explained. He pointed 2 fingers toward Nathan and me, a big grin on his face. I knew you two were into each other. We're not, I called out, still not turning to face him. That was just, I had something stuck in my teeth. And Coach P was sucking it out? Cameron sarcastically asked. Nathan snickered and I swatted his arm. Don't laugh. You don't have to explain it to me, Coach K. Cameron said. I already know about the birds and the bees. I think it's good for you both. The team plays better when the 2 of you get along. Now that I know you both are banging, we'll probably win the whole series. Cameron joked. Hey, that's enough. Body wash is under the bathroom sink. Get going. Nathan ordered. Okay, thanks, Coach P. Oh, one more question. Is your niece Priya single? He asked. I giggled with my back still turned. Get out of here, Cameron. Nathan shouted, hurrying Cameron off. The moment was gone. I turned around and raised both eyebrows and tossed my hands up in defeat. That's bad. The fact that he's asking about Pri? Yeah, that's awful. No, I shook my head. The fact that he saw us together like that. Nathan smirked, as if he were unfazed by the fact that Cameron walked in on us tonguing the heck out of one another. It's fine. He's not going to tell anyone. Are you joking? He's probably texting the whole team about how, quote, Coach K and Coach P are banging, unquote. The fact that you said quote and unquote is adorable. I shoved his arm. It's not funny. No, it's not. But you're sexy when you're nervous. Your little nostrils flare and steam comes out of your ears. You're a pain in my ass. He narrowed his brows and smirked. Is that in reference to what I did to your ass the other night? Because I swatted his arm as a small chuckle fell from me. Shut up. Gosh, I can't stand you. At least you'll be cooking me brunch today. Don't hold your breath. I got this in the bag. That would be true if I didn't have Cameron Fisher on my team. I grabbed an apple from the basket on the counter and tossed it into the air before catching it. Batter up, Coach. I smirked before walking off to change into my uniform. As I walked away, I called out, Stop looking at my butt, Nathan Pierce. Can't help it. There's so much goodness to take in. Shut up before I take off my shoe and throw it at you. Don't stop there, he urged. By all means, throw me your panties too.
38. Nathan. The game was a hit, and unfortunately, I lost to Cameron and Avery. That was a game I'd never lived down based on how the two mocked me nonstop during brunch. Afterward, Avery stayed back and helped Cameron with his homework and talked to him through some things. I figured it was good for them both to talk about their mothers. Sometimes talking about the hard losses in one's life made them easier to deal with. I, on the other hand, figured it was a good time to check in on Cameron's father and have a heart-to-heart with the living. Coach Pierce, hey! Adam said as he opened his front door after I knocked. He looked as if he'd come down slightly from his drunken binge. He had dark circles beneath his eyes, as if he hadn't gotten much sleep. He was still wearing the same clothes he had on the day prior, too, and smelled like booze. He scratched his head and cleared his throat. "Is Cam with you?" "No, he's still at my family's farm." "Shit. Listen, last night I was a mess. I've been meaning to figure out a way to apologize to you and Cam for how I was acting. That's not who I am normally." "But it's who you've been lately," he grimaced. "Listen, I don't need a lecture." "I'm not here to lecture, just here to talk. Can I come in for a second?" Adam glanced over his shoulder. "Gee, Coach, it's actually pretty messy. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. Things have been a bit rough lately without—" His words faded away, but I knew he was speaking of his wife. "I don't mind messes. I won't take up much of your time, I swear." He nodded and stepped to the side. He led me into his house, to his living room, where empty food containers and beer bottles were spread all over the place. Adam scrambled to gather the stuff from the coffee table and tossed it into the kitchen sink. He then tossed the dirty clothes piled high on the couch into an already overloaded basket sitting by the laundry room. "Sorry," he grumbled, hurrying back over to me. "Please take a seat." I sat on the couch, and he sat in the recliner across from me. I noticed the photographs sitting on the fireplace mantel, photos of Adam smiling with his family before the darkness tried to swallow him whole. "Look, Coach, I just owe you an apology for how you saw me last night. That wasn't my norm, and I don't want you to think anything awful about me," he started. "And I know Cameron probably painted a bad picture of me, but that kid can be a bit dramatic with everything. He's a good kid, but he's a bit of a drama king. I like to say he got that from his mother." The moment he mentioned his wife, I saw the sadness flash through her stare. "She was a drama teacher, after all." "I'm sorry about your loss, Adam." He grimaced and sniffled a bit. "Yeah, that's what most people say. After a while, those words feel empty." "Do the words feel empty, or do you feel empty?" He hesitated for a moment before clearing his throat. "Can you tell Cameron he can come home now? I got everything under control. Last night was just a bad night." "Cameron mentioned you've been having a few bad nights, and you seem to get a bit too excited at games, too." "What can I say? I'm a big baseball guy." He laughed, trying to play it off. He went to stand. "Listen, I hate to break this up, but I have a lot—" My father had a drinking problem. Drinking and gambling. He almost lost our family farm due to his addictions. He used to come down hard on me whenever he was in one of his drunken slurries. Never came down on any of my younger brothers, only me, and only in private. My mom never knew. I think it was because he thought I was strong enough to take his abuse." Adam lowered himself back down to the recliner and narrowed his eyes. "What's your point?" "My point is that Cameron is your son, not your punching bag." "Now you hold on right there. I ain't never laid one hand on my son. Sure, last night I might have shoved him a little, but he fell on his own. How dare you even accuse me of such a thing? Was last night bad? Yes, but I'd never—" "He needs you, Adam," I cut in. "You might not be physically abusing him, but your words and actions, those are hitting him deeper than you'll ever know. Yet, that boy loves you more than anything. You are his hero. And I think watching you struggle after the loss of your wife has been the hardest thing for him, because he knows this isn't you, Adam. Cameron knows that this version of you isn't his father. I know you might find the need to get defensive, but you don't have to do that. I'm not here to shame you. I'm here to help." "To help?" He huffed, shaking his head. His hands clasped together, and he looked down at his hands. "How the hell could you help me?" he smugly asked. "How the hell could you make anything I've been going through better? You don't know half the shit I'm dealing with." "You're right," I agreed. "I don't. But I've been your son. I've had someone like you as my father, and I would have done anything I could have to get my father back." "I wasn't supposed to do this without her," he whispered. I saw tears falling from his face as he kept staring at the floor in front of him. He shook his head. "She wasn't supposed to be the one who left first." I can't imagine how hard it was to lose your wife.
No,
He agreed.
you can't. Because she was the lighthouse. She was the way home for Cam and me, and without her, there's just darkness.
At that moment, I thought of Avery and what she shared with me about Willow and her mother. If that was true for her, I was certain it was true for Cameron and his mother, too. But you still have that light of her in him, Adam. Cameron is a walking miracle of his mother. He is the living legacy of something you and her crafted, and you're missing it. She's in every piece of him, and you're just too lost in your grief to see how much of a miracle that is. She left you the greatest gift she could have ever given you, a son who loves you more than life itself. You might have lost your wife, but Cam, he lost his mother. Don't let him lose his father, too.
Damn,
He sniffled, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand.
I'm messed up, man. I know I am, and I don't know how to fix it. Cameron doesn't deserve this, but I don't know how to get better.
I think that's the first step, realizing that you're not okay. I cleared my throat and clasped my hands together. The second step is getting help, which is why I'm here. Cam mentioned some money issues. I can help with that. You can get a position at my family farm. I'll look after Cameron whenever you need an extra hand. All I need you to do is get help. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. You can't keep going like this. I need you to realize that you need help. Then things can start to change.
Why, though?
Adam asked, looking back up at me.
Why would you do this for me?
I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for a son who just wants his father back. He has already lost part of his heart. He doesn't need to lose the other half, too. He sniffled some more and stood from his chair.
All right, I'll do it.
He held a hand out toward me. I stood and shook his hand.
Thank you, Coach.
Anything for Cam.
You're a good role model for those kids.
They're better ones for me. We'll figure out a game plan, but first, I got a call from Preston University down in Georgia. A few scouts came out and want to have Cameron come down to explore their campus in a few weeks.
Preston University?
He asked.
They have one of the best baseball programs in the country.
Same one I went to before the big leagues. Those coaches take the game seriously. Cameron would excel at that.
Wow.
He shook his head as his eyes flashed with more emotions.
My son at Preston University, huh?
Yeah. I want to plan a trip where I take him down and show him around for a weekend. I'd love for you to come with us. It might be a great bonding opportunity for you both.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'd be interested.
I smiled. Good. All right, we'll be in touch soon. I turned to walk out of his house, and he called after me, making me turn back to face him.
Can you tell my boy I love him?
Adam asked. He'll be back tonight, I said. You tell him yourself.
39. Avery. Everything was going well. I feared when life seemed good because I always seemed to wait for the other shoe to drop. So nothing could be too good for me. I lived in a constant state of pessimism, even though life seemed good. But lately things have been good, great even. The other day, the apartment complex in town told me they had an apartment becoming available. I told them I wasn't interested because I didn't hate the idea of staying with Nathan on the farm. I felt like my best self at Honey Farms. Nathan and I were closer than ever. There wasn't a night when I fell asleep without being in his arms. The team was on a roll, too. We'd been winning game after game, and the crowds in the stands were growing each week. With us being in the playoffs, there were a ton of eyes on our team. I didn't expect the season to take such a dramatic shift, but it had. I was not one to complain about it, seeing how my guys were all getting noticed by scouts. Their names were now entering rooms with higher-ups who would change their lives for the better. Nathan, Cameron, Adam, and I were off to Preston University in 2 weeks to meet with their baseball team. Preston University! I couldn't think of a better match for Cameron. It was impossible for me not to admit all of this was due to Nathan. He was such an asset to the team, and I couldn't have been more grateful for him joining us. Due to his major league success, the Honey Creek Hornets were making nationwide coverage. Just last week, there was a segment about the team on Good Morning America, and we went viral on TikTok, landing on Baseball Talk and Book Talk. I didn't see how those two things crossed paths, but it seemed to have been a great way to get our team's name out to a wider audience. Unfortunately for me, with all eyes on us, came interviews. I despised interviews. Nathan, on the other hand, was convinced that any press was good press for the guys. The more we made our presence known, the more individuals would take notice of our players. Everything was still going fine, up until one night after an annoying practice. After everyone left, I stayed on the field in the darkening night. The silence slicing through the space was a heavy contrast to the turmoil of noise racing through my head. Then, the other shoe dropped. The glow of my phone screen illuminated the latest headline that came through of the last interview I did with Nathan. Miracle season or male influence? The real reason behind the Honey Creek Hornets' success. My heart sank to the pit of my stomach as I scrolled through the article, taking in every word. Coach Kingley's coaching skills weren't strong enough to carry the team alone. They hadn't won a game in years. Perhaps having a woman coach a man's sport is more trouble than anything. Before two-time World Series winning Nathan Pierce joined the staff, the Honey Creek Hornets were dead on arrival. Without the addition of Coach Pierce, it's sufficient to say that the team would still be down in the dumps. If I thought the article was rough, the comments were even harsher. Keep women out of our coaching positions. Maybe she took a wrong turn on her way to the cheerleading practice. It's not a shock that someone who looks like her doesn't know how to coach. It looks like she'd cry over a hangnail. The air around me felt heavy, thick with unspoken doubts that were now being formed within my thoughts. A wave of nausea hit my stomach as I read the article again, and again, and again. Each time I read it, the invisible pressure resting against my shoulders felt as if it was pushing me further down. I felt so little at that moment, so heartbroken, mainly because a big part of me believed the article. I wished I could say that was the first article I'd seen, but it wasn't. Over the past few weeks, more and more alike had been flooding in. Articles questioning my capabilities and suggesting that Nathan should take the head coach position. Stories stating that perhaps baseball wasn't for me and I should look into starting a softball team of my own. Think pieces about how women weren't meant to exist in men's realms. I locked my phone, the screen going pitch black, but the words lingered in my mind. They were embedding themselves into my spirit, into my soul, and I couldn't stop it, even though I tried. I worked really hard for my team over the years. I went to bat for those boys time and time again, and all the achievements I did make, getting better equipment and getting a facility built so they could be the best they could be, were all being diminished. What was even worse was them saying it was because I had a vagina between my legs. I'd been fine if they said I'd sucked. But saying I sucked because I was a woman? That set up a completely different kind of hurt that was brewing within me. It felt like I was on trial for my gender, as if my every decision was being scrutinized and judged based on my sex. Unfortunately for me, when I was hurt, I grew angry. And when I was angry, I was no fun to be around. Hey, Avery. I quickly composed myself at the sound of footsteps approaching. I knew it was Nathan coming to check on me. Normally, after practices, we'd meet in my office to go over our game plan for the following day. I slid my phone into my pocket and shook off my nerves as I turned to face him. I tried to push out a fake smile, but it fell short. Hey, I said. I was waiting for you inside. He narrowed his eyes. Everything okay? His voice was laced with concern. Had he read the articles too? Surely he saw the one from today. It was one of the biggest sports websites out there. I had no doubt people had been tagging him in it. I'm fine, I curtly replied, walking past him. Can we talk about the plan for tomorrow later? I'm not in the mood. His footsteps hurried behind me as he caught up to me. He placed a hand on my shoulder, pausing my movement.
Ave, wait. Slow down.
I shook his grip from my arm. I don't want to slow down. I don't want to talk right now, Nathan. He grimaced and removed his hand from my arm.
You read the article, huh?
That felt like a punch straight to my gut. The realization that he'd actually read it too, the heat of embarrassment pierced my face like little needles stabbing against me. My emotions were all over the place, yet I knew the last thing I wanted was to witness Nathan's pity stare on me. His worry felt like an intrusion, a reminder of everything that was spiraling out of my control. What does "I don't want to talk" mean to you? I snapped, more sharply than I intended. The words felt bitter as they somersaulted from my tongue. They were laced with a frustration that was building like a quiet storm within me. Poor Nathan didn't even know that he just stepped right into the eye of the storm. He was in the danger zone, and with the way I was feeling, I was more than willing to make him my target. He recoiled slightly, tossing up two hands in surrender.
Avery, slow down. It's me you're talking to.
There was an instant regret from my coldness, but the floodgates of my anger had been torn open, and I was unable to stop myself from lashing out. Unfortunately for him, he was just in my target range.
I know who you are,
I griped as my breaths heavily weaved in and out. You are Mr. World Series, the redeeming knight in shining armor for this damn team. Without you, I'm nothing. Without you, this team is shit. You're fucking Superman, and I'm Lois Lane, the weak woman who needed to be saved by a man.
Avery.
Or better yet, you're Tarzan and I'm Jane, the stupid love interest. How about you throw me over your shoulder and pound your chest because you're a big, strong man who is the king of the jungle?
I get it. You're upset right now, and
screw you! I'm not upset, I screamed, highlighting that I was, indeed, upset. My chest heaved with rapid breaths.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to constantly prove yourself only to have it all be undermined because of baseless speculations?
I worked just as hard as you this season.
No one is saying you didn't, Avery.
Everyone is saying I didn't, I cried out, tossing my hands up in frustration. You don't know what this feels like. You don't know how it feels to have everything I love and worked hard for questioned by the whole world. You just get to be the shiny hero in the story. So congratulations, Nathaniel. You're a winner. I started to storm off, but he reached for my wrist and swirled me back around to face him.
No,
he said, his voice dripping in control.
No, fuck that, Avery. You don't get to make me the villain in this. I'm sorry they said what they did in that article. It was fucked up and stupid, but I'm not your enemy.
Yeah, well, it didn't really sound like you were my partner either.
What do you want me to do? Go burn down everyone who ever printed a bad word about you? Because I will. I will burn them all to the ground. But you don't get to snap at me like this when I didn't do shit wrong.
He growled. His eyes were dilated, and now his chest was the one rising and falling at an uncontrollable speed.
You said that I don't know how it feels to be questioned by the whole world, and that's bullshit. I've been in your shoes before. I've walked through that shit. It fucking hurts.
I went to respond, but he held up a hand.
I'm not done speaking. You got to yell at me, so now it's my turn to respond. I'll remember the headlines like they were yesterday. Nathan Pierce, from World Series hero to suspected junkie. Or, how about Legends of the Fall? Nathan Pierce's fall from grace. How an all-American all-star let the pressure ruin his life. Or what about the world would be better if players like Nathan Pierce were 6 feet under instead of on the field? You think I don't know what these vultures are like? I've been dragged through the mud, called every nasty name in the book, yet I never took it out on anyone else.
His words halted my storm as he verbally slapped me in the face with the taste of reality. He moved in closer to me, not backing down. His presence somehow dripped with challenge and support all at once.
The media loves a downfall story,
he told me.
They love to make you feel like you're nothing so they can somehow feel as if their own lives are good enough. Don't fall into their booby traps. They'll feed off you until you're nothing. Don't let their words define you, Avery. Otherwise, they then yield the pen to write your tragic ending, too. I stood frozen as he somehow made the boiling rage within me come down to a simmer. The tempest within me clashed with the raw honesty of his words. My hands unclenched by my sides as a small tremble slipped through my lips. "I'm sorry. It just hurts," I whispered, as the anger residing within me began to ebb and be replaced with nothing more than pain. "It hurts," I said, revealing a truth that I had come to terms with. "I know," he agreed. "And that's fine. It's okay for it to hurt. But we're more than their stories. We've worked too hard to get where we are. We're too strong to let this kind of shit get us down. We are almost to the finish line, Avery. Don't let this sidetrack you. I know how deep the pit of self-doubt can pull you." I could tell that he meant that. Nathan had faced demons in his life that he probably never even spoke of. There were parts of his story that he ripped up the pages to. He'd been through the ringer of public opinion, and somehow he not only managed to escape it and become stronger, but he still remained humble and kind. He extended his hand toward me. "Let's go to the batting cage and get this energy moving out of your system." "It's fine. You don't have to stay and make sure I'm good." He extended his hand once more. I sighed as I looked at his hand and then at his eyes. I saw it too. The care that he had the moment he first approached me. At that time, I was too hot-tempered to allow his kindness to take care of me. I placed my hand into his. The moment I felt his touch, my whole body relaxed. He walked me over to the batting cages. He grabbed a helmet and placed it over my head. As he put his hands on the side of the helmet, he placed his forehead to mine. "You are more than those articles, Avery Kingsley. And stop trying to push me away, will you? I'm not going anywhere, no matter how much you tell me to piss off." He leaned in and kissed the tip of my nose before he smacked my behind and said, "Batter up." "I love you," I blurted out, the confession hanging in the air between us. That felt more frightening than any article that could have been written about me. He froze in place as my whole body began to tremble from the words that freely fell from my lips. I shook my head in confusion because that was the last thing I expected myself to say in that batting cage after my outbursts. "I love you so much, and I don't know when it started. I don't know when I started to fall for you or when you started to mean so much to me, but I do. And I'm sorry for everything I said and how I reacted and how I said so many hurtful things. I know I'm hard. I'm a hard person to see and to get, and every time I think you're going to run away, you end up moving closer, even when I don't deserve that, even when I don't deserve you. And well, it's silly and stupid and completely unexplainable, but I love you, Nathan Pierce. I love you so much that it scares me. But still, I love you anyway. And well, He stepped toward me and wrapped his hand around the bat in my grip. "Wait. Stop." His gaze intensified as he searched my eyes. He placed a finger beneath my chin and tilted my head up. "Say it again," he requested, his voice barely above a whisper. "I love you," I repeated as warmth wrapped around the fear sitting heavily within my chest. He placed his forehead to mine once more. "Again," he murmured. I closed my eyes. "I love you," I breathed out. He took the bat from my hands and dropped it to the ground, his fingers laced with mine, and he pulled my hands to his chest. He shook his head slightly. "Sorry, it's just, I've dreamed of you saying those words to me again," he confessed, as his thumbs gently caressed the palms of my hands. "Because I love you too, Avery. I've loved you since I first met you, and I'm certain I never stopped.
We stood there for a moment in the batting cage, surrounded by the echoes of our past and the promise of our future, holding one another in a moment of complete surrender. I forgot about everything else. I forgot about the articles and the cruelty of the world outside of us, and I allowed myself to slip back into our make-believe, where happily ever afters existed and where conflict didn't lead to goodbyes, where my heart could shatter and he'd pick up the broken pieces. I kissed him in the batting cages, allowing myself to fall completely for the man he was that day. Still, even if I wanted the lingering thoughts of doubt placed by the media to disappear, those quiet voices in my head were still trying to convince me otherwise. Love didn't cure self-doubt. Sometimes it only made it louder.
40. Nathan. "Calling for your suitcase in the car, Avery. The plane will leave without us," I shouted through the house as I carried my duffel bag to the front door. Last night I saw Avery packing 2 suitcases. We were going to be gone for 48 hours, not 48 years. She walked over to me with no suitcases. I chuckled a little. "I know I mentioned you should pack a little lighter, but this is a bit extreme." "I can't come," she mentioned. "What do you mean? Is everything okay?" "Yeah, everything's okay. Everything's better than okay. I think it's just Yara's in labor. I just got the call." "Oh, shit," I said, shaking my head in disbelief. "That's crazy." "I know. I want to be there at the campus with you and Cam, but don't worry about it. I know that campus inside out, and I'll be fine with Cam and Adam. You get to the hospital to be with your sister." Okay. I need my keys." She paced the foyer as if she were forgetting something. I placed my hands against her shoulders. "Avery." "Yes?" "Your keys are in your hands." "Right. Yes. Okay." "Take a deep breath, Auntie. You're gonna do great. Tell them I said congratulations." She nodded. "I will. And update me with how everything goes for Cam, will you? I'm so excited." "Talk about a victorious weekend." I kissed her forehead and smacked her ass. "Congrats, Auntie Avery." "Can you believe it?" She smiled, her cheeks rising high. "A baby," she sang, tossing her hands in the air from the excitement. "We're having a baby." "Where?" I knew she wasn't talking about her and me, but then again, I didn't hate the idea. The weekend at Prest went as amazing as it could have. Seeing Cameron in his element was the best thing to witness in the world. Having Adam there with him was the icing on the cake. Cameron even joined in on one of the workouts with Prest's team. As he ran drills on the field, I stood in the dugout watching it all take place. "How does it feel to be back on your stomping grounds, Pierce?" Coach Reed asked me as he walked over with a clipboard and a brown envelope in his hand. Coach Reed was an older gentleman who'd been the head coach at Prest for the past 20 years. He was the one who got me into the big leagues. He was one of the best, and I was excited that Cameron might have had the opportunity to work with such a legend. "Feels like coming home," I told him. He nudged me in the arm. "I was hoping you'd say that." He nodded in Cameron's direction on the field. "The boy's good. One of the best we've seen in a long time. He can take it all the way. I have no doubt about that. He is All-American written all over him. It would be a treat to coach that boy. He needs a little bit of work, but nothing I can't help him with." "I know he'd be in good hands here," I told him. "You should know that," he agreed, "seeing how you'll be joining the team as one of the head coaches, too." I narrowed my eyes as I looked at Reed. "I beg your pardon?" "It's no secret that you've had quite the turnaround with your career, Pierce. I've been watching you. Like the rest of the industry in your small town turned the game upside down. I even saw some articles on your team on ESPN. They are a solid team, because they had a solid leader." "That's true, they did. Avery Kingsley has done remarkable things with that team this year." He waved a dismissive hand my way. "I'm not talking about that girl. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure she's talented. But this is about you, Pierce. We want to offer you a position at Prest. You would be the coach of our dreams, and I couldn't think of a better one to take over once I retire." Retire? I asked. You're planning on retiring? I'm old, he explained. My wife said if I don't, she'll leave me. So, he shrugged. I figured I should start looking for a replacement. I smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm honored, but I think I'm good. He held out the brown envelope. Inside this is a contract, one that is probably much more impressive than that little old high school one you got. You have a big talent, boy. Not many people get second shots like this. Just give me your word that you'll consider it. I took the envelope. Thanks. But I think I'm settled where I am. Just consider it, he echoed. Knowing that he wouldn't let up on it, I agreed. Even though I knew in my heart of hearts I wasn't leaving Honey Creek. I'd found my way back home after years of wandering. I'd be an idiot to leave when everything I'd ever wanted was in my lap. Attaboy. He patted my back and then looked out toward the field. He blew the whistle hanging around his neck. Run that play again, boys, and don't make it look like a toddler's doing it, all right? He walked off the field as Cameron came jogging over toward me. Coach P, did you see me out there? Hell yeah, I did. That was amazing. Did Coach Reed tell you about the coaching position? Could you imagine us both being at Prest? We'd be unstoppable. Yeah, he mentioned it. I smiled an uneasy grin and patted his back. But we should probably get going to the airport. I just wanted you to get one more run on the field before we headed out. Adam, Cameron, and I headed to the airport, and the flight was easy enough. After we walked out of the Chicago airport, I said my goodbyes to the two and thanked them for the weekend. Hey, Coach P, Cameron called out. I turned and looked back toward him. Yeah. He rushed over and hugged me. Thank you for this. You did this all on your own, kid. Your talent got you here. No, I don't mean Prest. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is an amazing opportunity, and I'm grateful. But I meant him. He gestured toward his dad, who was decked out in Prest University gear from head to toe. Thank you for making him feel like my dad again. He said he's getting hope, and I can't help but think you had something to do with that. I smiled. Being human is complex, and sometimes we fall off our tracks. He deserved another shot. Cameron nodded. Thanks for putting him back on the tracks, Coach. See you tomorrow at practice. I headed back home, excited to see Avery and tell her how great the weekend had been. I also wanted to see more photographs of her sweet niece. I'd missed her over the past few days. I knew it was silly, seeing as we'd been spending more than enough time with one another, but the second I left, I missed her. Welcome home, Coach, Avery said as I walked into the front door. She wore an oversized graphic TLC t-shirt, red panties, and a bottle of wine in her hands. Dinner's on the table. I dropped my bag in the foyer and kicked off my shoes. I could get used to these kinds of welcome home greetings. I moved toward her as if there were a strong magnetic pull and found her lips against mine. I missed you, she laughed. You're such a simp. Simp? I kissed her again. Learning some slang words from your students? Yep. And what exactly is a simp? I Googled it. It's a person who's perceived as overly submissive or even desperate for the attention or affection of someone without receiving anything in return. Oh. I pulled the palm of her free hand to my mouth and kissed it. I am such a simp for you, Avery Kingsley. She giggled, and I wanted to swim in that sound. Simp, simp, fucking simp. I love you, she said. I love you, I replied. Dinner? She asked me as she took off my jacket. Yes, I nodded. Dinner. She led me to the dining room and I took a seat. She opened the wine and poured 2 glasses. She then placed a pasta dish with garlic bread on our plates. She went to sit in the chair beside me and I held a hand out, stopping her. What? She asked. I patted my lap. Here. She laughed and placed her hands on her hips. Do you want me to feed you or something? Yeah, like I said, I missed you. I need you as close as possible right now, so come here and sit. She hesitated for a moment, probably debating a sassy reply, but instead, she climbed into my lap, facing me, with her legs hanging to the sides of the chair. She kissed me gently. I missed you too. I chuckled to myself and shook my head. Gosh, Avery, you're such a simp. She reached behind her and lifted the plate into her hand. Shut up and eat. She fed me a forkful of the pasta. Tell me everything about your weekend. Tell me all about Cameron. I did. I told her all about Cameron's adventures on campus and how it was remarkable watching his dreams come true. She told me about Yara and how amazing her beautiful niece was as I fed her the pasta. Teresa Marie, Avery stated, named after Alex's great-aunt and our mom. Her eyes lit up with complete bliss as she talked about the meaning behind the name of her niece. Gosh, you'll have to meet her. She's something special. She's equal parts Yara and Alex. I swore. She even had Alex's grimace when she was born. I laughed. That would be a sight to see. Her stare fell to the floor as her smile faltered. What is it? I asked. Nothing, it's just... She shrugged defeatedly. I thought I'd have what they have, too. I always wanted a little girl, and I wanted to name her after my mother. I'm not mad at Yara for using the name. Trust me, I'm not. She didn't even know about that dream of mine, but still. Feels like that idea died a little today. You still have time to be a mother, I told her. Yeah, but... My name is Nathan, I explained. She narrowed her eyes and let out a confused laugh. Yes, it is. That's my cousin's name, too, and my other cousin. I also have an uncle with the middle name Nathan. We were all named after our grandfather, Nathaniel Pierce. So what I'm saying is, one day, you can have your little Marie if you have a little girl. It's kind of nice to have a history of love showcased through names. The smile reappeared against her lips as she took the plate from my hands and placed it back on the table. She then placed her hands against the sides of my face and kissed me long and hard. I love you, she muttered before kissing me again. I wrapped my arms around her waist. She arched toward me as I kissed her deeper. I love you, I swore. My mouth moved to the nape of her neck where I trailed kisses. I love you, I repeated, slowly swiping my tongue against her smooth skin. She gently began to rock her hips against my crotch, making my dick instantly wake up. Her hands moved down as I kept kissing her skin, and she began to unbuckle my jeans. Without struggle, she got them off, and I shook out of them, only lifting her body for a slight moment. With the jeans went my boxers, revealing my hardened shaft that was more than ready to slide inside Avery. My hand moved down to her red panties, and I shifted them to the side, exposing her warm, wet pussy. My thumb began massaging her clit as she pressed her hands to my chest and closed her eyes. A whimper fell from her lips as she rocked against me. I lifted her slightly, allowing my cock to rub against her lips before I slid her down against it. Yes, 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 she moaned as I filled her up. She wrapped her arms around my neck as my arms wrapped around her body, and she began to ride me right there, gliding up and down my dick, making me feel as if I was on a damn water ride based on how wet she'd been. You did miss me, didn't you, Coach? I growled against her ear, holding her closer to my body, feeling my heart race faster as she bounced up and down against me. Because you're riding me like you did. She leaned back against the table, resting her elbows against the edge. She arched an eyebrow, and a wicked smirk spread over those full lips of hers. Yeah, I missed you. Now show me that you missed me more, big boy. She slowed her hip rolls, teasing my cock as she took control of the speed of entrance. I arched a brow. Is that a request? No, she purred before rolling her tongue slowly across her bottom lip. She leaned back toward me, placed a finger beneath my chin, and tilted my head up slightly to lock my eyes with hers. That's an order, Coach. Fuck. Something about the words and the actions combined almost brought me to the finish line sooner than I'd wished. If I had it my way, Avery Kingsley would be ordering me around for the remainder of my life, and like the good, faithful simp I'd been, I would have allowed her to dog-walk me every single step of the way. With haste, I lifted her from the chair, off my cock, and flipped her around so she was facing the table. Her feet hit the floor, and I tossed off my shirt before placing my body against hers. My hand wandered up her shirt and I grasped her breasts, massaging them as my dick rubbed against her perfect ass. My mouth found the edge of her ear before whispering, After this, I'll make love to you, I swear. I licked her earlobe and bit it. But first, I'm going to fuck the everlasting shit out of you until you scream my name in cursive. I then bent her body forward, and she spread her hands over the table, grasping it the best she could as I slid back inside her from behind. I wrapped my hand around her neck and tilted her body toward mine, loving the sound of the screams of pleasure escaping her as I thrust into her deeper and deeper, filling her up with all of me as she gave me all of her. Look at me, I demanded. She tilted her head slightly around to see me, her eyes fluttering open as moans of desire kept escaping through those plump lips of hers. My hand stayed at the base of her neck as we locked eyes for a moment before my mouth slammed against hers, and my tongue fucked her at the same speed and intensity as my dick fucked her. Yours, I breathed into her. I wanted to fill all her holes with me, and I wanted to feel her moans vibrating off my tongue as she surrendered to me in our love. Forever, I promised. I twisted her body back around so she was facing me, and I laid her against the dining room table, shoving the plates and glasses of wine to the floor, not giving a damn what shattered along the way. Her eyes were on me and mine on hers. I climbed on top of her, rocking my throbbing cock deeper into her as she wrapped her hands around me and dug her nails into my back. Nate, she shuddered, unable to form my whole name with her words. I felt her growing closer and closer to her orgasm as she deepened her nails against me, holding me as if I were the key to her greatest victory. So close, she muttered, her eyes fluttering shut. Right there. Don't stop, don't you dare fucking stop, she growled with an order. The closer she grew to her climax, the closer I inched to mine. As her legs began to tremble against me, I lost myself too, falling into the hardest orgasm I'd had in a while. I took a few moments before sliding myself out from inside her, and I fell backward into the chair in front of the table. My breath weaved in and out as I stared at Avery, who was now sitting up on her elbows. She bit her bottom lip with a wicked smile. This is a sturdy table. As sturdy as they come. She pushed herself up from the table and began walking down the hallway. I watched her ass move side to side the whole time. Where are you going? I asked. To shower. She glanced over her shoulder. Join me.
41. Avery. My legs felt like jello the following day when I went to school. I had Nathan to blame for that, seeing how he kept me up all night long. Then again, I wasn't complaining. Not in the slightest. Students buzzed around with a lightness to them. School was coming to an end, and graduation was right around the corner for many of them. The energy felt fresh, renewed in some way. "Coach K!" Cameron said, rushing over to me in the hallway after first period finished. He looked like he was still floating on cloud 9 from the weekend. That made me happier than I could have ever expressed. "Dude, I wish you were there this weekend." I smiled. I wish I was too, but rumor has it that you had the best weekend ever. It was amazing. My dad loved the campus too, and Coach P showed us all around his old stomping grounds. I love that. I'm glad. Me too. He grinned ear to ear, grabbing the straps of his backpack tightly around his shoulders. Plus, the idea of him coaching there when I attend is so exciting. I mean, I wish I had both of you coaching me, but at least a part of Honey Creek is coming to Prest too. My heart skipped a few beats as I tried to grasp the words leaving his mouth. Wait, what do you mean? Coach Reed at Prest offered Coach P a head coaching position. He gave him a contract and all. He narrowed his eyes. Oh, crap. I thought he would have told you when he got back. I'm sorry if... I pushed out a smile and patted Cameron on the shoulder. No, it's fine. I knew. I just didn't know he shared the information with you. I lied. The bell rang and I cleared my throat. Get to your next class, will you? We can't have you falling behind on your studies. All right. And Cam? Yeah? I'm really proud of you. He grew bashful and nodded. Thanks, Coach K, for everything. After he left, his words grew heavier and heavier within my mind with every passing hour. When my lunch break came around, I left school and headed over to Nathan's house. I knew he was in town that afternoon, so when I went into the house to snoop around, I knew I'd be fine. As I walked into the house, I noticed an envelope on the kitchen island that Nathan left there the night prior. With nerves bubbling up inside, I opened the envelope to find the contract that Cameron told me about. A contract for a lot of money.
I felt sick. He was leaving me.
He was leaving and didn't bother to tell me about the offer, just like Wesley had done, just like Nathan had done years before, too. There was no way that was possible. Just like that, the make-believe world I had created with Nathan crashed straight into reality. With a busy mind, I pulled out my cell phone and called the apartment complex in town. "Hi there. I was just calling to see if that one-bedroom apartment was still available. I'd like to come through today and sign a lease for it if possible." After I hung up the phone, I texted Nathan. "Avery, can you take lead at practice tonight? I have some things to handle."
Nathan, yeah, is everything okay?
"Avery, everything's good."
Nathan, okay, I'll see you afterward.
"Avery, yeah, all right." I headed back to school for the remainder of the day, and afterward I headed to the apartment complex to sign the lease. That took some time. Then I headed back to Nathan's place and began to pack my suitcases. I needed to get out of that place, away from him as soon as possible. My heart couldn't take much more breaking. I was reaching the point where I had little to nothing left. Unfortunately, I didn't end up packing fast enough because Nathan showed up early from practice to find me about to walk out with my suitcases. He arched an eyebrow.
Avery, what are you doing?
I blinked a few times and shook my head. "I signed a new apartment lease. I should be able to move in next week, but for the time being, I'm going to go stay with my dad." His brows narrowed as confusion swirled in his eyes.
Wait, what? You're leaving?
"We knew this arrangement was temporary, Nathaniel. I was always going to get an apartment," I said as I started to walk toward the front door. He stepped in front of me, tossing his hands up in confusion.
Wait, I'm sorry, slow down. You're acting weird.
"No, I'm not."
Yes, you are. Why didn't you tell me you were signing a lease?
"Since when do I have to tell you everything I do?" I snipped at him.
You don't, but...
He shook his head.
This just feels like I'm being blindsided a bit.
"Yeah," I agreed. "Isn't that a shitty feeling?" His brows knitted.
What's that supposed to mean? What's going on, Avery?
"Nothing," I argued. "I'm just leaving."
Why would you stay at your father's place instead of staying here for the week before moving in? Why would you even want to leave? I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I don't get why I had to hear about you getting offered a position at Prest University from Cameron. Then again, I guess that's what we do. Keep shit to ourselves. His eyes grew somber as the reality of the situation settled in.
Shit.
Yeah, shit, I echoed. "Please move."
Listen, Avery, I didn't know Cameron even knew about the offer. He misspoke.
Doubtful. He made it very clear that it would be great having you as his coach when he headed off to Prest. I think this is great. I think it's great that I had to hear it from a student instead of from you, I sarcastically remarked.
I was going to tell you.
Why not last night? Did it slip your mind when you were fucking me against your dining room table? Did it somehow go forgotten while you fucked me in the shower and told me you loved me? His eyes widened as if I were speaking in a different language.
Like I said, it was a misunderstanding. Let me explain.
No, I spat out. I don't want your explanation. I want to leave.
Yes, Coach Reed offered me a position, but I'm going to turn it down.
Going to? So you made him think there was a chance. You're considering it.
No, but in person, he wouldn't take no as an answer and...
Tears. They wanted so desperately to fall. Nathaniel?
Move,
I ordered, as he continued to block the front door.
Avery, move! I shouted, my rage building more and more each second. You're scared. Excuse me? Should I have told you last night? Yes. But it wasn't at the forefront of my mind, seeing how I had no plans of taking the job. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I fucked up with that. Okay. Cool. Now move. No, I won't, because you're scared. You're scared of this, of us, because we are getting serious. You're trying to push me away before we can get closer because you're scared. Don't tell me what I am. I spat out. The last thing I need is Nathaniel Pierce to tell me what I am. You're fucking scared, Avery, he shouted, his hands tossing up in frustration as he paced the room. You're so fucking scared of being left that you are trying to run before that could happen again, and I get it. I fucking get it. But I'm not Wesley Avery, and I'm not that fucked up scared kid that I was when I left before. I'm here. I'm solid, he swore, pounding his hand against his chest. I'm not leaving. So you can either be scared with me and we work through this together, or you'll have to be the one to walk, because you don't get to rewrite this story. You don't get to go 10 years down the road from now and tell the story that Nathan Pierce left you because I made a promise to you. I promised you I wouldn't fucking do that. I'm staying, Ave. I'm standing here and I'm staying, so fuck. Just stay here with me too. My mind was spinning as the words fell from his mouth. I could hear him, yet thoughts wouldn't allow for his sentiments to stick. My mind was working too hard on trying to make me retreat because my messed up thoughts were already certain he'd leave at some point. Maybe not today, but what about tomorrow? Why wouldn't he? He left before. Wesley left. Mama left. Maybe that was the one that cut the deepest. Maybe that was the one where my fear of abandonment truly took flight. Mama left me with nothing but trauma and a jaded mindset of what love could be, because in the end, that's what love did. It went away. Nothing in life was promised, and every human would leave this planet the same way, alone. Even if I held on to Nathan for the rest of my life, there would be a day that I'd lose him, a day I'd have to let go, and I wasn't sure that my heart could take that. I wasn't certain that I could face a realm where he'd left me. So I'd leave first. I'd pretend to be hard when weakness was all I felt. Better to leave now than 10 years down the road, I murmured, my voice shaking from fear. What happened to heart over head? I realized that was a stupid way to live, I replied. The flash of pain that hit his eyes almost made my own eyes cry. I'd never seen him look as broken as he had at that very moment. He swallowed hard and stepped to the side of the door, making a clear path for me to leave. Just like that, huh? He asked. Yep, I sniffled and rolled my shoulders back. Just like that. Then go, he whispered, his voice cracking. I stood as tall as I could, even though I felt extremely fragile. As I stepped out of the front door, Nathan said, Congratulations, Avery. You did it. You pushed me away. You can have your life, and I'll go on with mine. But just so you know, all I wanted, all I ever wanted, was for this, for us. I just wanted another chance to love you. He turned and walked into his house, leaving me standing there to close the front door for him. It only seemed right, seeming that I was walking this time, not him. I got into my car, and I only made it a few minutes down the road before I broke into tears. I couldn't breathe, let alone drive. After pulling the car over, I reached for my phone and dialed Willow's number. Hey, Abe, what's up? Willow asked. I sobbed on the phone, unable to get any words out. Okay, hey, it's all right. What's going on? Where are you? I somehow managed to state where I was located. She heard me loud and clear. Don't worry, she swore.
I'm on my way. When she showed up in Big Bird, she parked right behind my car. She climbed out of her vehicle and rushed to my passenger seat. I'm sorry, I cried as she pulled me into her arms. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I kept repeating. I wasn't certain if I was apologizing for inconveniencing her time or if I was still apologizing to Nathan for leaving. Or maybe I was apologizing to my own heart for breaking it again. You're okay. You're fine. I got you, she swore, pulling me closer to her as she hugged me. Everything's going to be okay. I sobbed even harder when she said those words, because I knew they were a lie.
42. Nathan. The problem with breaking up with Avery was the fact that the baseball postseason wasn't over yet. We still had 2 weeks left together. We'd still had to interact, day in and day out, as if nothing was different between us in front of the guys. She'd do her best to act unfazed by the fact that she ripped my fucking heart out and stomped it out while she went over strategies. I hated everything about it. What I hated more was that she seemed okay. She seemed fine with the fact that we weren't us anymore. We didn't even get along enough to really become us either. It felt like deja vu. Our shot at happiness was once again being ripped away prematurely. You got everything for the final tournament games? She asked me as I stood in her office. She began packing up her paperwork. She'd been avoiding eye contact, but that wasn't unusual over the past few days. She'd been working her ass off to avoid looking my way. Her damn stubbornness was going to be the death of me. Yup, we're all set. The bus will be here at 2 to transfer us to Ridgedale. Perfect. She picked up her duffel bag and tossed the strap onto her shoulder. If there's anything else you need before, how the hell are you all right? I snapped, getting more and more annoyed with her nonchalant persona. How are you acting like everything's all fine and dandy when I'm sitting here fucking broken? Avery's lips parted as she froze for a moment's time. A flash of hurt shot through her eyes, showing me that she wasn't handling it as well as she had me believing. She still cared. She still felt. She was just working her damnedest to suppress those emotions. She blinked a few times before a hardness returned to her stare. She rolled her shoulders back and cleared her throat. Do you have any more questions before Ridgedale? The coldness of her words sliced through me. Nope, I said. Nothing else. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, she stated, walking my way to leave. As she crossed my path, I grabbed her arm and pulled her close. Why are you doing this, Coach? I whispered. Why are you pushing me away? Her voice cracked and she closed her eyes for a moment. I have to, Nathan. I can't. Her eyes opened once more and I saw it again, the aching of her soul seeping out from her irises. Please let me go, she said, her voice barely audible. Are you sure that's what you want? I asked. I don't want to let you go. Not again. I'm trying to love you, Avery. I know. She nodded, a few tears rolling down her cheeks. There it was again, her truth. Then let me. I can't, she murmured. Why not? She turned her lips up into the saddest smile I'd ever witnessed. I never knew a smile could break a heart until that very moment. She shook her head slightly and shrugged her shoulders. Because how can you love me when I don't even know how to love myself? Avery. She pulled her arm away from my hold and wiped her tears, shaking her head. Please, Nathan, can we just make it through the rest of the season and then move on? I wanted to fight with her. I wanted to tell her that she was being irrational and overly dramatic and that she shouldn't have allowed the demons in her head to keep her from being loved. But I knew how it was to be so deep in the darkness that you thought you didn't even deserve to be loved. I hated that she felt that way. I hated that there was nothing I could do to help her shift those dark thoughts filtering through her mind. So I did the only thing I could think of doing at that very moment. I gave her the space she'd requested. Okay, I agreed. Thank you, she muttered, a small sigh of relief rippling through her words. She started for the door, and I called out one last time. "Hey, Coach." "Yes," she asked, looking over her shoulder. "We'll get our boys to state and win. I'll be the best assistant coach for you. You have my full commitment to this team. I also won't bring us up again," I promised. "I get it. You're done. So I'm done. We're done. There's no going back for us, so let's just make it through the rest of the season."
"What do you mean she's gone?"
Easton asked, as he and my other brother sat on my front porch confused as ever as to why Avery wouldn't be joining the Sunday game. I wasn't going to play either. I wasn't up for that shit. I mean exactly what I said. She's gone. She left on Monday, I told them.
"On Monday?"
River hollered, tossing his hands in the air.
"How have you gone a week without telling us Avery was gone?"
"I didn't figure it was something worth mentioning," I said as I headed for my car. "I won't be playing today. I got too much stuff to take care of today."
"Whoa, whoa, whoa! Pause, time out!" Grant shouted, chasing me. "You can't just tell us you lost the love of your life and leave it at that."
"Don't be so dramatic, Grant. I thought that was Easton's job," I muttered.
"But she is,"
Easton said, walking toward us. He leaned against my driver's door, blocking my entrance.
"She is the love of your life."
"Yeah, well, sometimes shit doesn't work out in life," I barked. "Now move, Easton."
"No,"
he said, standing stern.
"Not until you get Avery back."
"Easton," I growled, "move before I move you." Grant shot over and stood beside Easton.
"You'll have to move me too."
River hurried over and stood next to the two of them.
"Me too, brother,"
I grumbled. "Stop being dicks and get on with your own lives, will you? At least Evan has enough nerve to mind his own." My words faltered as Evan stood in front of my car, too. I pinched the bridge of my nose. "Not you too, Evan."
"Sorry, brother. It's just you've been grimacing more than me this past week. I can't have someone taking my sultry looks. I got that copyrighted."
"Tell us what happened," Evan said.
"Yeah. What did you do?"
Grant asked. I narrowed my eyes. "What did I do?" I barked. "What makes you think I did something wrong?" They shrugged in sync, as if they were 4 quadruplets instead of 2 sets of twins.
"Avery just seems perfect," River said.
"Well, she's not," I blurted out, tossing my hands up in frustration. I paced the same space with irritation, filling every inch of my being. She's messed up and hard and confusing and abrupt. She makes rushed decisions and sees everything as black and white with no middle ground. It's an all-or-nothing mentality with her, which leaves me almost no room to let other people in. She's hard-headed and mean. She's so damn mean to me sometimes, but even meaner to herself. She's damn rough around the edges, too. She's so rough that if you even look at her wrong, you'd end up with paper cups somehow, and I...
"You love her,"
Easton expressed quietly. I paused my footsteps. I took a few deep breaths. I felt a tug of my heart as I nodded. "More than breathing."
"Then go get her back,"
Evan said, patting me on the shoulder. "I don't believe in that love stuff for myself, but I believe in it for you, Nate. You've been a completely different person since reconnecting with Avery, too. You've been happy. Don't lose that." It's too late. She wants nothing to do with me this whole week. We've had games, and she has hardly looked my way. It's torturing me, and I can't take much more. I know she has her issues, but fuck. She won't let me in. What the hell am I supposed to do? "Keep trying," a voice said from behind me. I turned to see Priya standing there. "You're supposed to keep trying, Uncle Nate." I sighed and shook my head. "It's not that easy, Squirt." "I didn't say it was easy. I just said you had to keep trying," she replied. Evan started toward Priya. "Listen, Pri, this is grown folk stuff, and..." "No offense, Dad, but you're a guy, and guys are a little stupid when it comes to what we women need."
"Women? I thought she was a little girl,"
Easton whispered with a pout. "Well, I'm not, Uncle East. I'm a grown woman, And I know what Avery is going through. We've talked a lot over the past few weeks of her being here. And I think I get her. She has trust issues. I know. Because of what I did to her when we were younger, but no, she shook her head. It's because her mom left her when she was a kid. We talked about that together. Losing our moms. Evan's brows lowered. You've talked about that with Avery? Yes, she said. You never talk about it with me, he urged. That's because I know it hurts you still, Dad, even if you say it doesn't. Priya turned back to me. But that's not the point. This is about Avery, not me. When she lost her mom, she lost her trust in the world. She had flashes of trust, but it's easier for her to run away from something good because she has a belief that nothing can stay that way, that things can't stay good. That's why she pushed you away. She got scared. Yeah, I know. It still doesn't change the fact that she doesn't want anything to do with me, I expressed. I'm not going to pressure her to let me in. That's not fair to whatever it is that she's going through. I'm not saying to pressure her, Priya said. I'm saying keep trying. Maybe not as a romantic partner, but as a friend. Sometimes people don't need romance. Sometimes they just need someone in their corner. I crossed my arms over my chest and lowered my brows. When did you get so smart, huh? Priya smiled. Last week after my AP chemistry test. Now come on, guys. I made a new batch of cookies. I want you all to try for me. The guy shot from in front of my car with haste and started in the direction of Evan and Priya's place. If I knew cookies would get them to move, I would have offered that up from the jump. Evan hung back with me and grimaced as he watched his daughter walk away. I still have no clue how she became so wise, he said. I patted him on the shoulder. She was raised by a good man. No, he disagreed, gesturing toward the other three guys who were playfully pushing Priya around. It takes a village, he smirked slightly. She's right too, you know, about Avery. Just keep making her feel seen. Besides, you've waited how long for her to come back around? What's a little bit longer?
43. Avery. Daddy and Alex moved all my things into my new apartment while Yara, Willow, and I sat on my new couch watching the men work hard. I held Teresa Marie in my arms as she slept peacefully. I couldn't believe there was a new generation in the family. She was as perfect as ever, too. Okay, I said, looking up from the sleeping baby toward my sisters. I know you're both thinking a lot, so go ahead and let it all out. I'll give you the next... I glanced down at my watch. 3 minutes to ask me anything you please about Nathan and me. Yara went first. Do you love him? Yes, I said. Did you freak out because you love him? Willow questioned. Also yes, I replied. Do you miss him? Yara asked. I sighed, feeling a flip in my stomach. More than words. Then go get him, Yara said, resting a comforting hand against my forearm. You deserve love more than anyone else, Avery. Her words left her mouth, but they didn't hit my soul. I couldn't believe them to be true because my self-love was lacking. How could I accept love from anyone else? He got offered a dream job at Prest University in Georgia. I won't stand in his way of that opportunity, especially when I'm so wishy-washy with him. It's not fair. It's not right. Besides, he's made for more than this small town. More than me. I told them. Avery, Willow scolded. Stop making yourself sound so small. Anyone is lucky to get you. Nathan would stay for you. I know he would. I do too, I confessed. Which is why I pushed him away. I can't have him give up his dreams because of me. This is for the best, I said. He'll go to Prest and become an amazing coach, and I'll stay here. Everything will go back to normal. I'll coach at the high school, and I'll return to my life as if nothing happened between Nathan and me. But so much did happen, Ave. So much good, Willow stated. She took my hand in hers. Avery, does Nathan make you feel?
Feel what?
Anything, she said.
Tears burned at the back of my eyes, and I nodded slowly. Everything. He makes me feel everything.
Yar's eyes flashed with tears as she reached out to wipe mine that decided to slip down my cheeks. Ave.
Time's up, I said with a forced smile. And I think Dyson needs a new diaper.
The team's talent only grew more and more as we made our way to state, which we did.
We made it to state. I couldn't believe the transformation that took place over the past few months with the Honey Creek Hornets,
and I knew so much of it had to do with Nathan Pierce getting on board.
He wasn't only the best thing that happened to me, but he was the best thing that happened to the team, too. With the flurry of everything going on, we'd had interview after interview leading up to the final series. The last interview we did was with ESPN, which felt as close to the big leagues as I'd ever get. I was nervous doing an interview, especially how after the media had been toward me, but I knew it would be good to shed light on our team. The more attention we got, the more attention the boys received from the scouts. As I sat mic'd up beside Nathan during the interview, I tried my best not to look nervous. Nathan naturally took the lead on a lot of the questioning. At some points, I felt as if the interview was trying to make little digs at Nathan about his past career and how it went up in flames. Nathan, being the professional that he'd always been, handled it with grace.
That's the thing about our past. It doesn't have to shape our future,
Nathan expressed.
I'm not who I was yesterday, though. I'm not embarrassed by my mistakes of the past. Those missteps led me here.
He glanced over at me, and a small smile appeared before he looked back at the interviewer.
And I would walk every broken road twice over if it led me back to this.
I swallowed hard at that comment, but remained quiet. The interviewer turned to me next.
And what about you, Coach Kingsley? I know you've been paid a lot of attention by the press, something you're probably not used to.
Not in the least. I nervously laughed.
How are you handling the pressures as we go into the final game of the series? Do you feel as if you have something to prove as a woman? It's said that you are in the wrong sport and you only got here because of Nathan. Though I'm not saying I believe that, but it's clear that a majority of folks do. They said it's all Nathan carrying the team and not you. Clearly the majority couldn't have all gotten it wrong, right? How much of this team's success was truly yours? Or, like many are saying, was it all Pierce and you just got pulled along the way toward victory?
I felt it happening. The tightening of my chest, the rage building up from the rude question that was being asked. My vision began to blur as every negative thought that lived within me started to come back to the surface. Every suppressed feeling of doubt was awakened at that moment.
"Oh, shit,"
Nathan said, looking out into the distance.
"Did you see that?"
The interviewer turned around to see what it was that Nathan was speaking of.
"What's what?"
"Oh, nothing."
Nathan shook his head.
"I just thought I saw an array of butterflies."
"Butterflies?"
the interviewer questioned.
"Yeah."
He turned toward me and nodded with a tiny smile.
"Butterflies."
A laugh of comfort escaped me. Butterflies. Nathan gave me a comforting wink.
"Go ahead and continue, Coach,"
he said.
"Sorry for the interruption."
I cleared my throat and turned back toward the interviewer. I, like most, have read the comments about my position as head coach at Honey Creek. I'd be lying if I said the words didn't hurt me. I'm human. Words can hurt. And the truth of the matter is, Nathan has been such a blessing to our team. There's no way we would have made it this far without him.
"We're a team,"
Nathan added in.
"That's what we are, Avery and me. We're a team. One isn't more important than the other. We were both focused on the success of the season this year, and we ebbed and flowed like magic with one another. Avery Kingsley is one of the best coaches to ever coach the game, and it has been nothing less than an honor to coach beside her. The whole game of baseball is better with her in this industry. Frankly, I think we could use more women coaches on the field. I think it's beyond time that we expand our realm. Oh, Nathan, how badly I want to love you.
After the interview finished, we were unmiked and free to go. As we were walking out of the building, I paused beside Nathan. Hey, Nathan?
Yeah.
Thank you for having my back in there. I know things between us have been strange, but that meant a lot to me. He nodded once.
I'll always cover your base, Coach.
We won. We won state. We freaking won state. The second it happened, I felt as if my heart was going to explode in my chest. I shot out to the field from the dugout and began to celebrate with all the guys on the field who were losing their minds over the fact that we were the state champions. I couldn't control my excitement as I jumped up and down, hugging the players. Before I knew it, my arms found their way around Nathan and we embraced. We did it! I shouted, my heart pounding rapidly against my chest. We did it!
You did it, Coach,
he said as he swung me around from pure excitement.
I'm so fucking proud of you,
he told me. He placed me back down on solid ground, yet the world kept spinning faster and faster around us. I stared into his brown eyes, shaking my head in amazement. Then my excited heart shifted to feeling as if it wanted to cry, because all it wanted in that very moment was to kiss him, to fall into his arms again and never let go, to celebrate with him on the field and off. But I couldn't. We couldn't. Nate, I whispered. He gave me a sad smile, as if he could read my thoughts.
I know,
he said softly.
Me too, Coach. Me too.
He then moved in and gave me another hug, holding me close to his chest. He kissed my forehead and whispered,
I miss you so much. It's hard to breathe.
Then he let me go. He let me go and went on celebrating with the rest of the team, as if his own heart wasn't breaking too. I didn't know what to expect because I told him to do that. I told him to stay away, and he did what I'd asked. But my breathing was suffering too. I knew exactly what he meant when he said those words, because it was so hard to breathe without him. After the game, the team was heading off to celebrate together with a late night of pizza at the hotel we were staying at. I told them I'd join them later on, but first I needed to take in the moment on the field now that it was cleared out. I needed to come down from the busyness of the day and take it all in by myself. Though it turned out I wasn't alone.
Way to go, Coach K,
a voice said from the stands. I turned to see my father sitting there. The crowd was gone, and the only things remaining were the floodlights on the field and my father in the stands. Not too bad, huh? I said with a smirk.
I like Nathan,
he stated, throwing me completely off kilter. What?
I said I like Nathan.
Are you about to give me a father-daughter talk? I asked as I walked over to the stands to join him.
I'm about to give you a father-daughter talk.
He patted the empty spot beside him, and I took a seat. He turned to stare back to the field.
Do you remember when your mother and I used to take Yara and you to the baseball field for family time?
I laughed. Yeah, Yara and her would sit up here making artwork while you and I would be on the field hitting balls.
Those are some of my favorite memories.
Me too. You're the one who made me fall in love with the game.
You're the one who made me stay in love with it,
he expressed, clasping his hands together and resting them in his lap.
I like Nathan,
he repeated. I sighed. Yeah, I heard that the first time.
You like him too,
he said, certain.
You love him.
I blinked a few times. What
does that have to do with anything? Baby girl, love has to do with everything.
He stared forward and shook his head slightly.
I don't know much about life. I'm a simple man who does construction and enjoys a good beer on Friday nights. But there are so many complicated things in life that I don't know much about. But I do know about love. I think love is the reason we humans decided to come to this damn planet in the first place. I think there's something bigger than we know that brought us here, and I think we were brought here to love. If that's true, then we are stupid. It's stupid, I countered. He arched an eyebrow. You think love is stupid? Yes, I confidently said. Because if we came for love, then why wouldn't we come solely for love and love alone? If we only came for love, then why is there so much hurt too? I shook my head and shut my eyes. Because all the hurt in the world seems so much louder than love. It feels more as if we humans came here to suffer, to break. You don't really believe that, do you? I shrugged. Sometimes. Because if it was all about love, my voice cracked as I rubbed my hands against my legs, then why would this world allow a little girl to lose her mother? Why are there children suffering wars, violence, pain? There's so much pain, Daddy. I cried, placing my hand over my chest. There's so much hurt. Why would we do this? Why would we come for love, but then make hearts that could break so easily? I think you're confusing the opposite of love with hurt. No, I disagreed. I know the opposite of love is hate. No, he replied with a head shake. The opposite of love is indifference. The feeling of emptiness. That's what the opposite of love is. Love allows you space to feel everything, joy, bliss, sorrow, and pain. Grief is love, Avery. Love and grief go hand in hand. Why is that? Because grief is the realization that you could care for another so deeply, that your heart could shatter a million ways, all due to how much you adored another. Being able to feel so deeply is a gift, baby girl. It's the indifference, the inability to feel, that is the curse. It's scary to feel grief. It's even scarier to feel nothing. He flicked his thumb against the bridge of his nose. I once read a quote by a person named Jamie Anderson that said, "Grief is just love with no place to go." And I felt that deeply. Yet then I realized that the gift of grief is that there are still other types of love that surround you. When I had so much grief after losing your mother, I thought I had nowhere else to put said love, but then I saw it within you three girls. My love for her spread into the love I had for you. And don't get me wrong, that doesn't cancel out the love I have for your mother. That grief will always be a part of me. But the love from you girls, that refilled my tank. I think after all these years, that's what you need, baby girl. You need a refill of your tank. I sniffled, knowing that Nathan had started to refill my empty tank over the past few months. Still, I was so scared that I created a leak in the tank because I was terrified of what would happen if that love went away again. I'm scared of loving him, Daddy, I quietly confessed. I know, he agreed. Tell me why. Because... Tears streamed down my cheeks as the reality settled in. I think I'm so broken that no matter how hard I try to be enough for him, I'll never live up to what he deserves. What if my love isn't enough for him to stay? Daddy took a moment, taking in my words. He wasn't one to speak out of turn without thinking his thoughts all the way through. Then his mouth parted, and he said, I've sat in the stands at the home games this whole season, Avery. I didn't watch the game, though. I watched Nathan watching you. He gave me a small smile and wiped away my tears. I've only been in love, real love, once in my life with your mother. That kind of love doesn't come around often. It's rare. But I see it when he looks at you, sweetheart. His love for you is only growing with each passing day. Don't run from something real just because you're afraid of getting hurt or that you're not good enough. Life is hard, and hearts do break, but those hearts can heal too. Just don't think that your heart needs to heal on its own when there's someone out there who's interested in fixing it with you. I bit my bottom lip. You think he'd stay through my lows? Sweetheart, you're in a low right now, aren't you? Yes. I saw him this whole game looking at you, baby girl. He already stayed. He's standing on the front porch waiting for you. It's up to you to open the door and let him back in. And there it was. My turned-off heart began to beat slowly again. And for what it's worth, Avery Harper Kingsley, you're more than enough, especially on the days when you don't feel that way. Thanks, Daddy. Always. He reached under the bleachers and pulled out a picnic basket. Now, how about a victory PB&J sandwich?
44. Nathan. We won state. The sun was already setting by the time we got home the next day. I was exhausted, but so proud of the team, so proud of Avery. But even though I was proud, there was a heaviness that felt so hard to face reality with. The fact that we won, and I still felt as if I'd lost, was something so hard to come face to face with. After being greeted by my family with a little dinner celebration at my mom's house, I headed back to my place to find a surprise on my porch. Avery. I narrowed my eyes as I approached her. Hey, what are you doing? Can we have an impromptu OSS meeting on your field? She blurted out. What? She shook her head. You know, OSS, oldest sibling syndrome. Yeah, I know what it means. I tilted my head, studying her for a moment's time. I wished I could understand that messy brain of hers and help her shift through her files, but she was there, in front of me. I could tell she was scared, but still she showed up. That had to mean something. I gave her a nod and walked her out to the field. I grabbed a bat and handed it over to her. I'll pitch you some, I told her as I grabbed a helmet and placed it on her head. Sounds good. She took the bat from me. I grabbed a bag of balls and moved out to the pitching mound. I pulled a ball from the bag before dropping it beside me. She moved over to home plate and kicked off some dust resting on it. I tossed the ball in the air a few times. I'm glad you're here, Coach, but there's going to have to be a few new ground rules to the OSS. New rules? She nervously asked. Like what? Rule number 1, I said, getting into the pitching position. You can't just run away because you get scared. She nodded. Okay. I threw the ball. She hit it. Rule number 2, I said, grabbing another ball. We have semi-monthly meetings out here on the field. No breaking that rule. Okay. I threw the next ball. She hit it, and it skirted over third base. Rule number 3, we find reasons to laugh, even when it feels hard. That works for me. I threw another ball, but she missed it. Is that all the rules? She asked. Yep. That's all the rules. Her head lowered for a moment as she fiddled with the bat in her hands. Can I add one more rule? Shoot. When she looked up, tears were falling down her cheeks. Rule number 4, you set me up with the wellness clinic in Chicago. Jeez. Avery Kingsley and my fucking heart beats. I stood there, frozen, because I wasn't certain what to make of her words. My brain was spinning, uncertain if I was even allowed to comfort her when all I wanted to do was wrap my arms around her and tell her that everything would be okay. She pushed me away. She wanted distance, not me. Still, I wanted to hug her, but I couldn't. That killed me. She began crying harder, shaking her head as the bat fell from her grip. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I don't mean to be this broken and scared. It's okay, Coach, you're okay. But that's the thing, I'm not. I know I'm not. And even though I want to give myself to you fully, my mind won't let me with these thoughts I have. I need something more than hope. I need real help. We'll get you what you need, Ave, I promise. How are you so good? She asked. I've been awful toward you. Shame, kink, I joked. Seriously, though, Avery, I felt broken before, too. I had a lot of people who didn't show me grace, but I had plenty who did. It's what we all desire in life, a few moments of grace as we walk through the darkness. I'm not sure what I have to offer you right now, she confessed, shame written all over her face. Just be my friend, Coach. I don't need anything else. All I need is for you to feel better. All I care about is you walking down that path of healing. And all I want to do is walk that path right there beside you. If that means we are only friends, then that's more than enough for me. Swear, she whispered, looking up at me. Swear. Can I give you a hug? Always. She fell into me, wrapping her arms around me. I held her close. I'd hold her for as long as she needed me to. And don't worry about the journey to healing, Ave. It's okay to go slow. I swore. Go slow, she echoed with a nod. I think that's what I need to do. I need to go slow. Take your time. I know I don't deserve it, but... She stepped away and gave me a small, broken smile. Thank you for walking with me. I grinned back. My favorite steps yet. We did exactly as we said we would do, too. We went slow. 45. Nathan. June. In June, we met on the baseball diamond twice a month for our OSS meetings. We caught up on things, and Avery mentioned the bad reality shows she was watching. I started watching them, too, so I'd have even more to discuss with her the next few times we'd spoken. It turned out that I loved bad reality shows. I spent the whole weekend binge-watching The Traitors. I couldn't stop myself if I wanted to. I stopped working so much, too. I allowed myself to sit with my thoughts more. Figured if Avery was working on herself, I should take a page out of her book, too. Should I be worried about you today? I asked her after we finished hitting around balls on the field. I walked Avery to her car and opened the driver's door. She climbed inside, smiled, and shook her head. No, not today. Happy? Happy. Good. See you in 2 weeks, Coach.
46. Avery. July. In July, Nathan and I not only spent time at our twice-a-month OSS meetings, but we texted one another a lot more, too.
Nathan, how did they not know that Phaedra was the traitor?
I smiled at my phone, at the new reality show fanatic. Avery, she plays a good game.
Nathan, I would have figured it out if I was on the show.
Avery, if I was on the show, I'd want to be a traitor.
Nathan, I'd guess it was you right away. You're a bad liar.
Avery, what? Take that back.
Nathan, never. Side note, do you think CT and Phaedra Parks are in love? I think they are in love.
Avery, you should watch the old seasons of CT on The Challenge.
Nathan, he was on another show? Down the rabbit hole I go.
I woke one morning to find 11 missed text messages from Nathan sent through the night.
Nathan, did you watch The Traitors Australia? Nathan, it's just as good as the US version. Nathan, oh my gosh, there's a psychic. Nathan, psychic is as good as I am at making guesses. She shouldn't go to Vegas. Nathan, damn it, Avery, why did you get me watching this show? Nathan, It's 3 in the morning, and they are about to vote off my favorite player. Nathan, yup, he's gone. Nathan, I'm freaking out. Nathan, oh crap, it's 5 in the morning, good night. Nathan, well, good morning. Nathan, if we happen to cross each other's paths today, please bring coffee.
Later that afternoon, I found myself standing on Nathan's front porch. I rang his doorbell, and an extremely exhausted Nathan approached the door. He was shirtless, rubbing the exhaustion from his eyes.
Eve, you okay?
He yawned, stretching his arms out, revealing every muscle resting against his body.
What's going on?
I held a cup of coffee out toward him. Crossing your path. Good afternoon, Coach. His tired, lazy smile spread as he took the coffee from my hands.
Good afternoon.
I sat across from Rebecca, my therapist, nervously fidgeting with my hands in my lap. I still wasn't used to expressing myself in this fashion. Yet Rebecca was patient with me. She never pushed me to dig deeper, which somehow made it feel like a safer place to dig deeper.
So, you were engaged?
She asked me. I nodded. Yes, we were together for 3 years. It didn't work out. We weren't a match.
3 years is a long time, though, yes?
Yeah, maybe. She smiled.
But within those 3 years, how much did you actually open your book to your partner?
I laughed and shook my head. I don't really open my book to anyone.
What about the person who you were connected to over the past few months? From what you've told me, it seems that he may have read some of your pages.
Nathan, I said, nodding. Yes, that's because he had a way of figuring out how to undo the lock on my book.
Was it good, the two of you?
Yes, I nodded. So very good.
Which is why you shut your book so swiftly,
she explained. I arched an eyebrow. Huh? Why would I do that? Why would I shut my book when it felt so good? Rebecca sat back in her chair with a smile.
Because sometimes in life, we get triggered by the idea of letting someone else read our books, having someone else see our messy, dark chapters. Love only triggers us more. Sometimes we believe it's easier to shut said book and mark it as a did not finish, instead of moving through the hard chapters toward the happily ever after. This is because we fear losing said love. But Nathan, do you think he liked what he read of you?
Yes, I confessed.
I think that's what happened. You feared that he liked it, that he loved it even, because that went against a core belief in your system.
What belief is that?
That you, Avery, are unlovable. Nathan coming along to challenge that belief is a lot for your system to break down and understand.
Tears pinched at the back of my eyes. I looked down at my hands for a moment, but no words came out.
It also scares you, she continued. Having him love you, I mean. Because you like to control tasks, and you can't control the outcome of his love. You can't pace it or shape it to fit beside your triggers. That's his ship to sail. How he loves you is something you cannot steer. Love has no reins. That scares you.
Terrifies me.
She nodded. Understandable. But you know the cool thing about love having no reins?
What's that?
She leaned forward and whispered, It has no reins. Imagine how much love he could feed you if you opened up said book again. Imagine how deeply another could care for you, how much you could care for them, if you found the courage to read each other's hard pages out loud together. Imagine a love that doesn't rot. Imagine a love story that only grows.
Dang, I muttered, shaking my head. You're worth every penny. She grinned.
I'll see you next week.
47. Nathan. August. As Avery walked up the field to our August meeting, she narrowed her eyes toward me with a suspicious stare. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked, waving a finger in my direction. "Like what?" "Like you have something up your sleeves with that wicked smile and all," she urged, gesturing toward me. I took a few steps in her direction and crossed my arms over my chest. "There's nothing wicked about my smile." Her brows rose. "Oh, there's something extremely wicked about your smile. What's going on?" "I figured maybe for today's meeting we could do something a little different." She pulled out a hair tie and tossed her long hair up into a high ponytail. "Like?" I flicked my thumb against my bottom lip. "I figured maybe you'd like to ride my stallion." "Nathan!" Avery gasped. Her eyes widened as if I'd just asked her to fuck me on home plate, though I wouldn't be opposed to that idea. "Chill, not this stallion." I gestured over to the horse walking around the fenced-in field. "That one." Her eyes wandered over to Lightning, who was wandering around eating some grass. It was a perfect day for a ride, and I knew Avery had been thinking about giving it a go from what my mother told me. A shot of nerves raced through her body as she shook her head. "Oh no, it's been so long. He loves you. He'll let you ride." "I don't know." "You scared?" "A little," she confessed. I held a hand out toward her. "That's all right. We can do things scared." "What if he doesn't want me to ride?" "I don't know. I'm just—" "Coach," I cut in. "Yeah? Do you trust me?" She hesitated for a moment before she placed her hand into mine. I got Avery saddled up, and Lightning was more than willing to allow her on board. I leaned against the fence as Avery took my big boy for a few spins. They looked good together. Always had. Always would. In that split moment, I was a young boy watching a young girl riding my Lightning for the first time. And there once more, I began to fall in love all over again. I didn't know falling in love was a repeated action. I used to think it happened once and then it was locked in. But it was clear to me now that the falling never ceased. I was in a free fall, tumbling down more and more for the woman in front of me. When it came to my love for her, I'd hoped I'd never touch solid ground. In August, Avery laughed more than ever before. She laughed at my good jokes. She laughed at my bad ones even more. That made it a good month for me.
48. Avery. September.
Rumor has it that it's someone's birthday,
Nathan mentioned as he walked out to the pitcher's mound where I was already waiting for our first OSS meeting of September. He had a box in one hand and a food container in the other. I smiled.
Let me guess, a sister of mine told you about it?
He sat down beside me and shook his head.
I remembered it from when we were younger.
Then you also recall how I don't like celebrating birthdays.
Yeah, but a little homemade cake never hurt anybody.
He opened the container and revealed a beautiful cake with lavender frosting and beautiful yellow piping around the edges.
I present to you a hummingbird cake.
My mouth parted slightly. That's my favorite dessert. My mom used to make it for me all the time. He smiled. He remembered. You made me a hummingbird cake? I echoed, stunned.
Yes. He shrugged. Actually, Priya made it, but I did add the eggs.
I laughed. Close enough. Thank you.
Always.
My cheeks flushed as he placed a candle in the middle of the cake. He pulled a lighter from his pocket and lit the candle. He held the container in front of me.
Make a wish, Avery. Make it a good one.
I closed my eyes and I wished for him. When I opened my eyes, his lazy smile was smiling at me. Gosh, to love a smile like his. He placed the cake down and then handed me the small box. You didn't have to give me a gift, I said.
To be fair, half the gift is mine,
he explained. My curiosity increased from his comment as I opened the small box. I laughed instantly as I stared down at the item in front of me. Best friends necklaces?
Yup,
He said, picking up one of the necklaces that said best on it.
figured we could each wear one to highlight this beautiful union.
I moved my hair to the side to allow him to put the necklace on, shaking my head in amusement. I then placed his necklace on.
You're so freaking ridiculous,
I told him.
Don't shame me, Coach,
he teased.
I'm not trying to cross those friendship boundaries with you tonight.
He picked up a fork and dug into the cake. He fed me the first bite.
Happy birthday, Avery.
Happy birthday, indeed.
49. Nathan. October. When Halloween came around, the Pierce brothers and Kingsley sisters linked up and went out in downtown Honey Creek to celebrate. One thing about a small town was that we took our holidays to heart. Everyone dressed up except for Evan. I wasn't shocked about that, though. He wasn't one to take part in costumes. I was almost certain he only came out because he knew there would be whiskey involved. My brothers and I walked into the bar before the Kingsley women showed up. Easton was dressed as Quailman from the cartoon Doug. River and Grant showed up dressed as Ken from Barbie. They didn't plan to match costumes and didn't even notice that they had until they arrived at the bar. Identical twin behavior. I myself was a tube of mustard. When Willow, Yara, and Avery walked in, I couldn't help but smile. "For fuck's sake," Evan muttered. "Don't tell me you and Avery agreed on being ketchup and mustard." Pride beamed through me as I saw Avery walk in dressed as a tube of ketchup, the most beautiful kind of ketchup, too. Part of me thought she wouldn't follow through, I said as I grinned ear to ear. "That's why I don't fall in love. People do stupid shit when they fall in love," Evan said. I laughed. "We aren't in love. We are just friends," my four brothers echoed, rolling their eyes as if they didn't believe me. The women approached us and Willow smiled brightly. "Hey, you guys, I see most of you went ahead and dressed up," she said, eyeing Evan. He grimaced yet didn't say a word. "Nice costume, ladies," Easton said, already having shots ready to hand out toward the three sisters. "Willow, you are—" Willow spun slightly, showcasing the leaves and flowers all over her body. "Mother Nature." "You look like a flower shop vomited on you," Evan dryly remarked. It was clear it was meant as an insult, but Willow's eyes glistened with joy as she curtsied. "Thank you," she replied. "No Alex tonight?" I asked Yara, who was dressed as a witch. That was comical, seeing how Yara Kingsley was one of the sweetest women alive. "Are you kidding me? Socializing on a holiday when people are drunk, loud, and rowdy? He'd rather peel a million onions than be here. Mama's having her first night off to party like wild," she sang, downing the shot Easton passed over to her. She shivered with disgust from the taste, making me chuckle. "Another one," she cheered. Avery smiled at her sister, then she smiled over at me. A shyness touched her cheeks as she slightly nodded. "Hey, Mustard." "Hey, Ketchup. Red looks good on you. Brings out your eyes," I joked. Evan rolled his eyes. "Fuck, you're corny. I need air." He pushed past us with his whiskey in his hand and headed outside. The rest of us took more shots and partied even more. After a while, I realized Evan never made it back inside. I took a break and went to check on him, only to find him sitting on a bench outside of the bar, staring down at his hands, which were gripped together. I knew my brother could be grumpy, but he seemed more than his normal grump that evening. He seemed troubled. "Brother," I called out. He looked up and frowned. "Hey." I walked over and sat down beside him. "What's up? What's going on?" "Nothing. A lot on my mind. Sorry, I don't want to bother you. Go have fun. Evan, spill." He grumbled a bit before clearing his throat. "It's about Priya." Worry filled me. "Is she okay? What's going on?" I asked, my uncle protectiveness growing quickly. He shook his head. "Not that Priya. Her mother, Priya." It was the first time I had heard Evan talk about that woman in years. 16 years, to be exact. After Priya surrendered parental rights to her daughter, Evan never spoke of her again. I knew the whole situation was hard for him, but he kept a lot of it to himself, not even sharing with his own twin, Easton. "What's going on?" I questioned. "She's pregnant again." My eyes widened. "By you?" "No, you dipshit. I don't know who she's pregnant by. She stopped in the butcher shop. Thank goodness my pre wasn't working that day. She told me she was pregnant and she didn't want to keep it. She offered me the opportunity to adopt the baby once they were born, seeing how the kid would be Pre's brother or sister." "Shit," I muttered. "You're telling me," he dryly replied. "What the hell am I supposed to do with that?" "I have no idea. So the father isn't in the picture?" Evan shook his head. "I guess he overdosed, passed away. The last 16 years hasn't been kind to Priya. She doesn't have any connection to her family or anything." "That's crazy. That's life. Bad shit happens all the time." I grimaced and clasped my hands together. "So, what are you leaning toward?" "Truthfully, yeah. A big part of me wanted to tell her to piss off and never come back to this town." "But the other part?" He frowned and glanced into the streets, sprinkled with people in costumes living their lives. "The other part knows that Priya deserves a chance to know her little brother or sister. I grew up with my brothers. I couldn't imagine my life any other way. I wouldn't want to take that away from her. Even if the kid isn't yours?" He paused for a moment, falling deeper into his thoughts. Then he shook his head. "If they are her family, they are mine too. If that little baby came into my house, they'd be mine as much as I'd be theirs." And that, folks, was why Evan was the best father in the galaxy. "Well," I said, patting him on the shoulder, "if that baby comes to the farm, we know one thing for sure. They'll be loved and cared for. If they don't, we can't be certain what will happen to them." "Yeah," he agreed, "and I don't think I could risk that outcome." "Well, little brother, it's about time I got another niece and nephew." He huffed and chuckled lightly. "This was probably the only way you'd get another one out of me." He pushed himself to a standing position. "I better get home and tell Pri before it spreads around the farm too fast." "What? Do you think I can't keep a secret?" "I know you can, but I told Easton already. And you know he can't keep a secret if his life depended on it." I laughed. "True." I stood and hugged him. "Proud of you, brother. Take another shot from me," he ordered as he glanced behind him and looked into the bar to see everyone else still having a good time. "Mother Nature, huh?" he mentioned, speaking of Willow's costume. "That's fucking stupid." I snickered and shoved Evan in the direction of the farm. "Night, brother." "Night." He walked off, and within a few seconds, my bottle of ketchup burst out of the bar. She looked in one direction before turning to find me. "Nathan, come on," Avery said, her glassy eyes filled with drunkenness. She held a hand out toward me. "We're taking cherry bombs."
50, Avery, November. We almost kissed on the pitcher's mound in November. We ate pumpkin pie cheesecake on the mound and talked about our hopes for next season. We talked about our hopes for our next lifetime. We talked until we ran out of words, until our stomachs were stuffed. He fed me one last bite. I leaned in. He did too. Then his brothers came over, demanding some of the cheesecake. That's when I realized how much I'd missed it. I missed the taste of his lips against mine.
51. Nathan, December. The farmland was covered in snow when the holiday season rolled around. Like all the years prior, we hosted a big Christmas Eve party in the barn. Holiday music blasted through the speakers while eggnog was poured at remarkable speeds as the spirit of the season took over in full force. I wandered off to the horse stables to get a few breaths of air. For the most part, I did okay with Avery's and my friendship. Over the past few months, we'd become professionals at taking it slow, but I had to admit, a big part of me wanted to be able to pull her under some mistletoe and place my mouth against hers. I missed her kisses. I missed holding her. I missed her. The version of her when she was mine. Sure, we had this newfound friendship, but I couldn't help but wish it was more. I figured I'd always want more with that woman. She was the one and only thing I couldn't get enough of. "Walking off the eggnog?" a voice said, breaking me from my thoughts. I turned to see my mother standing in the doorframe of the stables with a smile on her face. Her arms were crossed over her large puffer jacket as she walked toward me. She gently nudged me in the arm. "Or are you overthinking things?" I gave her a smile. "Me? Overthink? Psh, never." She frowned and shook her head. "I'm sorry, sweetheart." "Sorry? For what?" "For not seeing how much pressure your father put on you." I narrowed my eyes. "What are you talking about?" "I had a heart-to-heart with your brother Evan. Lord knows how much eggnog it took for him to open up. You know that boy's stubborn with his feelings? But he told me he was scared about being a father again. Then he told me about a conversation you and he had on Halloween." "Oh, that. Yes, that, sweetheart." Her eyes were packed with emotion. "Were all the choices you made back then an outcome of what went down between you and your father the night he passed?" I hesitated to reply because it didn't matter anymore. "That was a long time ago. Still, it matters." "Why would it matter?" "Because it would mean you gave up your life to save this farm, a farm that wasn't your dream. This place is home to me, Mom. We would have lost everything, and we would have found something new." She placed a comforting hand against my cheek. "You've done more than enough for this family, Nathan. You've saved enough people. Now it's time for you to put yourself first. It's time for your life to take flight. And I am so sorry that I didn't notice the way your father was with you. I was too lost in the ways he was hurting me that I didn't even know that he was doing the same to my boys." I leaned toward her and kissed the top of her head before pulling her into a hug. "We're all okay, Mom. We boys turned out all right because we had a strong woman leading us." She hugged me back. Once she let go, she wiped away her falling tears. "Well, since it's the holiday season, I figured I could give you one Christmas gift early before tomorrow. Don't tell your brothers. Lord knows they'll give me a hard time and claim I was playing favorites." "A gift?" I asked. "What is it?" "Who?" she corrected. "Who is it, you mean?" Right then, Avery stepped into the stable with a small smile on her face. I stood confused for a moment before Mom leaned toward me and kissed my cheek. "Merry Christmas, Nate. Mama loves you." She walked away, leaving me standing there a bit dazed and confused by Avery's appearance. Avery took a few steps toward me, her nervousness apparent. "Hi there," she said with a small smile. "Hi there," I replied, moving closer. "What's going on?" "Remember when I lived with you? We had a conversation about happiness versus contentment?" "Yeah, I recall." "You said that when people are in love, being content wasn't good enough. You said there needed to be a word to express the meaning behind that kind of love. Well, I figured out the word that encompasses what love is and that full feeling. That feeling that fills you up from your head to your toes. That feeling of a nature high where all hurts stop hurting and joy exists tenfold. I know what the word for that is." "What is it?" "You." Her eyes glassed over, and she shook her head slowly, her shoulders shrugged. "It's you, Nathan." I shut my eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. "Coach, don't come in here on Christmas Eve playing with my emotions, because it's getting a lot harder for me not to wrap my arms around you every fucking day." "I know. And I have this whole speech in my head that I want to say to you. I've been playing it over and over for weeks now. I get that I'm negative. I expect the worst outcome. I hardly let my guard down, and if I do, I build it back up quickly. I jump to conclusions. Avery, wait. Let me finish," she urged as a flash of emotion sliced through her eyes. I'm also moody and scarred and scared. Mostly that. Mostly I'm scared, Nathan. I'm scared of being abandoned. I'm scared of being alone, which is ironic because I self-sabotage and push everyone away in order to avoid being left behind, which ends up leaving me alone. I'm grumpy and don't smile enough. I pick fights that don't need to be picked. I get it. I know I'm hard to love, okay? I know I'm a mess and all over the place, and I'm just learning how not to be all these things, but I can't let this year go by without telling you how I feel. I love you, Nathan. I love everything about you. I love your heart and how gentle it is. I love how you are patient. I love how you laugh. I love how you push my buttons. I love how you listen. I love how you see all our guys on the team as individuals. I love that you take extra time to serve them. And I love how easy you make it to fall for you. I love you, Nathan. I love you so much that it scares me, but I don't want to waste another day not loving you out loud. I narrowed my eyes, baffled by everything she was saying. Yet one comment stood out more than the others. Who told you that? Who told me what? That you were hard to love. Her bottom lip trembled as she shook her head. Tears began to roll down her cheeks, and she didn't try to stop them. As she let the tears out, she was letting me in. It doesn't matter. I just know it's true. Avery. I stepped toward her, wanting nothing more than to wrap my arms around her and pull her in closer to me. I wanted to wipe away her tears and fill her with the comfort her soul needed and deserved. It's true. You are all those things you mentioned except for that one. You are not hard to love. It was only 6 words, but I saw how they cracked her. She shut her eyes as her body began to shake from her emotions taking over. I moved in closer and closer, so close that I was able to wipe away her tears and speak the words once more, hoping they'd land against her heartbeat. You're not hard to love. Trust me. I know who you are. I know your ins and outs, and you're right. You're grumpy, moody, and you do have walls built up. You also leave a shit ton of hair in the bathroom drains, I joked. She snickered quietly as I kept going. But you're so much more than that. You're an amazing coach, a great friend. You're loyal. You're consistent. You always show up whenever someone needs you. You're humble even when your gifts deserve more praise. You're an amazing sister and daughter. You're funny and clever and the smartest person I've ever met. The hardest working one, too. You challenge people to think in a way they never have before. You are an amazing person, and I need you to understand one thing, and one thing only. What's that? She asked as her eyes opened. Loving you is easy. She bit her bottom lip and tugged on her sleeves. Really? I moved in more, softly kissing the tears falling down her cheeks away. Really? You still love me? After making you wait all these months? I loved you, I love you, and I will love you, Avery Kingsley. This love will never stop. I'm still working with the therapist. I'm still working on me, and I'm trying so hard to be perfect for you. I want to be everything you deserve because you deserve so much, Nathan. Avery. I took her hands into mine and kissed each palm before holding them to my chest. You don't have to be perfect to be loved by me. Her eyes fluttered with surprise. I don't. You don't. All I'm waiting to hear from you is when it's our time to try again. I'm here. I've been here this whole time. I'm waiting in the dugout. Just call me out, coach, and I'm yours. Give me a sign and it's game on. The next thing I knew, her lips were pressing against mine. She kissed me as if she was apologizing for every hurt she'd ever caused. And I kissed her with all of the forgiveness in the world. I didn't need Avery to be perfect in order for me to love her. I needed her to be real. And that evening as she stood in the stables, the same stables where we shared our first kiss, I knew we were ready. I knew we were finally getting a real shot at us. I also knew I'd spend the rest of my life stepping up to the plate to let her know that no matter if she had good days or bad, I'd always show up to bat for her, for us. Because loving her was, and always would be, easy. Epilogue. Nathan. 7 months later. 4th of July. "You're going down, Kingsley," I said, rubbing my hands together as Avery finished putting on her uniform for the 4th of July Pierce baseball game. Everyone from our small town was invited to the family farm to celebrate the holiday, including Avery's family and the Honey Creek Hornets. Evan and Easton were doing what they'd done best, grilling up some meat as Mom, Tatiana, and Matthew made sure everyone had a drink in their hands for the afternoon game. I couldn't think of a better way to spend the holiday. Baseball and family. Avery smirked my way as she headed toward the front door. "Don't get your hopes up, Nathan. I got Jackson on my team and you have Willow." I narrowed my eyes. "What's wrong with having Willow on my team?" "I'm pretty sure the girl has never held a baseball bat in her whole life." She smiled my way. "But don't you worry. I know you're not a sore loser." "I am a sore loser. I'm the sorest of losers," I pouted. "Maybe I should get out there and give Willow some pointers before we get started." As we headed out the front door, I saw Yara, Alex, and Willow pulling up to the property. Little Teresa was in the back seat with Willow. Willow hopped out and rubbed her hands together. "Are you ready for some football?" she shouted. Oh, hell, we were going to lose. Everyone began to arrive, and the size of the crowd was outstanding. We had easily over 60 people laughing and joking around with one another. Cameron brought his father along with him, who seemed to be doing much better than he had been a few months ago. The other day, Cameron told me that Adam landed a new job at a construction company, Matthew's company to be exact. Leave it to Avery's father to offer a hand toward a guy who needed help. "Is it just me, or does your brother have a stick up his butt?" Willow asked me at one point as she walked over to me with a smile on her face. "Let me guess. Evan?" "Yeah. I asked him if he had any vegan hot dogs to toss on the grill, and he said that wasn't a thing, to which I told him it was indeed a thing, to which he said not on his grill, to which I told him he should expand his mind a little, to which he told me that he didn't need to expand his mind because it was expanded enough, to which I said, I bet you're Aries, to which he said, I don't believe in astrology, to which I said, that's a very Aries thing for you to say, to which he said, go away. So here I am now. I laughed. Ha, that sounds about right. Evan's a bit hard around the edges. He's grumpy. Yeah. Willow glanced over at him, a small smile still on her face. And he frowns a lot. It's his signature expression. He's not much of a people person. But he's a good person? One of the best. She paused for a moment and shrugged with a hopeful expression. Anyway, I'm looking forward to kicking the ball around with you later on, teammate. We are so going to win, she said before she danced off. I wasn't being dramatic either. She danced away. Willow always seemed to be floating off in a dancing manner. As she danced away, I looked over at the grill where I found Evan watching Willow dance away. His grimace was still apparent, but curiosity was there too. I hadn't seen my brother appear curious about a person in a long time. Wait a second. Did Willow just say kick a ball around? Cameron came rushing over to me before I could comprehend what she said. Hey, Coach P, I have a question for you. I was just wondering. He grew bashful and shrugged his shoulders as he wore his catching glove on his right hand. Is Priya single? My eyes moved from him to my niece, who was tossing a ball up and down on the field, laughing with Yara and Alex. I gave him a stern look. Yes, she's single until she's in her 90s. Don't get any ideas? I don't know, Coach, Avery said, walking up behind me. Rumor has it Priya was asking about Cameron, too. Cameron's eyes lit up. Seriously? Yup. You should go see if you can give her some tips on throwing. I bet she'd love that, Avery stated. Gee, thanks, Coach K. I'll do that. I turned and gave Avery a stern look. Why would you do that? I whisper shouted. Now he's going to think she likes him. She does like him. I think it's cute. It's awful. My sweet niece. Liking boys. I shivered. That's traumatizing. She laughed. Don't be so dramatic. But speaking of, I think it's time we tell everyone about us. I arched an eyebrow. Really? Yeah, I think so. We'd spent the past 7 months secretly dating one another. We wanted the privacy of getting back together without too many outside voices getting involved. She still had her apartment, but I figured that was a good thing. It gave us time to grow closer to one another. One day she'd be living with me for the rest of her life, but I wasn't in a rush to get us there. Okay, I was in a rush.
If it was up to me, we'd be married tomorrow. We'd kept our relationship pretty much on the hush-hush, just to make sure we were moving in the right direction. Now we were ready to share the news with everyone else. We headed out to the pitching mound before the game, and I got everyone's attention. Hey, everyone. I just wanted to thank you all for coming out to Honey Farms to celebrate the holiday with us. It's been a damn good time so far, and I'm really looking forward to smoking Avery's team during this game. But before we start, I thought it was a good time to announce that Avery and I are dating. The space stayed quiet as everyone stared blankly at us. Avery swallowed hard and gestured back and forth between the two of us. Each other, she added. We are dating each other. The space stayed quiet for a moment before someone in the stand shouted, Well, no shit, Sherlock, we all knew that. Everyone agreed, shouting out the same kind of comments, leaving me a bit stunned. No, I mean like, we're in love, I explained. Yup, River nodded. We picked up on that fact. What, you all knew? I asked. Yup, sweetheart, Mom said, shrugging her shoulders. Just like we all knew you two had a thing all those years ago. Avery's eyes widened in shock. What? You all knew about that too? Everyone who knew us back then nodded in agreement. Grant shouted out, We weren't idiots. Now are we gonna play ball or what? I turned to Avery. They knew about us. Avery snickered, shaking her head in disbelief. I thought we were sneaking around. You're terrible at sneaking, Matthew added in. But we're happy for both of you. Right, okay, well, all right then. I placed my hands against my hips. So does anyone have any questions about the two of us being together, or? The guys from the Honey Creek Hornets all shot their hands up. Avery pointed a stern finger toward them. Any questions that aren't inappropriate in any nature which would lead to you all running extra laps during our summer practices? All their hands slowly recoiled. I smirked. Well, that was anticlimactic. I kind of like it that way. Avery leaned into me and gave me a kiss. This is all amazing, but we still have a game to play, and I'm not going to take it easy on you just because you're officially my boyfriend now. I snickered, shaking my head. I wouldn't expect you to take it easy on me, Coach. You never have, and I never will. Now come on, she confidently said before smacking my butt. Let's play ball. As she jogged away, I couldn't help but smile. I shook my head in disbelief that somehow I'd become lucky enough to call her mine once more. Avery Kingsley was my best friend. She was my partner. She was my everything. With her around, my world would never again become too dark. She was, and always would be, my favorite sunbeam.
This is the end of The Problem with Players, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to The Problem with Players, Book 2 of the Problem series, produced by Troy Otey, written by Brittainy Cherry, performed by Ore Nash and Winston James. Text copyright 2024 by Brittainy Cherry. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.